Chapter 45-70. 6 Tao Immortal Monarch. The sky above the bridge was a victim of the multi-pronged assault. The ground around the bridge also caved downward. The apocalyptic phenomena nearby shattered people's courage. Fuck! Experts screamed and shouted while turning pale. The pressure from all of these top masters was unbearable, akin to a million mountains piling on top of their shoulders and crushing their soul. Could Everlasting Monarch stop the offense? They thought that his corpse might actually fall. This would be sacrilegious, descendants desecrating their ancestors' remains for the sake of the scented pouch. On the other hand, the ancient ancestors didn't think that this could come close to destroying Everlasting Monarch, a Tao Lord's equal. They knew that the current trio of true immortal wasn't on the same level as their foe. Clank! Everlasting Monarch finally retaliated and unsheathed his radiant sword. The incoming slash was that of the temporal affinity, wielding the might of 3,000 generations. Everything in this region became infinitely slow. The most magical merit laws and invincible weapons couldn't compete with this stagnation. One slash to live forever, one slash to destroy. Pluff! Heads were tossed into the air. The elders and ancestors behind couldn't stop the slash. They could only stare at their decapitated body with blood gushing out from the neck. Decapitation Godmonarch's saber couldn't stop it either. It cut through his saber first and then dismembered him. The two halves fell to the ground. The descending 7 seals were in the form of 7 gods. They got decapitated along with their master. The true god's eyes were wide open as his head flew in the air. Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor used the heaven and earth as his shields, controlling both time and space. Unfortunately, the slash still made it through this ultimate shield. However, since it had killed many experts and broke through many defenses, it was significantly weakened. Nonetheless, Heaven Seal still became aghast once it got close enough to his chest. This would still be a fatal blow. Break! During this crucial moment, a commanding voice erupted like an endless wave of thunder. The one word alone could defeat an army by crushing their morale and battle spirit. Boom! A fist came crashing down, eradicating everything in its path. Tao laws poured down like waterfalls and engulfed the sky. It also contained the ancient 6 Tao. Inside them were an immortal light and a reincarnation cycle. Living beings were ephemeral, no different from specks of dust. 6 Tao Immortal Monarch. Ancestors knew who the elusive cultivator was right away. The punch managed to stop Everlasting Monarch's slash from thrusting through Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor. Heaven Seal was drenched in cold sweat and immediately ran away, not giving a damn about his reputation. Clank! Everlasting Monarch's sword flashed brightly again. Its power only increased versus the first slash. It cut through the power of the 6 Tao and their cycle, horrifying all spectators. 6 Tao Immortal Monarch was clearly weaker despite being the first disciple of all things Tao Lord. Now! A halberd pierced through the realms in this split second. Not even the toughest metal in the world could stop it. Sky Break Monarch. The crowd bellowed, aware of the next combatant. Boom! The world turned dark once the two moves collided. The horrified crowd couldn't move at all. Fear had immobilized them. They saw blood raining down from the sky but didn't know who was the injured party. Run! They only heard someone say run and all of a sudden, auras disappeared from the battlefield. It all happened so fast so they needed a moment to digest the flow of information. It seemed that 6 Tao Immortal Monarch and Skybreak Monarch have ran away. One of them was grievously injured by the second slash. This was a shocking yet expected result. 6 Tao and Skybreak didn't come close to stopping Everlasting Monarch. Everyone believed that only a Tao Lord might be able to fight evenly with Everlasting Monarch. No one else had a sliver of hope. Chapter 45-71. Invincible / The crowd was left speechless after seeing true immortals defeat. 6 Tao Immortal Monarch was praised for being talented enough to become the first disciple of all things Tao Lord, someone rumored to only be second to blessed Tao Lord. All Things could be considered one of the top 10 Dao Lords, or at least had a battle record matching any of them. Therefore Skybreak Monarch was considerably inferior when compared to 6 Dao. He was a being among the apex of this generation. Just one breath of his could freeze the entire region, a hand wave could take down a kingdom. People trembled after hearing his name. Alas, he could only stop the first slash. Remember, that slash was already weakened too. The second slash completely overwhelmed him. If Everlasting Monarch had left the bridge to pursue, both monarchs from True Immortal would have fallen to his blade. This is the power of a Dao Lord. The crowd gained an insight into true invincibility, not just how the word was used colloquially. For example, if an existence were to survive after 1 or 2 moves against a Dao Lord, they would be praised as being invincible. This was naturally incorrect. The Dao Lord merely showed mercy. Both 6 Dao Immortal Monarch and Skybreak Monarch have been praised as being invincible before. This was clearly an incorrect way to use the word, yet it has been repeated time and time again in history. The survivors were praised too highly, making regular cultivators think that a Dao Lord's power was actually reachable. In reality, they were merely trying to console themselves. Today, Everlasting Monarch made the spectators realize the actual gap between invincible cultivators and the actual pinnacle. 6 Dao Immortal Monarch is just as strong as Dao Sanqian, right? An expert quietly asked after regaining his wits. When talking about the current strongest cultivator, everyone would think about Dao Sanqian, a man with 3,000 Dao. He was nothing short of an immortal in regular cultivators' eyes. His words were the heavenly decrees. Thus, how did 6 Dao Monarch compare to him? If they were closely matched, then Dao Sanqian wouldn't be able to beat Everlasting Monarch either. Did Everlasting Monarch fight during the worst days of True Immortal? An old ancestor asked. The big shots exchanged glances after hearing this. After the generation of All Things Dao Lord, an arrogant woman appeared with the intention of beating down the Li. She was unbeatable and ended True Immortal supremacy. Next came Emperor Yi, who dominated True Immortal as well, beating them in countless battles. In the end, they were sealed and another lengthy period of declination ensued. An ancestor versed in history shook his head and elaborated, there are no records of Everlasting Monarch fighting either lady. Maybe the world wasn't qualified to witness a battle of that level. There could be other reasons why they didn't fight too, I do not know. Whether he fought them or not, he was clearly a true contender, not just a survivor against a Dao Lord. If Everlasting Monarch is already this strong, can you imagine Blessed Dao Lord? A different ancestor had a rich imagination. The monarch could be used as a reference point for gauging Blessed Dao Lord's power. Unfortunately, they couldn't fathom a greater height. Wait, look over there. As people were busy talking about the possibilities, someone noticed a person standing in front of Everlasting Monarch. Who is that? This shocked the listeners. They looked up and saw a man standing there with a leisure expression. It was as if he was standing in the shade and enjoying the breeze, just another passerby with no worries on his mind. It's Li Qia. A big shot recognized him and shouted. Is he crazy? Does he want that scented pouch too? No one expected this development. Everlasting Monarch has shown his mastery of the sword earlier. It became apparent that no one would be able to survive. This included ancient ancestors and famous monarchs. The decapitated corpses from True Immortal were still there to remind them of this. He has a death wish. A spectator shouted. Alas, as they were still thinking about his death, he already got the scented pouch in his hand. Those who paid enough attention felt as if a gap in time was formed for a split second. Something happened fast enough for them to forget about the past despite technically seeing it. What? They became slack-jawed and couldn't believe their own eyes. True Immortal mobilized a mighty force for the pouch only to fail. 2 ancient ancestors ran for their lives. On the other hand, Li Qia already found success and Everlasting Monarch didn't slash him. Chapter 45-72, Timeless Melody, Buzz. He then opened the pouch and released a blinding radiance. These were true immortal rays. The so-called immortal rays were used incorrectly by frogs under the well. Not a hint of impurities could be seen. They seemed to be eternal and have been there since the very start. Time didn't change them at all, and this would be the case later in the future as well. They gave everyone an insight into the scene during the initial inception of the world or the final destruction of the present. Everything else seemed ephemeral in comparison. Through these true immortal rays, one could see the past and future. Nothing else mattered but them. Eternal and indestructible, the properties of these immortal rays. Both juniors and ancestors were instantly suppressed without any chance of resisting. In fact, even the will to resist was crushed. The rays illuminated Wuxia, and he suddenly disappeared from sight. In a world of absolute stillness, nothing existed, only the void. Time, space, and the other Tao affinities were absent. Suddenly, a drop of water appeared with the reflection of a figure inside. Pop! The figure came out, and it was none other than Wuxia. He didn't bother scouting the area, his target was already in front of him, a shimmering glow. Within was an indiscernible figure. It could be a man or a woman, pretty or ugly, regular form or possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. It was impossible to tell the actual appearance of this figure through the pulsing radiance. The figure seemed to be meditating with something resembling a zither placed on the knees. Since there was no temporal affinity, this figure could sit here for an eternity without changing. After seeing Wuxia, the figure nodded and started plucking the strings. Instead of a zither note, what came out were the sounds and runes of the Grand Tao. Clank. The runes served as the foundation of a new world. It included bright expanses, heavenly treasures, and other living beings. The diversity in species was great. They also followed different affinities, light, darkness, or neutrality. Clank. With another note, 3,000 worlds appeared along with a reincarnation cycle and predetermined fates. The process of life and death continued. As time passed, living beings were able to reach the apex and learn the heavenly Tao. Love and hatred were plentiful, flourishing worlds were in abundance. Countless moving songs and poems were written. Fate came and went in the 3,000 worlds, numerous heavens were created. The worlds diverged from their original form, and eventually, the void returned again and life disappeared. The Tao runes created from the zither continued to derive this endless cycle. There was one constant, a relentless pursuit for immortality only to end in failure. Mighty cultivators experienced the sadness of death, not in themselves but from seeing their loved ones dying and turning into dust. In the end, only one remained standing. This loneliness turned into apathy and mercilessness. These beings then devoured the worlds and everything within, viewing them as nothing more than food to be gorged. They were wise once with supreme wisdom and insight. Alas, they turned into monsters that have nothing to do with light or darkness. Only one thing was on their mind, the feast. This allowed them to live longer and devour more cycles. This was the price of immortality unbeknown to regular living beings. The latter lived happily and fulfilled their desires. Some thought that they have obtained the peerless Tao and eternal truths. Ultimately, this was ephemeral, for being devoured was inevitable. The price for immortality was everything else. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Wuxia smiled and turned into the dark crow. He spread his wings and everything beneath lived prosperously under his shadow. Meanwhile, he looked upward and arduously searched for means to fight the heaven, a quest possible only due to his indomitable Tao heart. The crowd was at a loss after seeing the immortal ray. It only lasted for a split second, yet contained an eternity within. Buzz. It was then extinguished, not gradually dispersed. They looked around again and everything seemed to be normal. Everlasting Monarch stood there and the scented pouch was still hanging from his belt. As for Wuxia, he was still next to the group. People questioned whether they were only seeing things, that it didn't actually happen. What is going on? Even the calmest ancient ancestor had no explanation for this. Some ancestors started rubbing their eyes in confusion. Did you notice something earlier? Everyone started asking those nearby. Some then stared at Li Qie, but he had an indifferent expression. Chapter 45-73. Back to the earth. The crowd stared at Li Qie but didn't see any clue from it. His nonchalant expression revealed nothing. Didn't Li Qie get the pouch? A big shot looked back at Everlasting Monarch and saw that the pouch was still there. They contemplated and thought that if the illusion was true, then Li Qie would be holding the pouch right now. Remember, the behemoth known as True Immortal mobilized its top masters for the pouch. It paid a heavy price only to fail. Therefore, the value of this pouch couldn't be overstated. Fewer than few treasures in the entire world could compare to it. If Li Qie had somehow gotten it, he would have opened it right away and taken whatever was inside for himself. Therefore, all of them must be seeing things. I'm going crazy, Jian Ming murmured. He also saw the same thing, Li Qie obtaining the pouch. Alas, reality told a different tale since no battle ensued. You're not, the young noble was just too fast. His speed is matchless, Si Jingru said softly. Jian Ming didn't doubt her claim at all. The Taoist became emotional and asked right away, young noble, what's inside the pouch? The entire group wanted to know the highly coveted item inside it. Not something anyone should have or it'll cause a disaster. Li Qie smiled. A disaster, the group pondered quietly. This simply didn't make sense because Everlasting Monarch wanted to take it to his next life. Moreover, True Immortal tried its best to obtain it as well. How could it be the source of a disaster? Li Qie didn't elaborate and left it to their imagination. Boom! Meanwhile, the maelstrom at the center of the Yin wheel has reached its limit. It seemed to be collapsing and made the world shake violently. It's almost over. A big shot exclaimed. Clank! 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 The emissary summoned a bell in one hand and a divine sign made out of cloth in the other. The bell seemed to be made from ancient bronze, looking tough and heavy. It had a wooden handle brimming with an archaic aura. It must have been used for many years now since the handle looked smooth, most likely from being held so often. Time has left marks on the bell, but nonetheless, it still persevered and lasted until now. As for the sign, it became gray from the passage of time, only taken out every once in a while during the crossing. The emissary glanced at the cemetery and saw that no one else was coming. The cemetery's entrance then closed. It's time. A top master whispered, the dead in the grave have to wait until the next opening or some time later in the future. They don't believe that their time is right. Clank. 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 The emissary shook the bell while chanting an ancient language. Dust to dust, return to the earth, for there is no way back on the immortal road. His voice seemed to be coming from a different temporal plane. He began crossing the bridge toward the Yin wheel. All the corpses on the bridge also followed along. As they entered the void, the Yin wheel shook violently. Deafening detonations could be heard as everything came crumbling down. The maelstrom spun faster, seemingly wanting to destroy all intruders. Buzz. The sign held by the emissary exuded a golden radiance, looking like the reflection from the water in the Yellow River. They illuminated the corpses and added a golden layer on top. This turned them from corpses to emissaries from the underworld. This calmed the Yin wheel down and it seemed ready to accept these corpses. So the emissary is the reason why the corpses can enter the Yin wheel. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to dust by that maelstrom. A first-timer commented. Boom! After the final corpse entered the Yin wheel, ancient palaces suddenly appeared in the void. Sacred rings of light pulsed from all of them. They resembled the Hall of Fortune, granting luck and life to the dead for a chance at reincarnation. Divine stairs appeared before the entrances, covered by mysterious runes of the reincarnation affinity. Each palace awaited a corpse to give them a new chance. What are those buildings? First-time spectators took a deep breath. Big shots who have been here several times weren't as surprised. One of them said, "No one knows since only the dead can enter." "What about Calamity Dao God?" Someone else brought the sole survivor of the Een Wheel. "I don't know, I don't think he had said anything about the Een Wheel after returning." The big shot shook his head. The emissary led the dead on top of the stairs. Each step issued a Buddhist melody that could be construed as a greeting for an entirely new life. Chapter 45-74. The end of the Grand Tao. These steps were the path toward reincarnation, severing all ties with the previous life. The moment these corpses touched the stair, they seemed to be returning to life. Previously, they showed no sign of emotion when others tried to rob them of their treasures. After all, they were truly dead with no soul and true fate. Their divine intents have also dispersed long ago. Now, they seem to be awakening from a deep slumber. Everlasting monarch, pioneer ancestor, from heaven's stone god, these beings turned their head back toward 8 Desolaces, the place where they grew up and made their marks. "Farewell, ancestor." Outside of the bridge were disciples from the various sections. They prostrated respectfully. Not all came to rob the corpses. Some simply came to see their ancestors for the last time. Even experts of no relations bowed their head in reverence. These corpses were legendary figures who have done magnificent feats. They served as role models for future generations. The corpses looked back and recalled their experiences. Glints flashed in their eyes along with various emotions. Whether it be the heroic figures or heinous villains, they felt many things: sentimental, helplessness, unwillingness, determination, love. They clearly made waves during their lifetime and left behind lasting tales. Now, all of this was going to disappear from their lives. After a successful reincarnation, they wouldn't remember anything, not their descendants and their successes. In the end, the gaze disappeared one by one. This was their last time looking back at their world. They turned around with determination and continued to walk forward. Meanwhile, the maelstrom grew smaller until it was no longer there. The images within also disappeared. Boom! An explosion wiped away everything, leaving behind a vast expanse with floating temporal foams. Spectators also pondered the transpired event. The older cultivators were especially emotional. The end of that path is reincarnation? A renowned big shot murmured in a daze. No one had an answer. They chose cultivation in order to reach a greater realm for the sake of living longer. The ultimate goal was everlasting life. However, even a mighty being such as Everlasting Monarch still failed in the end. This was already miraculous. Was everlasting life impossible? This was the question in the ancestors' mind. Some of them had enough power and ample resources. Of course, this didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. So was the end of the path reincarnation? Everlasting life was impossible, hence the need to travel to the Een Wheel. Maybe this would be another hopeful opportunity, another way to prolong their life or to enter a new path altogether. What is beyond that bridge? An old yet powerful big shot wondered. Nothing was better than being alive. This included living in terrible circumstances. There existed a yearning to the point of it being an obsession for the world. On the other hand, the path toward reincarnation required severing all ties with the previous life. What would be the point? They would no longer be themselves. After enough years, all love and attachments will be gone. One amazing ancestor sighed and said. Sure, the crowd thought that reincarnation might not be different from death since one would lose all memories and ties. However, those who have lived long enough would eventually become distant anyway. Their lovers and friends would have died long ago. Eventually, their descendants and bloodline would also disappear. All karmic ties connecting to the world would be gone. Therefore, there was nothing holding them back. Reincarnation was clearly the best route. Let's go home. A big shot sighed and told his juniors. This was too much to think about right now. We're going back. Others started leaving as well. This experience forced them to ponder their life. Reincarnation, wise ancestor was the same way. He wondered about his future path when the time comes. Young noble, are we heading back? He regained his wits and asked. Yes. Li Qie smiled leisurely and said. Is it all right if I follow you, young noble? I will be at your beck and call. Si Jingru asked. Outsiders would be astounded if they were to hear this. Their lower jaw would drop to the ground. Chapter 45-75. Truth. Nothing more needed to be said about Si Jingru's prestige, just the respect given to her by the seniors everywhere said it all. Even sect masters needed to lower their head in her presence. Among the young generation, only someone such as the successor of true immortal was comparable. However, she wanted to serve Li Qie right now. For others, just standing close to her was a supreme honor. Who would be worthy of having her join their faction? Li Qie smiled and gently flicked her forehead. I don't have anything good to pass down to you. You just need more time and luck before obtaining great achievements. However, just take your time since the Grand Tao is arduous and long. An immovable Tao heart is necessary before reaching the apex. You already have all the right prerequisites. Work on your Tao heart until 10,000 years are no different than the blink of an eye. Si Jingru listened attentively, took a moment to ponder, and then bowed deeply. I thank you for your guidance, young noble. Go, we might meet again one day on the Tao path. Li Qie smiled and nodded. I hope to be able to follow you on this path later. Si Jingru didn't know when she would be able to meet him again. She then asked, will you visit Ancestral Divine Temple later? Entering the temple was a big deal. Only Supreme Masters were invited, but judging by her tone, it would be their honor to have him visit. No, a meeting is just another separation in the end. Li Qie stared at the horizon and let out a sigh. I understand, may we meet again. I will be taking my leave now. She bowed once more. As she departed, she couldn't help looking at him for a while before leaving. She recalled the years when she told him both her joyous and sad moments, even her most secretive insecurities. After she was gone, Li Qie glanced at Lin Mo. When are you departing, young noble? She asked, looking as serene as can be regardless of the circumstances. When the time is right. Li Qie smiled. Would it be all right if I follow you on that date? She stared at him with her clear eyes. Why do you suddenly want to leave? He asked. I've been in this mortal world long enough to see it 1,000 times. She tilted her head slightly and said seriously. It's all the same, just in a different form and location. Li Qie smiled. She nodded in agreement. I've heard this line before but still want to go take a look. Her goal seemed to be to visit all places possible in the world. The others were confused by this conversation. What was this about a departure date in mortal world, different form? I suppose it's fine if that is all you want to do. Li Qie nodded. Her starry eyes were special. Nothing in this world could leave its reflection on them. On the other hand, she was capable of seeing the souls and minds of others. Young noble, what is your pursuit? She asked. His eyes became profound as he answered, everything in the world happens for a reason. Perhaps I'm trying to fulfill my desired vision. I see. That requires knowing yourself and what you truly want. She pondered for a moment before responding. Someone once said that searching for the truth and proving oneself is the longest path. It is a lofty goal indeed. Many peerless cultivators have tried their whole life only to fail. The prerequisite of seeing the truth might require everlasting life. When one has everything, that's when they can realize their true selves. Li Qie said. When one has everything, that's when they can realize their true selves. She quietly murmured. Wise ancestor also listened and something suddenly flashed in his mind. But I don't think that is your goal. She said. No need for that because I already know as I'm standing here. Li Qie smiled and said, listen to your heart and it will tell you the truth. No need to prove anything, be free and see who you truly are. She fell into deep rumination. After a while, she seemed to be enlightened and bowed deeply. Your words are better than cultivating for 10,000 years. I will take your teachings to heart. He smiled and accepted her gesture. Since the Grand Tao has no end in sight, one needs a rudder and anchor to move forward. Do you have one, young noble? She became curious. I am seeking for an answer, not for myself or anyone else, just an answer in and of itself. Li Qie responded. What answer are you looking for? She asked. I do not know, maybe there is no answer. Perhaps the search and the journey are the answers. He shook his head and said. Your perspective is unique and exceptional. She couldn't help but praise after gaining some insight into cultivation. As for you, you have seen what you needed to see, you just don't know it yet. He smiled. Right. She agreed, a child saw many things without understanding until far later. This was the case for me, unfortunately, the moment has passed. Nonetheless, it is a fortune to be able to see you today. To see without understanding might not be a bad thing. He responded, knowing doesn't mean overcoming. Plus, who you are today was built on youthful ignorance. You could have become a shining star or the dark knight, but in the end, those aren't you. Do you like who you are right now? She took her time thinking before concluding, the current me will do. No more, no less, not too much, not too little, just enough. How many people can be lucky enough to say the same thing about themselves? This is due to your effort and luck. He said. Like our meeting today. She added. It's too early to say that. This might be true for someone else, the greatest of fortune, but for you, no. Our meeting might illuminate your mind or stir it up, causing unrest and instability, not a good thing at all. He shook his head. I still think that meeting you is a blessing regardless of what comes next. She bowed deeply. 1. Hard to translate the characters here without context. Literal is mortal world, so keeping it literal for now. Chapter 4576, Saving Contribution. During the day of departure, please take me along. She asked. Fine, if you want to see a different world, so be it. It won't hurt. He nodded. She bowed again and left. She came silently and left in the same manner without making any sound. This mirrored her existence, a state of serenity and peace. Who is she? Where did she come from? Jian Ming was curious about her. He could tell that Li Qia's attitude toward Si Jingru and Lin Mo was completely different. He clearly favored the latter by a considerable margin. Who the hell could be superior to the priestess of ancestral divine temple? Jian Ming couldn't come up with an answer. All he knew was that Lin Mo's background must be special. Only a peerless and unique existence would be able to earn Li Qia's grace. Unfortunately, Li Qia didn't answer. Swindler, since you've seen her face, would you be able to calculate her background? Jian Ming came over and whispered. The Taoist shook his head in response. No, a supreme master must have concealed her everything, so she's incalculable. The price to see her is unimaginable, borderline suicidal. Just try a little, maybe her background will be shockingly interesting. Jian Ming tried. You go be an idiot, don't drag me down with you. The Taoist glanced at him with disdain. He was obviously curious about Lin Mo as well. However, there must be something forbidden and taboo about her. Forcefully calculating her background would have grave consequences. He didn't mind the risk to his life as much, but it could drag his clan members down as well. Here I am forgetting why I call you a swindler in the first place. Given your meager abilities, you can train for another 8 lifetimes and still won't be able to see a single clue from her. He tried to use a psychological taunt. The Taoist naturally didn't bite and stared at the guy as if he was an idiot. Jian Ming gave up since he couldn't pry a single piece of information from the Taoist. Intuition told him that the guy must know a little bit, but chose to be quiet. Ancestor, what do you think? Jian-Ming then asked Wai's ancestor. Wai stared in the direction of Lin Mo's departure and mused, I couldn't see through her, but I'm sure that we absolutely can't. She seems rather special because even her cultivation is a mystery, let alone her background. Lin Mo was the second who made Wai's ancestor feel this way. The first was Li Qie. Seems like there are many secrets going on here. Why the need to be so secretive? Jian-Ming murmured. No one was born with these concealments. She must have chosen to be mysterious and reclusive for a particular purpose. Otherwise, she would have become a famous figure in the cultivation world. Let's go, we're heading back to save the tree of contribution. Li Qie didn't mind Jian-Ming being such a busybody and told the group. Wise and the others trembled after hearing this. They have met their goal of obtaining the Dao stone from the Lu. It was time to return now and try to revitalize their clans. Jian-Ming and Wise contained their excitement and hurriedly followed Li Qie. The Daoist also tagged along. What are you doing? We're going home now. Jian-Ming instigated. I'm not going to your clan, I'm just following the young noble. The Daoist strongly responded. I don't want you anywhere close to our clans. Heh, tell the truth, you want to steal our supreme treasures. Jian-Ming sneered. I am a member of an orthodox sect, the successor of a great clan, don't be ridiculous. The Daoist angrily retorted. Please, who are you trying to fool? You tried to steal from the auction house and got caught, haha. Jian-Ming said. The Daoist turned red because that was indeed the case. He failed and had to run for his life. I was only going to take a look, that's all, don't besmirch the reputation of an innocent man. The Daoist uttered coldly. Alas, his tone was no longer as confident. Right, only went to take a look, and if no one was there, you would have taken them with you too, right? It's a good thing Seal Ancestor scared the hell out of you. Jian-Ming laughed. My innocence can't be tainted by your foul mouth. The Daoist glared at him, embarrassed. Jian-Ming laughed heartily. He naturally had no intention of stopping the Daoist from visiting the four clans. Plus, Li Qie, the boss, would have to be the one to deny permission. They climbed up the peak after returning to the four clans and stood before the withered tree. All four Dao stones had been gathered together. The elders of the four clans stared at the Dao stones with bated breath. They were rather nervous and tense because this pertained to the prosperity of their clans. What a tree, just like a divine tree in the legends. The Daoist's eyes lit up. Jian-Ming saw this and warned him, if you dare to think about stealing our tree, all descendants from the four clans will flay you, rip out your tendons, and drink you blood. Idiot, this tree is connected to an earth vein, how is anyone going to steal it? There's something wrong with your brains. The Daoist didn't appreciate the threat. You're the idiot here. Jian-Ming angrily barked back. Clank. The four Dao stones were embedded into their respective slot. It didn't require strength because once placed correctly, they were sucked inside. Buzz. They became bright enough to illuminate the entire altar. Tiny runic lines appeared and flowed with great speed in the direction of the dead tree. Li Qie loudly chanted and formed hand seals, resulting in particles shooting at the tree. They then melted like snowflakes after making contact, seeping into the body. Buzz. Life suddenly returned to the dead tree as it awakened. It felt as if this has been an unreasonably long slumber. Boom. Something else also woke up deep underground, similar to a colossal monster turning its body. Next came a majestic tsunami of endless life force shooting upward. Chapter 45-77. Spring comes upon a withered tree. A verdant spring returned to the tree of contribution. Though it was still dead, the group felt as if it was returning to life and that leaves could return at any second. Majestic life force continued to surge from the depths. It seemed that the tree was still rooted in that peerless earth vein. This vein resembled a gigantic dragon slumbering underground. Thus, the tree was growing on its body, incapable of borrowing its power. This is. The members of the 4 clans felt this special aura. Though it wasn't overwhelming, each inch of their land became more pleasant with a bit more water and life. Nonetheless, this was more than enough for them. The highly aware disciples could feel that their territory was transforming. With enough years, their land would turn into a paradise for cultivation, a perfect foundation for future descendants. Is it alive again? Everyone on top of the peak was ecstatic. Not quite, but it is awakened. Wise quietly said, in order for it to actually be alive again, a lot more time is required. Most importantly, the primordial union. Buzz. Green rays, the color of life, emanated from the withered tree. Each ray represented a single grand Tao of life. A spatial ripple could be felt, akin to the opening of another dimension. A tiny spiritual totem surrounded by green light flew out of the tree. It had the form of a tiny tree, but its life force was as vast as a boundless ocean. The waves emanating from it could drown the firmaments. Is this the soul of the tree? An ancestor asked. This was still her first time seeing something like this, a tiny totem possessing enough life force to engulf the entire world. This could change everything regarding their 4 clans. This must be the thing to enter the union. Wise and the others have read the old records before. He quietly said, it's finally here, seems like we still need the ancient ancestors' method. The 4 Tao stones alone weren't enough. They understood that given their ability, they couldn't have possibly activated the tree, let alone summoned its soul. Buzz. The soul fell into Li Qia's palm and turned into little strands. They seeped into his flesh and flowed through his blood. It seems a true awakening still requires entry. Li Qia felt the tree's power and commented. Please, young noble. The ancestors prostrated and chanted. Li Qia stared at them and said, it's fine, I was going to go anyway. The ancestors ordered their immediate descendants to come to the peak in order to show their respect. They finally saw a sliver of hope for their clans in the future. While staying in the Wu, Li Qia had a courtyard with his regular group as company. He sat down and summoned the girl encapsulated in chronoblood amber. Is it time, young noble? Jianming and the Daoist became excited, the same for Wise Ancestor. They had been eagerly awaiting for this moment ever since Li Qia won the auction. Li Qia seemed a bit emotional while staring at the girl. I wonder who she is. Unless this is a natural encapsulation, she must be a heaven-defying existence. Jianming was the first to speak. It's not naturally formed. The Daoist shook his head. Then it's man-made. Jianming became even more emotional. This is chronoblood amber we're talking about? Where does one find such a large block? I don't think Sky Border has a single one. Is she a Tao Lord or an Emperor, or maybe even an immortal? Or perhaps the daughter of one? We can eliminate her being a Tao Lord or Emperor. The Daoist said, I've heard a theory that these beings either accept the Tao fruit or the heaven's will. They have such peerless properties that even the precious chronoblood amber can't seal them for long. That is the reason why they have to leave this world eventually. Then she's the daughter of an immortal. Jianming joked, we're rich then, we found an immortal's daughter and will be able to fish her parents out. He started laughing, seemingly coming up with a nefarious plan. Where are you going to find some immortals? Li Qia said dismissively. Hee hee. Jianming scratched his head awkwardly because no one has seen an immortal before. Therefore, how could this girl be an immortal's daughter? Young noble, you surely know who she is. Jianming naturally understood this because Li Qia's eyes were different whenever he gazed at her. An old friend. Li Qia didn't hide it. An old friend? The trio shuddered. They knew that Li Qia was an ancient and mighty existence. Therefore, his old friend must be incredible as well. These simple characters overwhelmed them because they came from Li Qia. I see, Jianming's legs started shaking. If this was another immemorial existence, just one stray strand of power could crush them. Young noble, this old friend of yours must be a peerless fairy, completely unmatched in history, Jian Ming calmed down and started flattering. I wonder if your sly tongue will be effective. I advise you to watch yourself in a little bit. Li Qie smiled. Jian Ming trembled again. Chapter 4578, Breaking the Seal, Poof. Dao flame ignited in Li Qie's hand, nearly colorless. Despite its inconspicuous appearance, it was one of the strongest Dao flames in existence. It had a multiplicative transformation property, from 1 to 3, from 3 to 9, and on and on. This gave it a special characteristic, an ability to return anything back to the void. In other words, anything touched by it would turn into void. This was countless times scarier than being burned. The latter was due to intolerable heat and the end result would be ashes. Of course, there were ways to stop it as well. As for returning to the void, nothing would be left. There was no heat to produce a change, only a simple return to nothingness. Not to mention cultivators, even an immortal would suffer from the power of this Dao flame. Their hard-earned immortality would extinguish in no time. The trio obviously didn't understand the power of this Dao flame. Nonetheless, they were still intimidated. This was an instinctive fear stemming from the depth of the heart. Power and determination forged by experiences weren't enough to overcome this fear. I've never seen a Dao flame like this one before. Jian Ming murmured. The other two felt the same way. This Dao flame had no heat in the slightest and Li Qie didn't activate his power. Nonetheless, they knew better than to mess with it. Li Qie raised his fiery hand and touched the block of amber. The latter immediately melted, inch by inch, in a soundless manner without sizzles and crackles. There was no byproduct in the form of a liquid or ash. Nothing was left of the amber. Keep in mind that chronoblood amber was one of the toughest substances available, capable of withstanding ultimate attacks and the withering of time. This was the reason why it could seal a living person for eras. Using the amber required immense strength and painstaking effort, and so did melting it. In this case, the void Dao flame bypassed all of that, a testament to its destructive potential. No, this is chronoblood amber, not temporal stones, such a large block too, we could have been so rich. Jian Ming was on the verge of tears. Temporal bloodstones were highly coveted, especially by near-death ancestors. They served to prolong life via hibernation. The resulting expense was sky-high even for the power of an entire sect or kingdom. In this case, chronoblood amber was the highest quality meant only for the strongest characters. A tiny bit was refined from a huge quantity of temporal bloodstones by a top master. The process was arduous and lengthy. How many top masters would want to spend their time refining these stones? After reaching the peak, they have grown old. Thus, they valued their time and energy. Given the priceless nature of the amber block, even the dregs or remnants after the melting process would still sell for an insane price. Unfortunately, Li Qie turned it back to the void. Not even ashes were left. At least leave a little crumb for me so I can sell it for something. Jian Ming grieved the financial loss as if he was Li Qie's accountant. Eventually, the girl appeared before them once the amber block was gone. Jian Ming and the others didn't dare to utter a single word, completely focused on observing her. She seemed to be sleeping and resembled a beautiful jade statue. The trio became tense because she should be alive before entering the amber. No one was dumb or wasteful enough to encapsulate a corpse in chronoblood amber. Sure enough, she suddenly opened her eyes. Boom! A torrential force erupted and sent all three flying. Shit! Jian Ming bellowed in astonishment. Wise ancestor was a relatively strong cultivator, yet he still got blown away. Their butt became sore after hitting the ground, causing them to grimace in pain. So strong, that was just a glance. The Taoist was astounded. The girl merely opened her eyes and unleashed that unstoppable force. It wasn't an attack in the slightest. They calmed down and stared at her. She was clearly alive now with a flowing life force. Her eyes were blue just like the color of the ocean. They seemed capable of containing an entire world. Waves could come out of them and engulf everything. There was no doubt that she came from the highest of nobility. Despite a lack of aura, the three had to look up at her with nothing but reverence. Chapter 45-79, Unbeatable Girl. The trio became calm enough to try and get up. Alas, they were still within her vision and an invisible force suddenly descended. Bam! This forced them back to the ground. Shit, Jian Ming cursed again. All three felt like insects, unable to resist her power. Where is this place? She finally spoke with a voice as pleasant as the chirping of a golden oriole. However, the voice had a commanding presence not seen in someone her age, mature and dignified. It was as if she wasn't a girl but a god that has lived for countless years. All living beings needed to prostrate before her. The 4 clans. Jian Ming answered right away. The 4 clans? Which 4 clans? Her eyes flashed in an intimidating manner. Just one thought of her could destroy the sun and moon. The power disparity became abundantly clear. Who is your strongest ancestor? Bring them here. The girl ordered, leaving no room for refusal. He's our ancestor. Jian Ming pointed at Y's ancestor. The girl gazed at him. He felt as if countless hurricanes were pushing down on his chest. He channeled his vitality in merit law, only to learn that this was futile against her divine aura. You? The girl wasn't trying to be disdainful. Alas, her expression said that this strongest ancestor from the 4 clans was too weak. I am indeed an ancestor from our clan, please excuse my meager cultivation. Y's ancestor smiled wryly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was considered a big shot in the outside world, but in this case, he wouldn't be able to stop one move from this little girl. What is the strongest sect now? She asked, clearly not interested in this ancestor. True Immortal and 3,000 Dao. The Taoist answered. Never heard of them. She pondered before answering. Time-worn, Immortal Lake, Divine Ridge, have you heard of them, senior? The Taoist immediately asked. The girl thought for longer this time, seemingly finding these names familiar. This gave the three enough information about her era. These ancient sects were too old to be traced, yet they sounded familiar to her. Which god is in charge now? She asked. I'm afraid we do not know. The Taoist smiled wryly while exchanging glances with the other two. They had never been to these sects before. Even if they did, they wouldn't have been qualified to meet the top masters there, not even the slightest chance in hell. Her eyes narrowed, seemingly unhappy. This caused the pressure on the trio to double, making it unbearable. Okay, don't pick on the juniors. Li Qia's voice came from behind. She immediately turned around after hearing him. The three felt as if the world was spinning alongside her. They became dizzy and fell head first to the ground. Not again, they regained their balance. They felt as if she was the center axle, so her movement also affected all the realms. This was truly a suffocating feeling. Her expression was one of caution because she didn't notice Li Qia standing behind her. Though her memories seemed to be a mess or that she had lost them completely, her power and awareness still remained. She instantly gathered power and assumed a fighting stance. However, Li Qia was unaffected and sat back down. Who are you? Her eyes fixated on him. She was ready to attack if he dared to move. She became a primordial beast bearing its fangs in the eyes of the trio. This horrified them because this little girl had the aura of an immemorial god. Li Qia. He smiled and said. The name caused her to pause for a bit in confusion. It sounded rather familiar. Though her memories have disappeared, some still remained and couldn't be removed. I've heard of it before. She said with certainty and observed Li Qia closely. She felt as if they have met before but couldn't come up with a relationship. Do we know each other? She asked. The trio took a deep breath after hearing this. They became curious about Li Qia's identity as well. If you believe in the existence of a previous life, then yes, you knew me then. Li Qia answered. Previous life? She concentrated, but images of the past just flashed too quickly. She couldn't make head or tail out of them. Despite her overwhelming power, she didn't obtain any clue by staring at him either. Who am I? She looked confused. The trio exchanged glances, an existence encapsulated in chronoblood amber with her memories gone. It sounded like a case of reincarnation. Who do you think you are? He asked. She tilted her head and took her time thinking. Once again, the flashing images in her mind were too fast for her to grasp. Chapter 4580, Who am I? Who am I? These characters circled in her mind. A sense of familiarity yet confusion engulfed her memories. She seemed to be recalling herself in the past along with familiar scenes. Unfortunate, this was a case of trying to catch the starry light. One could be fast and precise, but they wouldn't be able to catch the rays. They would always flow through the gaps and pass by. Images appeared and popped like water bubbles, truly indecipherable. Someone called for her, but she couldn't answer. The name was at the tip of her tongue, but there was a silver veil separating the two. Breaking through this veil and learning the name proved to be impossible. Therefore, she actually thought that this was the separation between the previous life and the current. The memories of the past had been forgotten. This left her mind in an empty state. She didn't know who she was or where she came from. What is my name? She blurted, but then, she thought that this was ridiculous. If she didn't know her own name, why would anyone here be privy to this information? Let's call you Xiao Xian. Li Qia answered right away. Xiao Xian? Why Xiao Xian? She asked while furrowing her brows. In spite of her age, she always had an air of dignified divinity. When her expression changed, the resulting pressure was unbearable. Xiao Xian is correct. Li Qia smiled, undeterred by her innate and crushing pressure. For some reason, she instinctively took several steps backward even though he was only sitting there with a nonchalant expression. He seemed to be a friendly person and no one should be on guard. However, she felt that when her aura touched his, it made her feel fear. She was no different from a true god. At the very least, there existed an unimaginable power slumbering inside her. Back in the primordial age, she would be a monstrous creature capable of devouring heaven and earth, capable of defeating the other primal beasts. Alas, there seemed to be something even more frightening hiding inside Li Qia's harmless appearance. If she were a primal beast, then he would be the terror of the night. The beast could look around and see no end in sight. He was unfathomable and boundless, engulfing the entire world. Therefore, the great beast was nothing more than a mayfly in comparison, not worth mentioning in the slightest. Who are you? This prompted her next question. Li Qia. He repeated with a smile. Each time he said these characters, she felt as if she had met him before in the previous life. The same feeling of dread might have been around as well. As time passed, she regained her wits and let go of unnecessary thoughts. Xiao Xian. She said. Though this seemed to be a name he made up on the spot, it also gave her a familiar feeling. The moment he gave her this name, it became absolute regardless of her feeling. So be it. She unconsciously believed that her name was Xiao Xian. Li Qia chuckled and didn't find this surprising. So many things familiar yet so far away, right in front of me yet I can't grasp. She then added. If you believe in reincarnation, you may consider it as memories of the previous life. He added. Reincarnation? The trio became surprised. They thought about yin-yang crossing and the corpses that have entered the yin wheel. Was this an actual case of reincarnation right before them? So the reincarnation cycle is real? Jian Ming murmured in disbelief. 1. Xiao is little, Xian is a pretty jade. Chapter 4581, Who is the King? What reincarnation? I've never died, so there is no such thing. She protested this claim. If you don't buy it, then what do you think is going on? Li Qie smiled. I said that I'm not a reincarnation. She became serious and her aura erupted to the horror of the trio. Looks like you wish to challenge me. Li Qi smiled. Why not? She displayed overbearing confidence not seen in someone her age. She channeled her energy and vitality, resulting in a hurricane of power capable of grinding everything into nothingness. Fuck! Jianming bellowed while the other two were horrified. They got sent flying and smashed through several buildings. I challenge you. Xiao Xian transformed into a raging god standing above all. Her movement had the same force as a giant dragon swinging its tail. She raised her finger and gathered all the momentum and affinities in the world at the tip. It became apparent that all techniques and treasures were as feeble as a piece of paper before her. The trio saw the finger strike from a distance and felt a sharp pain on their forehead. They even heard an illusory sound of bone breaking, the strike piercing through their skull and brains. This technique was decisive, one strike to kill devils and gods, finishing the match with a single thought. Li Qie's disrespect wasn't well received. She was a god and her whims were absolute and inviolable. Therefore, she must destroy Li Qie for his sacrilegious comment, not just because of a violent tendency. As mentioned previously, she was a slumbering beast looming above all else in the primordial world, a supreme ruler. Alas, when she gauged at Li Qie earlier, he seemed like a terror engulfing the entire world. His existence exceeded the bounds of heaven and earth and she couldn't stand it. Her pride demanded a challenge against Li Qie's authority. Rumble. As she gathered energy for the attack, the buildings nearby started crumbling. Members of the four clans panicked and fled for their lives. They didn't have the qualification to be close enough to watch this battle due to the pressure. Li Qie smiled at the challenger. In the next second, he instantly appeared in front of her and caught her entirely off guard. She had no idea what he did before her finger was caught by him. He pushed it down and smiled, "Little girl, you need to watch your temper. You might be at the apex of life but know your place before me." Willing or not, she couldn't stop him from preventing the attack. The terrifying aura also dispersed along with the pressure. The trio heaved a sigh of relief. As for the rest of the clans, they slowly stood up, still confused after being dragged into this mess and suppressed. They then came closer and saw that she was only a 10-year-old girl. Astonishment struck next. Arrange a nice place for her, we'll stay here for now. Li Qie told Jianming and then left. They started sweating with him gone. Though Li Qie was the more powerful existence, they could at least reason with him. On the other hand, this girl appeared temperamental and violent. Ahem, lady, please follow me. We have many excellent guest rooms, feel free to pick whichever you like. Also, if you need anything, we will do everything we can to accommodate you. Jianming came over and said politely. No one else wanted to do this, so it had to be him. Fortunately, she complied with him and stayed with the four clans for now. She lay on a bed and looked out the window to watch the misty rain over the mountains. A hint of sadness could be seen on her face. What, not comfortable here? Li Qie suddenly appeared next to her. She slightly moved and left room for him to sit down. He sat down and stared smilingly at her. Your Tao heart has become firm enough after the eras, the sadness of the world shouldn't appear on your face. Having said that, he rubbed the lines on her forehead. How long have you been alive? She asked. Long enough to forget my age, just know that I'm older than you. He smiled and stared out the window. Then you must know about my past. She became interested. He shook his head and said, just a little bit. Though you were famous back then, it wasn't enough for me to keep you around. Therefore, I was only a passerby to you and you were only an insignificant person to me. I see, how emotionless of you. She stared at him and said. That's just the grand Tao. Li Qie said, it won't change because you have emotions or otherwise. As long as your Tao heart is firm enough, all of these things won't affect you. I don't know. She responded, I'm just a girl right now. I feel like I don't know many things, yet I have this incredible knowledge as if I have lived for eras. Chapter 4582, Family, It's Not Bad Being a Child. Li Chia said, especially one who doesn't remember much. She turned back to stare sentimentally at the rain. After a while, she shook her head, I don't remember my past, families, or friends, there's no impression of them. Old existences naturally had friends who were ready to die with them in battle. Perhaps they even had lovers. These were all the most important figures in one's life. As someone who was sealed in chronoblood amber, she was obviously not alone and should be from a great lineage. Unfortunately, she had no memory of anyone. If they were so important, then she should have remembered them. Wouldn't the lack of memory imply how insignificant they were in her mind? This was her current train of thought and she didn't like it. The Tao path is long enough to make one alone with time. The farther along in the path, the lonelier. Li Chia gazed at the horizon and said. True. Xiao Xian murmured. It appeared that the only things left in her memories were traces of the Grand Tao. Were these the true indelible marks of her life? Everything else vanished into smoke, but not the Tao, the eternal companion. It'll be there in the past, present, and future for as long as she was still alive. She sighed disappointedly after giving up, unable to remember anyone important. She was alone, nothing else in the world was connected to her. This was a rare circumstance only experienced by a few. Do you still have a family? After a long while, she asked Li Chia. I'm not sure. He had a faint smile as he said, It's too long ago. Too long ago. You might be even lonelier than me. She nodded in response, aware that Li Chia had lived even longer than her. Perhaps when she was born, he was already in ancient existence. No, at least you still remember. She thought about a different perspective and continued, I am different from you. Now, I agree that I must have experienced reincarnation and no longer remember my past. You haven't done so, right? So you still have memories of your loved ones and friends. She didn't purposely forget them or hide them in the deepest crevices of her mind. It's just that something must have happened, an external factor. This wasn't the case for Li Chia because he still remembered her. The worst part about this was due to the Tao experiences retained, she could still remember various scenes of her interacting with others. However, she simply couldn't recall who they were. This feeling was only bitter, not sweet. Thus, she sympathized with Li Chia's loneliness. He had no one as a companion on this path. There were those who walked together with him, but in the grand scheme of things, they were only there for the blink of an eye. He spent the majority of his time alone and would continue to do so in the future. Have you thought of finding companions? She asked. Li Chia smiled and said, Cultivation is a personal journey. No one will be able to walk alongside you forever. Millions or billions of years can pass, just one step behind means being millions of years behind. How can they keep up? She agreed with this logic. Someone at just one lower level wouldn't be able to tag along. If you must linger behind because your companion is one step slower, then you'll be waiting. This will continue countless times along the way, then how can you cultivate the Supreme Grand Tao? Waiting erodes your lifespan and determination. Eventually, the Grand Tao won't be as long and the journey will be over. He smiled and said, I suppose, there are many things in the world that can make one stop. She thought about it carefully. One's best friend, most trusted comrade, lovers, all of them could make a cultivator stop and wait. If this was the case, the cultivator might just vanish along with them by stopping. Therefore, one shouldn't worry about being alone on the Tao path. This was inevitable and worrying was unnecessary. The Grand Tao, she sighed and said with disappointment. The Tao was the only thing left in her mind. She thought that if she had forgotten about her loved ones, then so be it. There was no need to search for these memories again. Oh, I was just kidding before, you're not a reincarnated individual. Li Qie smiled and revealed. Chapter 4583, Bloodline, what am I then? She asked while staring intensely at him. You've regained youth and reverted back into a child. It took him a moment before deciding to tell her the truth. Youth reversion? Is it because of my cultivation and grand Dao attainment or something else? She became curious. Not because of those but rather, your bloodline. He smiled and said, of course, your profound cultivation allows your bloodline to activate. But this wouldn't have been possible without the bloodline even if you had reached the apex of cultivation. My bloodline. She said, I seem to be a human but not quite. She didn't have an impression of her race and background. Strictly speaking, you're not a human. Li Qie shook his head, but your bloodline and race aren't deeply related. It's not that you need to be a particular race to possess this bloodline. What kind of bloodline it is? She had no impression of this bloodline. Perhaps it was hidden in a deep corner in her memories. It came from an ancient age, deep under the sea. Li Qie said, you yourself didn't know of its origin, no one else did either. An aquatic bloodline? She murmured. Something suddenly flashed in her mind and she saw numerous majestic figures. They looked rather unique, neither demons nor humans. Their size was gasp-worthy. They looked ancient, never needing to evolve since they were already perfect. This image only lasted for a moment and she couldn't grasp any important point. Is this race still around? She then asked. Your race, yes, but your actual bloodline branch? I'm afraid it is no longer around. It was already rare back in the ancient era, it is probably extinct now. He said. I see, extinct. She had a strange feeling after hearing this. She was already alone, now even her bloodline was gone. This left her in silence. Rest well. Li Qie said, your Dao heart is firm but since you have just awakened, you are still unsettled. Your true self will return with ample time. Having said that, he turned and left. She called for him and asked, if you have a choice to redo, would you preserve your lifespan instead? I don't know. He answered without looking back. Why? There are trillions of mortals in the world but they're all insects. There is no need to add another insect in me. He spoke his mind and then left. No need for another insect. She murmured and started contemplating about her life if she didn't embark on this path. Both mortals and cultivators would eventually face the end of life. For a noble like her, she would enjoy all the luxuries and wealth available. Her last moment would be one surrounded by loved ones. Such a life seemed more than enough, the ultimate pursuit for countless mortals. Alas, this didn't stand out in the river of time. As for her, she had the privilege of obtaining something unique, gaining her youth again. How many others had such fortune? Though she was alone now, did she regret her choice? Li Qie mentioned that he didn't want to be another insect since there were too many already. After a while, she smiled and flipped her hair back, looking more at ease than previously. She stayed at the Four Clans for a short period until one day, she said, I'm leaving. Where to? Jianming became curious. I'm not sure, just a place in my memory that I'm sure is very important since it has something of use. The group exchanged glances. In the last several days, they have witnessed her terrifying power. Thus, an important item to her must be incredible. What is it? The Taoist couldn't help but ask. It's just a feeling that the item hidden there is what I want. She stroked her chin, a gesture out of place for a girl her age. It might not be there since it has been too long. Jianming said. Shao Xian has been sealed in the amber for who knows how many years. Perhaps that item was no longer there. If it is still in your memory, I'm sure that you have prepared for this day and it'll be safe from anyone grabbing it. Li Qie smiled. True. The others agreed. During her prime, she must have been wise and predicted the future. An ace card prepared by her would have been under powerful defensive seals. Where is this place? Jian Ming asked. She scratched her head in response, looking annoyed. I don't know the name or the location. Jian Ming didn't know how to respond. It seemed impossible to find the place then. Of course, the name wouldn't be the same anyway. Major geographical shifts could have occurred as well. Is there anything unique about it? We can start from there. The Taoist asked. Yes, there is. She stroked her chin and took her time thinking. After a long while, she blurted, there is a fist. A fist? The Taoist repeated. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, Worldbreaker Fist. I have no impression of this name. She shook her head. Chapter 4584. That place. Jian Ming and the Taoist exchanged glances. Jian Ming spoke first. Worldbreaker Fist is one of the 7 forbidden zones, as perilous as can be. Go on. She said. The two smiled wryly. Anyone else would have shuddered in fear after hearing this description, but Xiao Xian didn't react at all. How should I put this? Jian Ming thought about it carefully, putting aside other dangers. There is a belief that entering this area means becoming a slave to the fist forever regardless of one's power and cultivation. How strange. She looked curious rather than afraid. Jian Ming went on, the rumor might be exaggerated. It's not like one instantly becomes a slave after entering. It requires some staying there for some time. How long? She asked right away. There is no exact length. He scratched his head and said, it depends on the individual, ranging from 1 or 2 days or far longer. He paused for a moment to add emphasis. However, it is certain that after becoming a fist slave, it is impossible to leave. Therefore, one must prevent becoming one at all cost. What is the driver behind the phenomenon? She inquired again, looking eager to enter that area. I don't think anyone can answer this. Jian Ming smiled. The Taoist continued the conversation. The standard explanation is due to the fist intent. Each inch of that area is filled with it. It invades the soul and true fate, turning cultivators into slaves. It is frightening because one can be converted at any moment during their visit. Right. Jian Ming agreed and said, it's safe before the conversion. In fact, it can be cultivation ally beneficial. It's just that there are no signs at all. People may think that they are completely fine and then in the next second, they unwittingly turn into slaves to the fist. These descriptions only serve to strengthen her curiosity. She said, where is this fist intent coming from? A living cultivator, a natural entity, or an item? There must be a source. Well, the two exchanged glances, unable to answer the question. In fact, this has been a mystery across the eras. Seems like this is the place then. It is hidden there. She murmured. Lady, why did you seal your item there? Jian Ming asked since she picked this dangerous location out of all places. You're asking the wrong person, I obviously don't know the answer. She glared, prompting him to put on an awkward smile. I will go there to find it. She then decided. Lady, do you remember a more exact location? Is there any marking? Jian Ming asked. No. She answered right away, just that there is a large fist, nothing else. I'm not even sure if there is an item in the first place. In her muddled memory, she recalled that there was something important. Only the image of a great fist was clear, nothing else. Worldbreak Fist is massive, some even consider it boundless. A lifetime is not enough to see all of it. The Taoist said. Sounds like the two of you are familiar with this palace. Good, you two will serve as my guides. She commanded. That's no good, that's no good. Jian Ming refused right away. He didn't want to mess around with that devilish place and become a fist slave for eternity. The girl had no idea where she sealed her item, this was akin to trying to find a needle in a haystack. I just remember that I have urgent business to take care of back at home. I don't have time right now. The Taoist coughed and said. Right. Jianming nodded repeatedly. My father has been ill recently, his lower back hurts from exhaustion. I have to go take care of him and can't be of service, my lady. Nonsense, if I tell you to come along, you will. She left no room for negotiation. Her commanding aura was suffocating as she glared at them. The two couldn't run away even if they wanted to, since she could easily end their lives. They had no choice but to stare at Wuxia, acting pitiful. Fine, I have some time. We'll go to Worldbreaker Fist. Wuxia said. You wish to go too, young noble? She was glad to hear this because she felt safe being near him. Though she wasn't afraid of Worldbreaker Fist, traveling along left her somewhat in low spirit. Now, this feeling was gone. Yes, affairs and fortune, a visit is warranted. He stroked his chin. Yes. We'll go with you too, lady and young noble. Jianming and the Taoist heaved a sigh of relief. Isn't your father ill? What about your important business? She glared again. Oh, it's okay, I will have older brothers that can take care of business. They don't need me. The Taoist shamelessly said. Yes, my father has been ill all this time anyway, it's not that serious, so I can tag along. Jianming said, after all, you will need someone to run errands. He patted his chest and declared, I humbly offer my services. Chapter 4585, Paramount Scion. A ship silently soared through white clouds. It seemed to be floating in the air with incredible speed, leaving behind a beautiful trail. The passengers included Wuxia, Xiao, Jianming, and the Taoist. Their destination, Worldbreaker Fist. Xiao was in search of an item potentially hidden there. At first, Jianming and the Taoist didn't want to tag along until Wuxia stated his intention. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence in Xiao's power. In fact, they believed that she could oppose the power of Worldbreaker. The problem here was that they couldn't trust her. This girl, for one reason or another, didn't have a stable mind. This could be due to her current state after the long hibernation. She could randomly become angry or act recklessly. Both of them had no chance of stopping her since her remnant energy waves could annihilate them. On the other hand, Wuxia could stabilize her tempestuous nature. Therefore, it should be fine as long as he was around. Moreover, they felt safer traveling to Worldbreaker with him. That's why along the way, they were whistling and singing as if they were on vacation. This was a long trip, hence needing a long-distance ship. It traveled 10 million miles each day. Dao brother, please wait, take me along for a while. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the horizon. A youth caught up to their ship and boarded without permission. He wore a blue robe and a blue hair ribbon meant for scholars. He spoke with grace, resembling a student from a prestigious clan in the mortal world. However, upon closer inspection, an ethereal blue smoke permeated his pupils, seemingly boundless and always present. It contained a creation affinity, capable of turning into one world and then splitting it into 3,000 separate ones. Those noticing the strange pupils would then find themselves naked. Everything in the world was under their watchful gaze. The youth bowed politely and said, "Brothers, where to?" "Worldbreaker Fist." The Taoist responded. "Perfect, that just happens to be my destination too. Do you mind giving me a ride?" He smiled enthusiastically. Jianming seemed amused and said, "That's not a big deal, but there gotta be something in it for us. Our price is not cheap, but of course, the famous Paramount Scion will be able to handle it. I am happy to pay any price you name, Brother Jian." The youth wasn't surprised to have his identity exposed. "You know me?" Jianming, on the other hand, didn't expect this. "Brother Jian, you are famous in Golden. People there say that when one is in need, you're the perfect choice." The youth smiled brightly. Jianming loved being complimented. He laughed heartily and said, "Scion, how knowledgeable and insightful you are to recognize a hero such as myself. Looks like there is no need for a fee since real recognize real." "Thanks, I appreciate it, Brother Jian." The youth bowed slightly. "It's cool since you were polite." Jianming was friendly for once after receiving praises. The Taoist stared at him and joked, as the saying goes, people don't come bearing gifts for no reason. Just hearing a few nice words makes you forget who you are. "Swindler, you better watch your mouth." Jianming glared back at him. New novel chapters are published on Freewebble, cm. The Taoist snorted and then asked the Scion, "Seems like a pretty big coincidence boarding our ship and having the same destination." His directness made it awkward for the Scion. The latter's face turned red as he bowed. "It is a misunderstanding, brother. I have no ulterior motive and really am only asking for a ride, albeit shamelessly. Please, don't kick me off." His tone was sincere and cordial. "Huh, here for us or for our young noble?" Jianming smirked at him. He wasn't an idiot and knew that this was no coincidence. The Scion had no response. He took a moment before bowing deeply toward Li Qia and Xiao Xian. "Doesn't look like a good person," Xiao Xian casually commented. In reality, she didn't like anyone, so none could earn her grace. The Scion's expression became more awkward. He smiled wryly and said, I don't know how to say this, but really, I definitely do not bear any malice. I saw everyone along the way and wanted to tag along. The more he tried to explain, the more suspicious he became. You have a Dao Lord aura on you, but it is not your own, just a trace attached. Li Qia stared at him and said. The youth was astounded to hear this and forgot to respond. A Dao Lord aura? The duo became surprised. Brat, you've met a Dao Lord recently? No, there's no Dao Lord right now, impossible. Jianming's eyes opened wide. Not a meeting with a Dao Lord. He just met someone with a Dao Lord bloodline, an extremely thick one. It is most likely a direct descendant. Li Qia elaborated. This shocked the youth even more. He stood there frozen like a statue. Direct descendants? Quite rare nowadays. Jianming contemplated. The Taoist thought of someone and commented, Shenjuntian. Right. Is that who you met? Jianming said, not too surprising since your paramount gate is very close with 3,000. Did he come out of isolated cultivation? Paramount Gate was a top lineage that had deep ties with 3,000 Dao. Its progenitor was Paramount Lord, the senior brother of Dao Sanqian. Rumor has it that Paramount Lord was even more talented and powerful than his junior brother. However, he died way early on. Some believe that Dao Sanqian would have been in his shadow otherwise. Nonetheless, his sect still prospered without needing 3,000 Dao's protection. You're completely right, young noble. The youth bowed again, completely impressed. I've just met Brother Juntian recently. I see, looks like this will be fun. Jianming murmured. Shenjuntian was one of the 5 conquerors, a potential candidate for the Dao Lord position and a direct disciple of Dao Sanqian. 1. The literal is heroes cherish heroes, but colloquially, this line fits best. Chapter 4586, 5 Conquerors of Sky Border. Most interestingly, some said that he was 8 Stallion Dao Lord's son. This rumor was substantiated with actual evidence. First, Dao Sanqian was 8 Stallion Dao Lord's Dao protector. Now, his son became Dao Sanqian's direct disciple. In other words, either the Dao Lord entrusted his son to Dao Sanqian or the latter sought the youth out first. This particular Dao Lord was a romantic playboy during his youth. This didn't change after he became a Dao Lord either, always having Dao companions with him. However, the existence of his children was not publicized. After he left the world, many geniuses claimed to be his children. Alas, they didn't have proof since he was no longer around. This made it difficult to legitimize their claim. Other Dao lords wouldn't have this problem, but 8 Stallion had too many scandals and Dao companions. As for Shenjun Tian, his rumored bloodline didn't come from him nor 3,000 Dao. A knowledgeable historian started this theory after learning the boy's birthplace, life trajectory, and various circumstances. Shenjun Tian himself and 3,000 Dao didn't verify this theory. Now, Li Qia's comment certainly confirmed it for the group. Shenjun Tian did indeed have the bloodline of a Dao lord. The last Dao lord, his prestige and authority still remained. This bloodline is extremely dense, it must be mighty. The Daoist murmured. There were no lack of Dao lords' descendants in history. Nonetheless, there were levels to this. In this case, 8 Stallion Dao lord reigned in the last generation. His grand Dao still engulfed the world. Therefore, this bloodline was new and vigorous compared to older bloodlines. Shenjun Tian had immense potential as a result. I'm sure he gained a lot from his last training session. Jian Ming was a busybody and asked the youth, is he ready to kill the other 4 conquerors? Though Paramount Scion came from a noble upbringing, he didn't have the same arrogance as his peers. I do not dare to speculate. He shook his head, his cultivation is above mine, the same with the other 4 scions. Nonetheless, I can say that his cultivation has certainly soared after this session, reaching a great height. A lot of words to tell us nothing. Jian Ming replied. Well, I'm not qualified to assess his attainment of the Dao. The youth smiled. Really? Jian Ming smirked, seems like you're good friends with him and know his power quite well. Who do you think will win among them in a real fight? Hard to say. The youth told the truth, in a real fight, I'm sure it won't be a one-on-one scenario. Yes, the competition for the next Dao Lord is a competition between sects or even races. The Daoist nodded in agreement. Jian Ming and the Daoist exchanged glances. All 5 conquerors had a good chance of winning. Shenjun Tian, true immortal young emperor, 5 Sun King, Tian Feng, and Firmament Mortal King. Which of them would become the next Dao Lord? I think 5 Sun King is the weakest of the bunch. Jian Ming commented. In the final competition, their sect would become involved as well. Shenjun Tian had 3,000 Dao and Dao Sanqian. The latter was successful in the last generation. True Immortal Young Emperor also had advantages. True Immortal had trained many Dao lords before and had ample resources. Tian Feng's background was no slouch either, Divine Dragon Valley. 5 Sun School was strong, but it couldn't compare to the behemoths. Don't forget, he has the ancient clans of the East supporting him. The Daoist reminded. True, they might have some horrifying geezers that are still alive. Jian Ming agreed. These clans would naturally join the future competition. Maybe 5 Sun King still had a fighting chance. What about Firmament Mortal King? Jian Ming asked. She was the most mysterious of the 5 with an unknown background. Fellow Daoists, may I tag along? Suddenly, a pleasant and charismatic voice sounded as another landed on the deck. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. Smelling it made one feel as if they were standing in a pristine mountain and listening to the gurgling streams. Jian Ming, the Daoist, looked over and saw a tall girl, looking healthy and beautiful. She also wore a neutral gender robe instead of the common dress. She appeared simple and natural while possessing both strength and elegance. Her face was a sight to behold. Though it wasn't unreasonably gorgeous, it was well-balanced and natural. Her faint smile was bright and unrestrained, showing no sign of pretension. A girl like her would always leave a lasting impression on spectators. Mortal King. Paramount Scion bowed slightly to greet her. Mortal King? The Daoist and Jian Ming blurted out. Chapter 4587, Firmament Mortal King. Firmament Mortal King was the only woman out of the 5 conquerors. The other 4 came from prestigious sects and had wonderful bloodlines. Their peers couldn't compare in the slightest since they were born destined for greatness. Others could try for a lifetime only to fail in catching up. Firmament Mortal King was an exception because no one knew where she came from. Rumor has it that she came from a clan old enough to be forgotten. Another said that she came from a faraway land. However, the most popular theory was that she came from nothing, just a descendant of a scholar clan in the mortal world. During her youth, she came across an ancient scroll. She learned it herself and found the Tao, resulting in her current achievement. This was popular because ever since her Tao debut, no one has noticed any clue about her background, whether it be her treasures or merit laws. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that nothing about her could be traced back to a particular lineage. Moreover, she had faced tribulations and mortal dangers, yet no one came to save her. If she had come from a prestigious clan, a Tao protector would have shown up before. The other possibility was that her sect was in total decline with no seniors around. The majority wanted this to be true, especially younger cultivators with no background to speak of. The other four simply had too many advantages that weren't available to the rest. On the other hand, seeing Firmament Mortal King being successful gave the commoners hope. They took pride in her, thinking that hard work and talent could overcome the nobles. They cheered for her to become the next Tao Lord. Jianming and the Daoist were astounded. They were just talking about her earlier and here she was now. Greetings, young noble. Greetings, Mississippi. She bowed deeply at Li Qie first and then Xiao Xian. Hello, fellow Taoists. She then turned her attention toward the duo. Mortal King, you are here to see our young noble? Do you know him? Jianming stared at her with curious eyes. She was obviously not just passing by and seemed to be here specifically for Li Qie. This seemed more the case than it was with Paramount Scion. Jianming was both courageous and had a thick face, having no qualms in interrogating one of the 5 conquerors. Paramount Scion found this strange as well. He really just wanted a free ride. This wasn't the case for the newcomer. Young noble, you are a true supreme of this world. It is an honor to meet you. The Mortal King bowed her head. Did this count as an answer to Jianming? Sit. Li Qie smiled and said. Thank you, young noble. She sat down in front of him, seemingly aware of his identity. May I have a seat as well? The honest Scion smiled wryly and also asked for permission. He wasn't an idiot and realized that Li Qie was a big deal. You are a good seat. You may have a seat. Li Qie seemed to like the guy. He happily sat down in front of Li Qie, looking like a student eager to learn. Jianming elbowed the Daoist and whispered, Swindler, do you know her identity? It's hard. The latter stroked his chin and said with uncertainty. Right. Jianming agreed, I don't see any clue to her background at all. Don't tell me the rumor about her being from a mortal clan is true? Jianming had traveled to many places in search of interesting information. Alas, he had no clue about her background. Look at her achievements thus far. Can a mortal clan produce such a perfect cultivator? The Daoist stared at her and said. Maybe nature birthed her? Jianming had a bold thought. Do you know how insane that would be? A human birth by nature is probably the closest thing to an immortal. The Daoist responded. Immortal? Jianming gave him the look. It's an exaggeration, of course. The Daoist smiled wryly, but can you imagine such a being? The potential is boundless. A baby like that will be coveted by all sections. Obviously. Jianming said, let's go back to the Mortal King. I heard that she had entered True Immortal and preached at 3,000 Tao before. Both of those sects were utterly impressed and some invincible existences here wanted her to become their disciple but she refused. Interesting. The Daoist said, if you came from a humble background, would you say no to a monarch from either sect? What a needless question. I would never leave True Immortal, only a fool would refuse. Jianming answered with haste. See, maybe her true background is astonishing, it's just the world doesn't know. The Daoist said softly. Why don't you calculate and find out? Jian Ming laughed. The Daoist snorted in response. Why don't you go ask the young noble for the answer? Have you seen him grant a seat so easily before? Jian Ming chuckled awkwardly. They had been following Li Qie for so long, yet he never granted them a seat. They simply did it on their own since he wasn't strict about formalities. On the other hand, he offered her a seat right away. Chapter 4588. Dao questions Firmament. Mortal King sat with a perfect posture and respectfully asked, I humbly ask for guidance on the Dao. Paramount Sion's expression became serious and attentive. Jian Ming and the Daoist exchanged glances of astonishment. They came over and sat properly as well. The Mortal King had preached at 2 behemoths before. Remember, they had plenty of geniuses and ancestors. This included Skybreak Monarch and many others, not to mention Dao Sanqian. In other words, an outsider preaching there would only be making a fool out of themselves for displaying their slight skills before true masters. However, the Mortal King was qualified to do so and actually impressed both sections. According to the rumors, even ancestors praised her repeatedly, let alone regular disciples who were utterly immersed. From this, one gained an insight into her immaculate Dao mastery and comprehension. Therefore, her questions should be profound. Permission granted. Li Qie stared at her and said. The king cupped her fist and asked, I ask humbly, where does the Dao lead? Where the heart points. Li Qie responded, and where does your heart lead? The apex, where I seek the truths. The king answered. You are blessed with excellent comprehension. Someone can search for a lifetime only to gain less than a single thought of yours. Li Qie nodded. Am I qualified to seek the truths? She asked humbly. That is no easy task. Reaching anima and finding the truths require standing at the apex. This is an absolute prerequisite. To do so before standing at the apex is the same as learning about the moon through its reflection in a river. Li Qie smiled. I understand. She said while digesting the information. The Scion interjected next, for millions of years now, what do the Dao Lords pursue? This topic was interesting to all the young ones. Everyone knew how strong Dao Lords were after obtaining the Dao fruits. What did they want after reaching the apex? Absolute authority or the supreme grand Dao? Everything seemed within reach for them. Li Qie smiled and said, I can't give you an answer to this question since each Dao Lord has a different pursuit. Searching for the Dao isn't the only answer, and the Dao allows for individuals to further express themselves. If all cultivators are similar with only one goal in mind, then what is the point of cultivation? Everyone will just be walking corpses with no individuality. The group listened attentively and pondered the implications. This was indeed the case. There were weak and strong cultivators. Some reached the strongest sex while others lingered in the mortal world. If everyone cultivated the same merit law or had the same pursuit, then there was nothing distinguishing them. The very best merit law would become common and boring by the virtue of being readily available. Moreover, its products would also be boring and identical. I want to ask about everlasting life then. The Scion changed the topic. How cute. When others would ask for more power, you ask about everlasting life instead. Are you pursuing it or are merely curious? Li Qie smiled. I am only a fledgling, so far from being qualified to ask about everlasting life. I am merely curious because invincible masters also want to know. Is everlasting life the final shore of the Grand Tao? The majority of cultivators only sought strength or wealth. Only the top ancient ancestors would think about everlasting life. Authority and the pleasures of life no longer mattered as much. Would reaching the end of the Grand Tao grant them everlasting life? There is no end to the Grand Tao. Li Qie said, what will you wish for after obtaining everlasting life? This casual question couldn't be answered by the Scion right away. He stood there in a daze, thinking about what he should do or want afterward. The young ones haven't thought about this before since they lacked the power to even approach this topic. What matters more, the truths or everlasting life? Firmament Mortal King regained her wits and asked. That's for you to answer, since the Grand Tao does not play favorites. Both can exist at the same time, neither is more important. The short-lived yet beautiful flower blooming once versus a stone inscription lasting for eternity, which is more important in your mind? The flower or the inscription, Paramount Scion murmured. The path of everlasting can be an endless labyrinth. The moment of understanding the truths might only last for the blink of an eye. Li Qiye said with a serious expression. He paused for a bit before continuing. The only way to answer this question is obtaining both. So everlasting life is actually possible in your opinion? The Scion asked again. It appears you have conversed with too many old geezers. Li Qiye said. The Scion smiled wryly and told the truth. I have often listened to the ancestors in the sect talk about the path toward everlasting life. Paramount Gate was mighty and had numerous powerful ancestors. The Scion was talented and honest, resulting in being loved by these old men. They regularly taught him cultivation. Since he hanged around these old men on the verge of death, he became accustomed to listening to their talks and fantasies about everlasting life. It became a familiar topic despite his age. What is the point to everlasting life? Li Qiye asked. Why? To live for an eternity, to exist as long as the world itself. The youth was hesitant at first since the answer was rather obvious. If that is your definition, then it's rather easy. Li Qiye nodded. Remember, a turtle has a very long lifespan by hiding in its shell. As long as you are willing to live in a pathetic manner, there are methods to continuously extend the years. I see, the Scion agreed with this. For example, temporal blood stones and hibernation. Natural resources and essences also worked. Then what about true everlasting life? The Mortal King asked. Don't ask me, ask a true immortal instead. Li Qiye flatly responded. This answer startled the young listeners. Chapter 4589. Ask a true immortal. The words erupted in their mind like thunder. True immortals were two characters that have been repeated many times. Mortals used these characters to describe cultivators. As for regular cultivators themselves, they didn't think much of it rather than it being a noun for someone mighty. However, only those on the path of pursuing everlasting life understood its significance. True immortal represented the ultimate profundity and the end of the Grand Tao. In other words, all answers and goals desired by the world could be obtained here. True immortal. The Scion murmured quietly. He was very sensitive about these characters due to the old ancestors in his sect. His perspective and understanding of a true immortal far exceeded other cultivators. Then what do true immortals wish for? This question flashed in the Mortal King's mind. Another unanswerable question, because there are no true immortals in this world to answer you. They have to become true immortals first before thinking about their future goals. Li Qiye shook his head. He then stared at her and said, It's fine to think ahead while cultivating, even to the point of fantasizing. However, keep in mind that the Grand Tao starts beneath your feet, not in a sky castle. I heed your warning. The king took a deep breath and said. The Tao, obtainable, derivable, and graspable. Li Qiye was in a good mood today and decided to preach about the Tao. The group knew that this was a rare opportunity, perhaps once in a million years. This was the fortune of a lifetime. They erased all unnecessary thoughts and focused on the Tao preach, nothing else. During the learning process, the Mortal King and the Scion entered a state of Zen and became radiant, a sign of comprehension. They clearly benefited more than the Taoist or Jian Ming. Li Qiye's lecture was simple yet deep. Each word resonated like a Tao bell in the listener's mind, waking them up from confusion. Each section was more beneficial than cultivating for 10,000 years. Once he made it to the crucial parts, even the stars above started rotating in a beautiful manner. The youths became immersed in the mysteries of the Grand Tao and forgot their way home. After a long while, Li Qiye closed his eyes and sat there, seemingly asleep. At the same time, the youths were still in a state of meditation. His lecture echoed in their mind. The first to break out of this state was Firmament Mortal King. She prostrated on the ground and said, "I will never forget your guidance today. Each word is engraved in my heart. Go, great things await you on the arduous Tao path." Li Qia opened his eyes and smiled. He gently waved his hand. "I understand." The Mortal King bowed sincerely one more time before disappearing into the horizon. Another long period of time passed. Paramount Scion woke up and was ecstatic. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, young noble. I truly appreciate today. If you ever need me in the future, just say the word. It is fate that brought us together today, and for you to gain a fortune, go." Li Qia accepted the grand gesture and said. The Scion didn't dare to linger around. He learned many things from the lecture and didn't want to be greedy and overstay his welcome. He bowed once more before leaving. After a long while, Jian Ming and the Taoist finally woke up. Their talent was clearly inferior to the other two. This was especially true for the Mortal King. Her comprehension was virtually matchless among the young generation. "Gone already?" Jian Ming looked around and said, "They ran so fast. Sigh, I should have asked her more questions about her background. Maybe she's really just a member of a mortal clan and a vagabond. Ever seen a vagabond like her?" The Taoist still didn't buy it. Jian Ming thought about it again and agreed with this assessment. The Mortal King was excellent, whether it be her temperament, power, or Tao comprehension. She resembled a noble more than a vagabond who came from nothing. The latter couldn't possibly have the same regal aura. "Don't put it that way, at least give people some hope." Jian Ming said, "If she's from a behemoth too like the other conquerors, then it would be quite a blow for the common men at the bottom of society. In the case of her being a vagabond and winning, it'll be a far better outcome." He spoke as if his personality had changed completely and that he cared about regular cultivators. "It's not like there haven't been Tao lords who came from nothing before. I'm not sure if this motivation matters either. People won't hear it and immediately put in the effort. They will only find success when already possessing a firm Tao heart." The Taoist responded. "Well said." Li Qia interjected. "Thank you, it just came to me." The Taoist gloated. "Please, you're just a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. I, on the other hand, love stories like this and hope that it is true." Jian Ming said. "That might not be a good thing for her." The Taoist responded, "If she's really a vagabond, the ancestors from the behemoths will put her at a disadvantage. Can't argue with that." Jian Ming stroked his chin. "They won't hold back or care about face, they'll reveal their fox tail then. This has always been the case in history." The young competitors weren't the only participants. Even their sects and races got involved, resulting in chaotic battles. At that point, their individual skill was one thing, but having the right Tao protectors might be more important. If one must rely on Tao protectors, they won't become the Tao Lord regardless of their skills and talent. Li Qia smiled and said, "This path requires extensive training and comprehension. Next are life or death battles. Otherwise, the whole thing is meaningless." Chapter 4590, Worldbreaker Fist. The ship crossed through the realms, almost reaching its destination. "We're here." Jian Ming and the Taoist stood up after sensing a particular fist energy. Anyone would be shocked while staring at the scenery ahead. However, picking the right words to describe it was difficult. A fist breaking the world, this was accurate, but the area ahead wasn't quite broken. The place was covered in dust, but in reality, these particles were the remnant of fragmented space and time. The dust specks remained until now, creating an illusory expanse. The entire thing felt like a dream. Back in the ancient age, a punch annihilated everything here, including the fabrics of reality. It crushed the sky vault and created numerous phenomena. Stars fell down and so did temporal links. Numerous Tao and runes were destroyed. Scenes of hell also manifested. In fact, one couldn't be sure if it was a fist since it was unreasonably enormous. What kind of creature would possess a hand this large? The various visual phenomena were still pouring down due to the broken sky. However, the most interesting part about this was still the hand itself. The entire thing had signs of damage, whether it be from the corrosion of time or when it destroyed this region. One particular finger was nearly severed from the hand, having cracks everywhere. The wrist also had serious damage. Something had pierced through it, but it was impossible to have a clear view due to the broken fragmentations filling up the holes. Nonetheless, the fingers were still clenched together to make a fist. Though eras have passed, a frightening power still existed. In other words, in the case of an eruption, everything would be destroyed in 8 desolaces. This included the behemoths such as True Immortal or 3000 Dao. Living beings would be reduced to ashes. Outside the immediate area of the fist was a boundless territory. Many places also suffered serious damage. The shockwaves emanating from the initial impact must have blasted numerous mountain ranges away. Craters and valleys were formed as a result. The healing of nature began long ago, adding beautiful sceneries to the devastated land. Now, one could also see roofs and pavilions built on top of the mountains in close vicinity. There were faint figures moving around as well. A large population was actually living here. This was Worldbreaker Fist, a place of legends. Its unique aura could be sensed from a million miles away. This fist energy suffocated cultivators. According to the rumors, the closer to the fist, the stronger the suppression. In the deeper regions, it became dense enough to obliterate ancestor-level cultivators. This is it, Jian Ming said with a serious expression. No one dared to take this place lightly because it was one of the 7 forbidden zones, perhaps the strangest one. So familiar. Xiao Xian stood up and said, "Yes, there is something here." She narrowed her eyes, wanting to gaze deeper into the territory. A boundless fist intent. Li Qie closed his eyes to feel the aura. Once he opened them again, a faint smile also appeared on his face. Young noble, the greatest talents in history would have to enter the region first before sensing the fist intent, while you can feel it here already. You are unmatched in the past and will continue to be so in the future. Jian Ming said. Enough flattery. Li Qie chuckled and continued gazing. Jian Ming smiled happily, not minding being called out. Such overbearing energy. The Taoist became emotional, feeling like an insect before this force. This was a scenario of men versus an ocean. There was one way to withstand the force, becoming its slave. The so-called fist slaves could endure this energy. In fact, they would be able to learn the fist intent and become the best in this regard. It's weaker now. In the distant past, I heard even Dao lords couldn't endure this energy, let alone people like us. Jian Ming said. Yes, I've heard the same thing before. The Taoist nodded. It didn't look like this back then. There was a gauntlet made of immortal steel with gems embedded in them. Each gem can extinguish all foes, making the fist eternal. All of Sky Border was affected by its frightening energy then. What happened to the gauntlet and gems? Xiao Xian became interested in the tale. We have to bring up another mythical figure then, the duck egg buyer. Jian Ming continued. Duck egg buyer? This novel title was strange to her. Yes, some believe that the duck egg buyer is the first Dao Lord, I don't know for sure. But let's assume that it is true. Egg buyer Dao Lord then came here and destroyed the fist, weakening its influence. Were the gauntlet and gems destroyed? Xiao Xian could imagine the steel gauntlet while looking at the broken hand. It must have been radiant and exuded waves of unbearable energy, making it impossible for life to prosper. Yes. Jian Ming said, the Dao Lord entered alone, passing through the Fist Dynasty, Scripture Chamber, and Fist Domain in order to destroy the gauntlet. This left everlasting damage to the fist, but look at it now, it is still rather scary to everyone. Chapter 4591, Duck Egg Buyer. This duck egg buyer is quite strong. Xiao Xian couldn't help but praise after hearing the tale. Indeed. The Taoist continued, the legend stated that in history, the duck egg buyer was the only person capable of destroying the gemmed gauntlet. Tao lords, later on, even the most brilliant ones, probably couldn't repeat the feat, that's putting it lightly. Jian Ming added, he, all alone, crossed through several great powers to reach the final path of the fist. That alone is difficult enough, the actual destruction must have been insane. He paused for a bit and added, later on, Pure Sun Tao Lord had entered alone too, killing millions of fist slaves and 3 great schools. He also made it to the final path after fighting the chamber. Yes, that is another brilliant feat of battle, most likely impossible to duplicate. The Taoist nodded. Future Tao Lords came here too. For example, 8-step Dragon Tao Lord led the Great Demon Horde and made it to the Fist Domain. However, this couldn't compare to Pure Sun Tao Lord's achievement, let alone the Duck Egg Buyer who directly crossed through the great powers. Jian Ming's voice brimmed with excitement as if he had witnessed all these tales in person. The stories about the Tao Lords always made blood flow faster. The Duck Egg Buyer stands out among the Tao Lords? Xiao Xian said, does he not have a name? Jian Ming smiled wryly, the potentially first and greatest Tao Lord is a mystery. No one knows his name, only his numerous legends and exploits in all 7 forbidden zones. The existences there were mighty but they couldn't stop him. If it wasn't for him, the world would have a much harder time. Becoming a Tao Lord would have been difficult too. Becoming a Tao Lord required proving and obtaining a Tao fruit on top of beating the rest of the world. However, misfortunes also occurred afterward. For example, Scarlet Moon Tao Lord was a victim of this despite the misfortunes being rare occurrences at this point. Back during the chaotic era, it happened more frequently. Eventually, expeditions were started by the Duck Egg Buyer, Pure Sun Tao Lord, Sword Queen, Azure Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, 8-step Dragon Tao Lord. These top Tao Lords weakened the 7 forbidden zones and misfortunes no longer happened as much as before. They risked their lives to pave a better road for the future. The Duck Egg Buyer had the most contribution. He significantly weakened the forbidden zones. Otherwise, these subsequent expeditions might have ended with death. The world knew nothing about the first Tao Lord. They called him the Duck Egg Buyer since he always talked about buying duck egg. It became a catchphrase of sorts. This was obviously a terrible and unsuitable title for such a great being. Nonetheless, people became used to it. The words became taboo. No one else was qualified to become a second Duck Egg Buyer. He was one and only. There is a Tao there. Xiao Xian concluded while staring at the fist. Yes, people call it an immortal Tao of the fist. Whoever gets it will become unbeatable. Jian Ming's eyes became brighter. This is the reason why adventurers risk everything, hoping to get there. Li Qie smiled and stared at him. Don't even bother, if you make it to that domain, you'll turn into a fist slave instantly. Let's say you are lucky enough to obtain that Tao, well, you'll be the strongest fist slave, nothing more. Right, Jian Ming smiled wryly. What's the point of being unbeatable if I can't leave Worldbreaker Fist? This intent might be unimaginable inside the domain itself. The Taoist gazed deeper into the region. The pressure stemming from the sheer power of the fist was naturally unbearable. Nonetheless, the most dreadful thing was the intent itself. Entering meant being invaded by this intent. This wasn't an unpleasant feeling in the slightest. Intruders would find themselves being able to understand the Tao of the fist even if this wasn't their main Tao. As time passed, they would gain greater mastery. Of course, there was no refusing anyway. Entering Worldbreaker meant being subjected to this intent. The degree varied depending on the location. Normally, being able to learn a new Tao was a fortuitous event. If they could somehow mold this Tao into an actual merit law, they would become even stronger than before. This wasn't the case in Worldbreaker. The more fist intent within, the more one would become immersed in this region. It eventually became an irresistible magnetic force. At the final point, they would become slaves to the fist and enter the dynasty here, unable to leave despite wanting to. The fist of the Tao served as the toughest shackles, tethering the slaves to the land. So anyone who learns the fist Tao here won't be able to leave? Xiao Xian became curious. I heard 2 people broke this rule. Jian Ming couldn't help showing off his knowledge. The first left instantly at the perfect moment. The other took longer and was still able to leave despite becoming a fist slave. Elaborate. Xiao Xian seemed interested. The first is rumored to be a disciple of blessed Tao Lord, a supreme talent that was highly praised even by the Tao Lord. He came to World Breaker and created an ultimate punch in just 3 days. He had a special method that activated at the very last second before the transformation and allowed him to leave World Breaker. He paused for a moment and said, in theory, learning and understanding the fist Tao will turn one into a slave, let alone creating a supreme technique. Nonetheless, World Breaker couldn't keep him around. So let's be exact here, only one person has left World Breaker after turning into a slave, God Fist. The Taoist added. God Fist? The audacity to have this title. Xiao Xian commented. It's rather justified. Jian Ming smiled wryly, even Tao Lords can't stop him. Chapter 4592, God Fist, his battle records are something else. The Taoist said. God Fist was unstoppable, even the great Rumination Tao Lord couldn't slow him down. He came from a prestigious sect, Solar School. His father was the schoolmaster but unfortunately, he passed away at an early age and left behind a widow and children. The clan immediately declined. He was respected while serving as the schoolmaster, earning sufficient fame and reputation. Alas, with his death, the young God Fist's status and benefits were all taken away. Since he was a weak child with many illnesses, he suffered from cold gazes and bullying from fellow sect members. The worst day was when his fiancée changed her mind, tearing up the marriage agreement. This humiliated him, but in time, his mother suffered from depression until death. The schoolmaster position should have been inherited by him, but in the end, he lost it all. Another genius took the spot and he was banished from the school. At the end of the road, he somehow entered World Breaker Fist. The world no longer heard of him afterward. No one cared about his disappearance since he was just an insignificant weakling. They wouldn't shed a single tear if they were to hear about him dying in the wilderness. In a stark contrast to his tragic fate, the genius who took his spot was also favored by the 4th Tao Lord of True Immortal, Rumination. He was recruited to be Rumination's disciple. His cultivation soared like the wind and he became peerless, being praised as the greatest genius of that generation. His glory also affected Solar School. The latter became a great power and no one remembered the contribution of the previous schoolmaster or the sickly child that was unfairly treated. At the brightest stage of his life, he married a supreme beauty who was once God Fist's fiancée. The wedding was magnificent with guests from all over the world including famous monarchs and lords. The greatest cultivator of that generation, Rumination Tao Lord, sent his good wishes. That day was absolutely the peak of the genius life, obtaining both fame and beauty. Others had nothing but envy for him. At the same time on this joyous day, a youth suddenly came out of World Breaker, God Fist. He has become a fist slave yet he wasn't restricted by the boundary of World Breaker. His destination was none other than Solar School. Chaos ensued with his arrival. The ancestors and monarchs took action to take him down but his punches were destructive and unblockable. He killed these older cultivators, even going as far as defeating the supreme genius wielding a Tao Lord weapon. As he was about to put the finishing blow and eradicate all of Solar, Rumination Tao Lord finally took action. However, he still couldn't stop the ultimate blow. The punch came down like a tribulation from the high heaven. An inferno burned the entire school to a crisp. The Tao Lord then tried to capture God Fist but the latter managed to return to World Breaker. All of 8 Desolaces were shocked afterward and became increasingly frightened of World Breaker. They didn't understand how God Fist managed to become so powerful, but most importantly, able to leave that region. The youth gained a new title afterward, God Fist. Solar School and the Supreme Genius became forgotten. A popular phrase also stemmed from this event, no fist but God Fist. Alas, he chose to live his remaining days in Worldbreaker and never left. During his tenure, no one dared to challenge Worldbreaker. The reclusive beings took note of this unique achievement, being able to leave the cursed land. Only blessed Tao Lord's disciple came close, but remember, he left before becoming a fist slave. Due to this unprecedented feat, no one had a problem with God Fist's awe-inspiring title. As far as we know, God Fist was the only one to leave Worldbreaker after the transformation. Simply incredible. Jianming finished the tale, feeling nothing but awe. The other mighty fist slaves can't leave? Xiao Xian asked. Jianming and the Daoist exchanged glances. The latter rubbed his chin and then shook his head. I don't think so. The dreadful Golden Divine Fist was quite strong and started a sect in Worldbreaker. However, he still couldn't leave. Dreadful to what level? Xiao Xian asked. Capable of fighting Dao Lords. Jianming became spirited whenever he talked about top cultivators. He was already strong before entering Worldbreaker. His name was Yizhuadao. He served as the Golden City Lord. He wasn't exaggerating. The Golden City Lord was a position respected by the entire world. For some reason, Yizhuadao decided to enter Worldbreaker. He wasn't a simple fist slave. He founded a sect with the same title as his. Keep in mind that in history, only a selected few were able to start a sect. The rest had to join the dynasty there. His sect managed to be competitive against the dynasty. That alone is enough to show how strong he was. Jianming took a break for a second before continuing. That year, 5 Sun Dao Lords started an expedition against Worldbreaker. Alas, this didn't work because Yizhuadao stood at the entrance alone to stop the army. 5 Sun Dao Lord realized how futile this was and never started a second expedition. One man standing at the gate? Mighty indeed. Xiao Xian praised. Right, but see, someone as strong as him still couldn't leave. The Daoist said softly. Chapter 4593, Golden Divine Fist. Golden Divine Fist stopped a Dao Lord's legion at the gate. That alone spoke plenty about his power. However, God Fist could leave while he couldn't. The disparity was obvious with a single glance. God Fist might be the only exception among the fist slaves. The Daoist said sentimentally. One day a slave, an eternity a slave. Li Qie commented. Jianming became afraid while staring at Worldbreaker. Unbeatable characters have entered only to never return. He didn't want to become a fist slave despite the power boost. For someone who enjoyed traveling as much as him, being stuck in Worldbreaker was worse than death. Let's not stay there for too long. He said, it's over if we become fist slaves. After all, we're not untethered like Duality Master. Duality Master? Xiao Xian seemed interested in all of these cultivators. How should I put this? Jianming chose his words carefully since this was a rather difficult character to describe. Monster, deity, immortal, celestial, Duality Master is the only person in history to not be affected by Worldbreaker, at least according to records. The Daoist interjected, completely untouched by the fist intent, something the Dao Lords couldn't do. It's rather strange. Right. Jianming continued, I read that he treated it as a vacation, bathing in the fist intent while pulsing with fist energy. He visited the dynasty along with the scripture chamber. He read the scrolls there and then left without a care. One record states that he was there for an entire year. What a magical person. Xiao Xian said, impressed. He's out of this world. The Daoist smiled wryly. Being in there is torturous, not only by the energy and intent but also from external threats such as the dynasty, always under watch before turning into a fist slave. This didn't happen to Duality Master. The dynasty treated him like an esteemed guest. The officials there welcomed him and discussed the Tao with him. It's nothing short of a miracle. No regular cultivator is allowed to read the scriptures, the chamber will not allow it. To try to do so is suicidal. Tao lords themselves probably couldn't force their way in, but Duality Master was given permission to stay in the chamber and read the scrolls. Jian Ming added. Reading those scrolls will absolutely result in learning the fifth Tao, that should lead to becoming a slave. The Taoist continued, but Duality Master did all of that and still left easily. So how did he do it? Maybe he's from World Breaker in the first place? Xiao Xian became surprised. No one knows. Jian Ming shook his head. Duality Master is always an abnormality. People say that there is an exception for all absolutes. Duality Master is this exception. Common sense and rationality don't apply to him. Duality Master. Li Qie said sentimentally and didn't give an evaluation. He gazed into the distance and saw the other shore of time. There existed a leisure figure, but the whole thing was blurry. What is causing the transformation after learning the fifth Tao? What is preventing them from leaving too? Xiao Xian was curious. The two couldn't answer her question. Well, Jian Ming pondered for a while. There is a legend. The Taoist took his time thinking before revealing. Go on. She became enthusiastic. It states that in the deepest region of World Breaker, there is an immortal specialized in the fifth Tao. An immortal. She said. This chapter is updated by Friedenville, CM. This is just a legend, impossible to verify. The Taoist said, before the chaotic era was the great calamity. Tribulations and disasters descended. They were considered to be the wrath and punishment of the heaven, but either way, it was a terrible day. Nothing in this world could stop them, but before the last moment, an immortal punched the sky vault and broke the high heaven, leaving a void. Alas, the supreme will of the high heaven destroyed the mighty immortal, instantly reducing the being into dust. Nonetheless, the ultimate hand was left behind, so did the immortal Tao of the fist. It withstood the passage of time, melting the fabrics of reality and turning the region into its own. Those who enter will be converted by this Tao and become slaves to the region, or rather, Tao runes and symbols. Human Tao runes. Xiao Xian concluded. Yes, that's one way to put it. The Taoist admitted. Breaking the high heaven? Ridiculous. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. Is this not right, young noble? There is another theory. The Taoist's eyes lit up. It's all far-fetched nonsense. Li Qie stared at him and said, or maybe someone tried to flatter themselves through blatant lies. If one punch can break the high heaven, then the current world won't be like this. True immortals would have appeared already. No one can do so, not in the past or in the future. Then what is the truth? Jian Ming asked. It's just a severed hand. Li Qie smiled. It is hard indeed, still not fully rotten after so many years. Chapter 4594. Severing. The duo was astonished to hear about the severed hand. Who did the severing? The Taoist gasped. That's insane. Jian Ming shuddered. Worldbreaker, a fist crushing the sky and transforming the world for eras. Just looking at the massive fist was enough to see how powerful it was. Its master must have no equals, even the invincible Tao lords have yet to reach this level. However, the real monster here was whoever severed the hand. One could imagine the final fate of the loser in the battle. The hand's master most likely fell in battle. This was beyond the comprehension of anyone in 8 Desolaces. The peak in their mind consisted of Tao lords. Whatever above was unfathomable. I can only think of the word immortal here. Jian Ming felt fear. The existence must possess unimaginable power. This world probably won't accept such power and can't birth one either. The mighty Xiao Xian sighed and took a deep breath. Li Qie smiled and said, but there is truth to that story. Becoming a slave does have something to do with the fist Tao. It is still around, unwilling to disperse. It encompasses and converts living beings for the sake of life prolongment. Are you saying that the master of World Breaker can return to life? The Taoist became startled. No way. Jian Ming blurted, who would be able to stop that monster then? Just one punch would reduce everything to ashes. Maybe the world will face another great calamity. This world can't accommodate this being. Xiao Xian thought that this was indeed a frightening possibility. In order to live again, this being must devour heaven and earth along with all creatures in order to replenish vitality and lifespan. Currently, only generations with ample energy can produce a Tao Lord. If this master were to return to life, how much natural energy would be required? The duo thought that Xiao Xian was right. Everything would be treated as meals and devoured. This made them recall something Li Qia had said in the past, that if there was an immortal in the world, run as far away as possible. Now, the meaning of this phrase became obvious thanks to Xiao Xian's comment. It's a good thing that immortals don't exist. The Taoist was glad about this matter. Most lamented the fact that they wouldn't be able to see an immortal, the apex of cultivation. But now, the existence of one might be calamitous. It's only a hopeless dream. Li Qia stared at the hand and said, rebirth won't happen regardless of how much this remnant intent wants it. Good, good. The duo heaved a sigh of relief. We're almost there. Xiao Xian commented as the ship drew closer. Suddenly, a buzz could be heard from deeper into World Breaker. Everyone heard it clearly regardless of the distance. This chapter is updated by Friedenville, CM. Space trembled afterward and then came an outburst of blinding rays. Each ray contained endless essence, capable of illuminating the entire world and chasing the darkness away. While everyone was still taken aback and temporarily blinded, a pleasant whoosh could be heard. Something crossed through the air like a meteor and left behind a magnificent trail. What is that? Spectators didn't expect this at all. It looked like a diamond, no, a gemstone. A powerful cultivator managed to see some clues. What? Those nearby had no idea what was going on. Boom! In the next second, a golden radiance erupted. The waves of light emanating from the source seemed as if they had a physical form and were made from gold. A majestic figure could finally be seen, an old man in bright golden armor looking like a supreme god. Break! He roared and punched forward, releasing a golden tsunami that can engulf the world. Rumble! A gigantic fist of energy manifested into reality, piercing through the void and aiming for the great hand. Golden Fist Emperor. Jian Ming shouted after seeing the armored old man. Hasn't he been missing for 1,000 years now? The Taoist took a deep breath. Who is it? Xiao Xian asked. An amazing big shot. Jian Ming said with a smile, quite powerful, not weaker than any of the 6 heavenly monarchs. I believe he is Golden Divine Fist's descendant. Decent strength. Xiao Xian glanced at him and said. This was high praise coming from such a powerful being. He's from Golden City too. He once tried to become Golden Divine Fist's disciple but was refused. The Taoist murmured. Golden Fist Emperor was indeed from Golden City. However, whether he was Golden Divine Fist's descendant was up for debate initially. As a powerful genius, he came to World Breaker to see out his ancestor, wanting to join him and learn the Supreme Fist Tao. Alas, Golden Divine Fist refused. No one understood the reason why, but there were theories. One explanation stated that the ancestor didn't think highly of his talent. This didn't seem plausible because he was renowned for his abilities, an exceptional cultivator compared to his peers. Another said that he didn't wish for his descendant to become a fist slave. Therefore, he refused to teach the emperor anything relating to the fist Tao. This was a logical explanation since no ancestor would want to watch a descendant being imprisoned forever. Remember, Golden Fist Emperor was young and had a bright future ahead of him. A third possibility included Golden Divine Fist believing that the merit laws of Golden City were superior. There was no need to teach his descendant his own Tao, wanting the emperor to focus on the ancestral arts instead. This also made sense since Golden City was an everlasting behemoth. Its merit laws were more than enough for its members. Regardless of the reason, Golden Fist Emperor didn't leave after the refusal. Of course, he didn't stay in World Breaker but rather, a broken city known as Sky's Demise in the outskirt. He focused on learning the legendary Fist Tao, wanting to absorb the fist energy and sense the intent from afar. Eventually, he made some progress. Who knows if his ancestor had helped him out after seeing his dedication, or did he simply rely on his supreme talent and comprehension? His fist style became strong enough to be similar to his ancestor's own. This was the origin of his title, Golden Fist Emperor. With fame came enough clout to start his own sect in Sky's Demise. He never returned to Golden afterward. All in all, the Emperor successfully learned a great fist Tao and continued to study World Breaker while being outside. Boom! In the next moment, another punch contended against his attack. A blast wave swept through the region and astounded the crowd. Both attacks were strong enough to wipe out a sect. The result was the Emperor being sent flying into the air. Who sent him flying just now? A spectator shouted. People believed that he was just as strong as any of the 6 monarchs from 3,000 Tao. It seemed that he had lost after this first exchange. Sure enough, he relied on the momentum and disappeared into the mountain range. He was fast enough that people only saw a flash akin to the shine of a diamond. He made it out. Everyone saw his successful escape. Who beat him with a single move? Jian Ming took a deep breath. Don't forget, the dynasty has countless unbeatable fist slaves. The Taoist replied. True. Jian Ming said, the dynasty has survived countless expeditions from Tao lords, a miracle indeed. As long as the immortal fist Tao is there, there will be enough slaves to protect the dynasty. It's so devilish. The Taoist added. Who can destroy that fist Tao? I'm afraid numerous Tao lords have tried already. Jian Ming shrugged. In fact, there were periods when the dynasty was completely wiped out, but eventually, a new dynasty would form, populated by new slaves. At least they can't leave World Breaker. Otherwise, it wouldn't be 3,000 Tao's turn to dominate the world. The Taoist sentimentally said. No one would deny this statement because there existed some incredible fist slaves in World Breaker. They were living reclusively since they couldn't leave anyway. Otherwise, just Dao Sanxian alone wouldn't be able to stop them from taking over. That punch just now was outstanding. Maybe I should give it a shot. Xiao Xian became eager to try. My lady, please tell me you're joking. Don't tell me you want to fight the dynasty. Jian Ming became startled. You think I can't? She glared at him. He got goosebumps from fear and coughed wryly. That's not what I meant. My lady is surely unbeatable. There's no need for you to stoop yourself down to these slaves' level. Right, the slaves aren't worth your time. The Taoist added right away. They were afraid of her taking on an extremely tough opponent. It seemed rather suicidal. Xiao Xian was very unhappy with these responses. All of you didn't notice the key point. Li Qie smiled. What do you mean, young noble? Jian Ming immediately asked. Did you see the flash earlier? Li Qie said. The flash? Jian Ming thought about the blinding flash and then said, the emperor wasn't there to fight. He obtained something just now. 1. There's no way I won't get these names mixed up. Chapter 4596, Gemstone, what did he get? It seemed that he risked his life just to get it. The Taoist became curious. Something incredible, I'm sure. Jian Ming calmed down and responded, he has seen plenty of treasures before. Even a Tao Lord weapon isn't worth him being so reckless. Remember, he knows how frightening World Breaker is more than anyone. The Taoist agreed. The emperor came from Golden City, a place with matchless resources. As a previous member of Golden and a sect master, he must have seen wondrous artifacts previously. He also knew the danger in opposing the Fist dynasty, yet he chose to risk it all. This was a testament to the item's value. What is it to be worth the gamble? Jian Ming stroked his chin and said. A gemstone. Li Qia saved their time and revealed. A gemstone? What type? Jian Ming repeated. The Daoist had a faster realization and raised his voice. That gemstone in the legend? Remember, the duck egg buyer destroyed a gauntlet with embedded gemstones. Is this what we're talking about? Jian Ming was shocked as he shouted, the immortal gemstones from the divine gauntlet? So the legend regarding the duck egg buyer is true, he murmured. He really did remove the gemstone and destroy the gauntlet back then. There are 5 gemstones, not just one. Li Qia corrected. Yes, the Daoist shuddered after hearing this. Jian Ming stared at the fist and said, that gemstone is priceless, just how powerful will it be too? The fist intent still remained after countless eras. That hand was nothing but terrifying. Therefore, its gauntlet and its embedded gemstones must be proportionally impressive. It was tough for the young ones to conceptualize its worth and power. No treasures in the world can compare to a complete gemstone, not Dao Lord weapon, patrimony weapon, or even paragon artifacts made by Dao Lords. In short, nothing created in this world is comparable. Li Qia said. It's that strong? Wouldn't it be unbeatable against anything? Jian Ming murmured. Seems that way. The Daoist took a deep breath. If Li Qia was right, then even the rare paragon artifacts created by the Dao Lords stood no chance against the gemstone. Remember, it was only one of 5 gemstones and this wasn't including the gauntlet itself. Well, I was only talking about weapons created here. There are exceptions. Li Qia smiled. Exceptions? The Daoist took his time ruminating about these special weapons. Why didn't the duck egg buyer take the gauntlet away, or at least the gemstones? Jian Ming thought about something else. He is the only one who knows. Maybe he doesn't think highly of the gemstones or that they were lost after the gauntlet was taken down, the Daoist said. Shit, how can that be? If he doesn't think highly of the gemstones, what else can move him? Jian Ming complained. Once again, exceptions. The duck egg buyer might just not care about anything. Li Qia said. The two exchanged glances and thought about it. This cultivator never left behind anything or any trace, at least as far as the world knew. This being was shrouded in fog. No merit law and treasure were known to have originated from him. Suddenly, Xiao Xian interrupted their conversation. I feel something from the past. From the past? This woke Jian Ming and the Daoist up from their daze. It's a familiar feeling, an aura that is lingering here. She said. Give it a shot. Use your mantra to observe. If it's there will be a reaction. Li Qia suggested. Xiao Xian took a deep breath. She focused up and formed a mudra with both hands. Dao laws instantly appeared around her. Though she has yet to cultivate a merit law, her mudra was formed perfectly. The flow of the mantra was also natural. Buzz. More Dao laws emerged as she channeled her mantra. Jian Ming and the Daoist were shocked while staring at the ancient and mysterious laws. They seemed to be from an immemorial period. They seemed impossible to create via cultivation alone. Her bloodline seemed to be the main driver. Clank. They came together to form something resembling a heavenly plate. The plate started rotating and more laws attached themselves to the surface, creating a mirror of sorts. It took in the entire world, but most importantly, Worldbreaker Fist. In the reflection of the mirror, the mountain ranges were nowhere to be seen, replaced by large chasms instead. Over there. She then pointed at a particular corner of the plate. Chapter 4597, Sky's Demise. What is that place? Jianming asked. Open. Xiao Xian shouted and increased the power of the Tao laws, prompting them to pulse with a strange light. The mirror-like plate started shining where Xiao Xian wished it to. Visual phenomena emerged and were filtered by the mirror. They disappeared without a trace after being eliminated. After a while, a phenomenon finally left behind a mark with a mystical rhythm. It seemed to have a heartbeat of its own. She raised one finger and sucked up all the light from the mirror. Everything turned into darkness as she returned to the past. Jianming and the Taoist couldn't see a damn thing after her act. Nonetheless, they noticed her aura disappearing even though she was still nearby. They wouldn't be able to touch her now. Young noble, what is going on? Jianming hurriedly asked. Li Qie glanced in her direction and said, this is a mark of memory for tracing purposes. Only extremely powerful cultivators can leave these behind for themselves. Would it work through reincarnation? The Taoist has heard something similar before. As long as you're strong enough to leave one, you'll be able to get some memory back. Li Qie said. Isn't that the same as rebirth then? Jianming said, a second life while retaining memories, that's heaven-defying, especially for someone as strong as her. She was already unbeatable in her previous life. She'll reach a new height this time around. Being able to be reborn with memory was frightening. It was akin to being undying on top of gaining more experiences and resources each time. A being capable of this would reach an insane level. It's just a fantasy. Li Qie said, it's virtually impossible to live again and to do so with memory intact, that's prohibitively difficult. A rebirth will have flaws, one must pay a price to go against the heaven. Over there. Xiao Xian returned to their current dimension and pointed forward. The duo could sense her once more. Lady, did you get your memory back? Jianming became curious while staring at her. He imagined her with all of her memories back and wondered if her mood would be even fouler. What memory? She glared at him. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, from your previous self. No. She shook her head and said, but I saw a path, seemingly one that leads to home. Do you remember what you left behind after seeing the mark? He inquired again. Not yet, I know how to find it now. She responded. That's great. He nodded. Let's go take a look then. Li Qie interjected. Yes. Let's go to see the lady's hidden ultimate item. Jianming became excited after hearing this. He has been itching all this time because she was so strong. Something left behind by her should be wondrous. Sky's Demise City was situated on the outskirt of Worldbreaker. Numerous cultivators from all over 8 desolaces gathered here. Some even started their own sect. It wasn't a conventional city but rather, a general area encompassing all the enclaves surrounding Worldbreaker. It could be an established city or one built in the mountain range, a village, or a tiny town. All in all, anywhere outside of Worldbreaker with inhabitants, whether populous or otherwise, would be considered a part of Sky's Demise. Many eras ago, this place used to be desolate. Later on, more cultivators came and founded sects, resulting in the current landscape. The group saw buildings and huts everywhere. Smoke from kitchen stoves could be seen. The inhabitants came to learn the Tao of the Fist while not wanting to turn into slaves. All in all, they weren't willing to give up and decided to take roots here. The population continued to grow. Sky's Demise didn't belong to any other great power. Because of this, it served as a safe haven for those hiding from enemies or merchants wanting free trading. Some merely visited out of curiosity. A sect of note was Golden Gate. Its founder was none other than Golden Fist Emperor. Given his talents and family background, he should have been the Lord of Golden City. Alas, his love for the Tao of the Fist changed the trajectory of his life. Perhaps this calling stemmed from his bloodline, being the descendant of Yisuodao. Others wanted nothing more than to inherit the legacy of Golden City. In his case, he left without ever looking back. He abandoned his previous merit laws and focused on the Tao of the Fist only. This obsession granted him success. Though Golden Gate didn't have the same level of foundation and resources compared to the behemoths, it wasn't weaker than most great powers due to his presence. Normally, the sect didn't have dealings with other powers due to its remote location. Moreover, it had no ambition of increasing its territory. This changed recently with more guests arriving from the strongest sects around. Rumor has it that even True Immortal's sect wanted a marriage alliance with Golden Gate. This naturally surprised all listeners. Chapter 4598, Marriage Alliance, Are You Serious? One listener couldn't believe it. Golden Gate was a brilliant power, but it lacked history and completely relied on its founder, Golden Fist Emperor. In a sense, it could only be considered a second-rate sect or one step away from the next level. As for True Immortal, this was a behemoth at the apex, virtually peerless. They always took marriage alliances rather seriously and had stringent requirements. Otherwise, intermarriage between their sect members and outsiders was considered to be personal and not representative. Entering this alliance meant gaining True Immortal's support and becoming a true ally. Few in the entire world had this privilege. What is in this for True Immortal? Another wondered after receiving this news. Which genius from True Immortal is a candidate? A young one wanted to gossip. Don't tell me it's True Immortal young Emperor. His friend boldly speculated. No way. An expert immediately denied this possibility. Who do you think the young Emperor is? Unbeatable and peerless, his wife might become the prestigious future queen. She can't be from a sect like Golden Gate. This is a very serious matter. In my opinion, the young Emperor will probably marry someone from 3000 Dao, or maybe Lion's Roar. The priestess of Ancestral Divine Temple is a good match. A last-gen cultivator added. As people thought about the reasoning behind True Immortal's choice, another piece of news came out from Sky's demise. 3000 Dao sent a messenger to ask for an engagement as well. Are you serious? The crowd became stupefied for a long while. Why is 3000 Dao doing this? One expert murmured. Something has to be going on in Golden Gate. Another realized that something was up. Prior to this, people didn't quite believe the news regarding True Immortal's intention. Now, two behemoths have come asking for the same thing. What is Golden Gate selling? Why do both True Immortal and 3000 Dao want this marriage alliance? They have a fairy there or something? A youth wondered. Golden Gate became lively in no time at all. Many powerful sects and big shots appeared, some came seeking the same goal. Putting True Immortal and 3000 Dao aside, there were also the Sima, God Whip School, Grand Citadel. The entrance was completely packed to the astonishment of neutral spectators. They thought that Golden Gate might have a gorgeous female cultivator. Older cultivators didn't think so because the behemoths didn't care about appearance alone. Golden Gate must have obtained something recently. No secret lasted forever. Someone finally spread the information regarding Golden Fist Emperor obtaining a peerless item from Worldbreaker. That's why he was getting chased by the dynasty. Another recalled watching the Emperor fighting the other day, realizing that it might have been the start of this development. So the behemoths are here for that peerless item, it must be special. An expert murmured. I can't possibly think of what it is. One more took a deep breath. Everyone knew about the behemoth's resources and wealth. They had countless treasures including paragon artifacts. This didn't stop them from still desiring this particular item. What did the Emperor get? This became the main question, but those aware of the answer held their tongue. All in all, Sky's demise became packed with cultivators who had different motives. Li Chia's group finally arrived as well. They saw both bustling areas and ruins. This was due to the withering of time. No sects could last forever. They entered a small town under Xiao Xian's direction. It had some small sects and cultivators, just nothing notable. However, Li Chia smiled after coming across a small shop and entered the door. Gentlemen, please come inside, this is our grand opening so everything is 70% off. A worker enthusiastically greeted them. It seemed like they were some of the earliest customers. However, once the workers actually saw the group's face, they became startled. You again? Jianming and the Daoist felt the same way. The workers, shopkeeper, and boss were none other than the improper four. The duo didn't expect to see them again. Please come in. Pure Sword excitedly invited them inside. Li Qie smiled and sat down. The others also did the same and looked around. This was a new shop indeed, everything was completely new. What are you all doing here? Jianming asked. Chapter 4599. Bitter tea grounds. Life has been tough, so we started this small business in order to keep up with expenses and buy some household goods. Pure Sword answered with a smile. Jianming naturally didn't buy this story. These four were clearly from prestigious clans. Must be some really expensive household goods. Jianming said sarcastically. Well, we wouldn't mind buying a really good pot to make a stew with. Pure Sword didn't mind the tone. Your thick skin has no bounds. Jianming concluded. Sirs, are you in the mood to drink or eat anything? Pure Sword asked. We have some fine merchandise right now. Puncture vines from the northern sea, dragon eye from the cold west, sky summit sesame, you have everything? Jianming tried to cause trouble. Let me know what you're looking for, maybe we can procure it. Pure Sword didn't mind. Jianming rubbed his chin and then said, I'm thinking about a 7-star abyss stone marrow in combination with an 8-treasure celestial snail, served cold with dark moon ice. That stone marrow is rather rare, but coincidentally, we do have some in store. Pure Sword thought about it and shouted, Ahan, do we have any 8-treasure celestial snail meat left? Not a lot, just enough for one meal. Ahan, who was inside, shouted back. Jianming was utterly impressed. He glanced at Pure Sword and then the other members. You all are really just operating a shop here? Seems like you're taking it seriously. The ingredients he mentioned earlier were rare delicacies meant for big shots, not regular cultivators. Nonetheless, the shop was ready to accommodate him, meaning that Pure Sword's group had an impressive stock. Life's tough, so we have to go all out. Pure Sword smiled. Tough my ass, if you are having a tough time, then the rest of the world is really struggling. Jianming retorted. The word tough shouldn't come out of his mouth when he had these expensive ingredients. The wealth of ancient clans is unimaginable to most. Li Qie said, even their breakfast are all delicacies. The Daoist and Jianming exchanged glances. It seemed that the ancient clans were truly rich. If Pure Sword were to open a store, he would naturally have the common ingredients available. God damn it, I hate rich people. Jianming complained before muttering under his breath, I'm going to be just as rich. Pure Sword smiled and asked Li Qie, Sir, how about you? Xiao Xian interrupted before Li Qie could answer. She sniffed and said, what a familiar smell, are you grinding tea? Miss, you are right. We are making some bitter tea, a delicacy from our hometown. Xiao Yan was surprised to hear this. I want a cup. Xiao Xian asked, bitter ground tea, oceanic spice soaked in spirit grain water with abyss zoysia pungens sautéed 3 times. This is definitely our dish. The improper four became surprised. This wasn't a simple dish. It contained ancient secrets and was a part of their clan's history. Only members of their clans knew how to make it, not outsiders. In this case, she knew the process so well. She herself didn't know why she knew this dish. Meeting neighbors in a distant land. Li Qie said. We will prepare it for you right away. Pure Sword's group exchanged glances before he spoke. After a long while, a stone bowl of hot bitter ground tea was presented. This wasn't just regular tea. The stone bowl was exquisite, having been made from an ancient magnetite metal, possessing both cold and hot surfaces. Waves and splashes could be heard emanating from the tea. The liquid had the color of a jasper. As it moved, it resembled a maelstrom that could drive the rotation of the stars. It contained essences of the ocean and ample life force. A bitter taste lingered at the tip of the tongue even before sipping it. It contained the various emotions of the mortal world. 3 more bowls were brought to the table, one for each of the guests. Jianming hurriedly drank while Li Qie took his time. Jianming couldn't stop drinking. Once he finished, he smacked his lips and savored the taste. What a strange taste, I feel the human experience streaming down with one sip. Well said. Puresword's eyes lit up. That's a great way to describe this. I just said what was on my mind. Jianming enjoyed being praised. Though he had a big and foul mouth, one couldn't deny his rich knowledge and abilities. The Taoist took his time appreciating the tea before saying, seems to be related to the charming spirit, a drink meant for certain ceremonies, perhaps. Your knowledge is incredible. Puresword was surprised. Not exactly the case, but you're very close. It's because our clan had ancient ceremonies with something similar. Maybe your clans are even older than mine, not a part of this epoch. Puresword didn't say anything. He and his peers didn't want to reveal their background. I've drank this during my youth. Xiao Xian finished her bowl and looked rather satisfied. This shocked Puresword and the others since only their clans had access to this drink. They had been watching her the entire time ever since she talked about this drink. This meant that she might be a member of their clans. However, they had no idea who she was. After all, they knew all members who were out and about because normally, they remained in their clan. May I know your name, miss? Puresword bowed. I do not know. Young noble, what is my last name? Xiao Xian shook her head. You'll remember later. Li Qie smiled at her and then told Puresword, no need to ask, you will know when the time is right. 1. Idiom, someone from the same hometown or old friend? Chapter 4600, Void Imperfection T. The 4 stopped asking despite being curious after hearing this. Sir, do you want anything else? Xiao Yan asked respectfully. Boil a pot of tea with Gale Leak using Void Imperfection's purifying method and use Windchaser's technique to fan the flames. The liquid need to be correct but most importantly, the flame mastery. Don't mess it up. Li Qie ordered. The casual comment shocked the youths because it revealed virtually everything about Xiao Yan. Moreover, it was strict as if she was a maid. Though they chose to hide their identity, they were naturally important figures. Even the big shots from the great powers didn't have the authority to order them. Your request is unreasonable. Ahan protested. Xiao Yan doesn't need to make this tea, we can offer some white brow tea instead, is that alright? No, Void Imperfection Windchaser tea. Li Qie demanded. We don't have that available. Ahan shook his head. Not available. Woodman said bluntly. He wasn't a man of many words. They were very unhappy with Li Qie's attitude. Xiao Yan was their martial sister yet he dared to order her like a maid. Puresword winked at them, not wanting their group to clash with Li Qie. Xiao Yan shook her head and told them to ignore it. She then stared at Li Qie, her brows slightly furrowed. She had no idea who he was, but one thing was certain, he knew her background. Despite being aware of how prestigious it was, he still ordered her without any qualm. This was truly strange. I will prepare it for you then, young noble. She bowed deeply and addressed him with respect. She went to the back room while Jianming and the Taoist became curious. They also wanted to know the origin of these 4. Li Qie clearly knew, he just didn't wish to tell them. A while later, she carried a teapot over with steam oozing from it. Who knows if it was due to the boiling tea or this was the nature of the special pot. One could hear dragon roars coming from the liquid. As she poured it into a cup, images of wind dragons could be seen from the vertical stream. The steam had a comforting and purifying fragrance. Those nearby found themselves void of any impurity and imperfection. All of their pores became unobstructed. Brilliant, Jianming murmured, realizing that this was the finest type of tea even before drinking it. Xiao Yan offered the cup with both hands to Li Qia. "Young noble, please enjoy." He accepted the cup for a sip, tasting the transcending purity and smoothness. "Good, the flame mastery is acceptable, but void imperfection and wind chaser were not fused perfectly. More training is necessary," he assessed. Xiao Yan became startled because he understood her flaws right away after a single sip. Keep in mind that outsiders with weak cultivation wouldn't notice this. The three became emotional and exchanged glances. Xiao Yan lowered her head and asked, "Please point out my mistakes, young noble. I don't have anything to teach, your clan's fortunes are just fine. However, I will point out a path and it is up to you whether to take advantage of it or otherwise," he said. "I am all ears." She focused up. He took his time enjoying another sip before speaking. "You still have an ancient ancestor in this world, do not miss this chance." An ancient ancestor? Xiao Yan became surprised. Due to their rich history, they had plenty of ancient ancestors, some of whom were old beyond imagination. They didn't know who he was referring to. A magnificent ancient ancestor who had gone missing. He elaborated. They thought about a particular legend right away, a mighty being who disappeared without a trace. I can meet the ancient ancestor?" She stammered. "Nearby, let's see how lucky you are." He smiled and glanced at the distance. "I understand." She calmed down and bowed. He accepted the gesture and drank more tea. Of course, his two followers couldn't contain their excitement and wanted to know who the figure was. They refrained from being noisy because it might annoy Li Qia. As for Xiao Xian, she ignored all of this and continued to eat and drink. At this time, another guest came into the store. A pleasant fragrance like a ripe fruit permeated the air. It was a girl around 20 years of age. She wore a yellow pleated dress that was immaculately crafted. She was elegant and beautiful with a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Alas, there seemed to be something on her mind. She noticed the aroma of the tea and asked, "Owner, may I purchase a pot of this tea?" Pure Sword came over and shook his head. "My apology, miss, there is only one pot." "Is there anything else I can get you?" "Just another dish then, anything will do." She sat down and said, "Very well, for snacks from the Eastern Sea," Pure Sword suggested, and she nodded in agreement. She glanced over at Li Qia's group, especially him. Unfortunately, he was leisurely drinking and she didn't notice any clue. Jianming elbowed the Daoist and whispered, "She's from Golden Gate." "Indeed," the Daoist replied. The shameless Jianming walked over and cupped his fist. "Miss, you must be the lady from Golden Gate." She was surprised to see a stranger boldly approaching. She nodded and said, "I am Tingrong. What is your name, fellow Daoist?" "I am from the Jian." He smiled and said, "I heard that the Fist Emperor obtained a treasure from World Breaker. The entire city is in a furor about it." Her expression turned cold after this. She became cautious and said, "I apologize, but I haven't met the ancestor and don't know what you are talking about, Brother Jian. These are just rumors." "What about the marriage proposal?" Xiao Xian asked. "So many people are at the gate asking, who do you want to marry?" Tingrong didn't like the intrusive question, but after seeing that Xiao Xian was only a little girl, she wasn't offended. After all, children never minded their words. "I do not know right now." She shook her head and then stared at the group. "Fellow Taoists, are you here because of the rumors too?" "That's not the case." Jian Ming smiled. 1. Not clear whether singular or plural, treating as singular for now. Chapter 4601, Teasing. "Miss, what do you think about our brother here?" The Daoist took advantage of this. "He's from the Jian, a clan with untraceable roots, and has contributed greatly to the world. He is their young lord, the sole successor, a hero among men with flawless bearing." Enough. Jian Ming interrupted him and looked embarrassed. "Nobody is asking you, swindler." She stared at Jian Ming and said earnestly, "Fellow Daoist, if that is your wish, come to the sect and ask. We've been receiving many requests recently, so you can try as well." "Of course not." He smiled wryly. "Regular cultivators like us aren't worthy of being a companion to such a beautiful lady such as yourself." It was rare to see the shameless youth being stuck in an awkward situation. He was actually blushing. "Oh. And here I thought your skin was too thick to turn red." Xiao Xian laughed and said, "Lady, please don't tease me." This only made it worse for Jian Ming. He was normally the one teasing people. Yi Tingrong was rather curious about the group due to their weird social dynamic. It seemed that Li Qia was the leader, but on the surface, he was the weakest of the group. "It's a good idea." Li Qia nodded. "The brat has a sharp mind. Though he won't travel that far on the Tao path, his future is filled with good fortunes and happiness. Miss, if you are interested, do pursue." Jian Ming's face turned even redder and hotter, the same shade as a persimmon. "Young noble, please don't tease me too. I might have thick skin but the lady doesn't," he said. "Face is important but so is life." Li Qia smiled. "Perhaps the two of you being together can help her get through tough times." The embarrassed Jian Ming immediately told Tingrong, "Our young noble is just kidding, don't pay it any mind." The conversation took a weird turn for her, but nonetheless, she nodded and said, "I will not stop you from going to Golden Gate to ask for marriage. Let heaven decides." "That's what I like to hear." Li Qia smiled. "Let's see who is heaven in this case." Yes, a match decided by heaven will be blessed. The Daoist realized something and came up with an idea. At this point, all Jian Ming could do was smile awkwardly. He never thought about marrying Yi Tingrong before, but the situation got out of control. It seemed that she herself was more composed than him. One can't get a better start in marriage than this. Xiao Xian clapped and decided to join the fun. Please, he only came near to talk to her. Now, it seemed like he has become a potential suitor. "I think this is a great development." The Daoist elbowed him and said, "Since fate has brought you two together, I will prepare you a gift that I know you'll love." He seemed supportive of Jian Ming for once, eager to be an errand boy if need be for the sake of this union. "Mind your own business. Stop messing around." Jian Ming couldn't bark back at Li Qia and Xiao Xian. However, the Daoist was a different story. "Sigh, can't even tell that I'm being helpful." The Daoist said, "Let me read your and the lady's romantic fortune." Okay, you don't need to prove anything. I know your fortune-telling is real, stop bothering me." Jian Ming interrupted. A fortune-telling session scared him. He didn't want to see his future regarding romance. "Fellow Daoist, just keep in mind that something as important as marriage is not up for juniors like us to decide," she said while keeping an open mind. Unfortunately, she also revealed her helplessness. A noble like her couldn't decide who to marry. Given the current situation, this seemed to be absolutely the case. In fact, it might not even be up to her sect. "I don't think there's a problem if Xiao Jian is interested, the young noble will take care of it." Xiao Xian was ready to drink the celebratory wine at the wedding. She happily joined in. If the young noble goes there to ask for the engagement, then that will be a match decided by heaven. "Humph, who dares to say no and stop me from participating in the wedding banquet? I'll destroy him." She looked like a cute kitten suddenly displaying its fierce side and raising its claws. Nonetheless, her aura was as intimidating as can be. The youths thought that she had turned into a primal beast. This caused them to tremble in fear. "Lady, please spare me," Jian Ming begged for forgiveness. Yi Tingrong observed the group again. She thought that Xiao Xian was just a little girl, but this might not be correct. At this point, another guest entered and became surprised to see everyone. "Young noble, fellow Taoists. You're here too, Missy." He came over and greeted Li Qia, looking a bit awkward as well. "Why are you here, Scion?" Jian Ming heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that this was enough distraction to save him. The guest was none other than Paramount Scion. They met again after just a short time. He bowed toward Li Chia and then sat down next to Yitingrong. He ordered some snacks from Pure Sword. Your acquaintances, Scion? She found it strange that he showed so much respect to Li Chia. Yes, the young noble has taught me before. The Scion honestly answered, I thought that you would be home right now. I need a distraction. She slightly frowned. So you went to Golden Gate too? Jian Ming asked. Yes, I just came from there. The Scion answered. I see, your Paramount Gate wants a marriage alliance for you? Jian Ming winked. It wasn't my idea, our ancestors wanted it. The Scion found it embarrassing. Chapter 4602, Looming Crisis, what's that supposed to mean? Jian Ming said, are you saying that you're not interested in Miss Yi, that she isn't worthy of being your companion? He then gazed implicatively at the Scion and continued, I guess I understand, you are the future Lord of Paramount and think there is a disparity between the social status of the involved parties. He couldn't fight back when Li Chia's group teased him. It was a different story now and the Scion turned red as a result. That's not what I meant at all. The latter waved his hands repeatedly and denied it. He hurriedly explained himself, Miss Yi, you are a beautiful noble but this marriage was decided by the seniors, not myself. It is not my wish but that doesn't mean that I think lowly of you. I understand and do not mind the comment, Scion. Yitingrong responded. First, it was true that there was a disparity in status. Golden Gate wasn't comparable to Paramount Gate. Her sect has only been created recently, relatively. It lacked foundation and resources while solely relying on the founder. On the other hand, Paramount Gate had a deep history with numerous top masters. She was also introspective and knew that she wasn't the reason for the marriage requests. This was only because of her ancestor. The Scion heaved a sigh of relief after seeing her being so understanding. However, Jian Ming didn't let up and smirked at the Scion. Miss Yi is both beautiful and gentle. Have you never thought of actually marrying her? Maybe a little anticipation and excitement? It wasn't my wish. The honest Scion shook his head. So you're saying you just don't want to marry her? Jian Ming rubbed his chin while smirking at him. No. The Scion hurriedly explained, the Grand Dao is long and I've only entered the door. I have not prepared sufficiently to have a companion and do not dare to let someone else down. Therefore, I wish to walk alone right now. Not a bad idea. Li Chia interjected, one less shackle will allow you to go farther. I understand. The Scion cupped his fist toward Li Chia. What if you are chosen? What will you do? Jian Ming asked a hard question. Well, the Scion hasn't thought about it and stole glances at Yitingrong. She became interested in the answer and smiled at him, right, if our two sects agree, what will you do, Scion? The Scion scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Nonetheless, he told the truth, I haven't thought of this before because I'm only here as another number. Though our sect is here to propose a marriage alliance, it's mainly because of 3,000 Dao. We are the wingmen in this case. He actually revealed his sect's goal and 3,000 Dao's plan to her. He shook his head and continued, logically, the only two real competitors are 3,000 Dao and True Immortal. The only other candidates are Lion's Roar or Divine Dragon Valley, but I'm not sure whether they want to join. Tingrong let out a sigh, once again lamenting her lack of autonomy. After all, her sect might not be able to withstand the pressure from the two behemoths. Eventually, they must make a choice, whether it be True Immortal or 3,000 Dao. Both the groom and bride were nothing more than political tools. I've heard that Lion's Roar Royal Lord still doesn't have an engagement. Jian Ming pondered. The Scion smiled and said, it's embarrassing, Miss Yi, but the truth is that I'm just another pawn here. I apologize if I have offended you somehow. I can sympathize. She responded. You might not be interested but I'm sure your sect is interested in the Emperor's recently obtained item. Jianming only wanted to cause trouble at this point, piercing through the thin veil of pretense. The scion couldn't answer and Tingrong's expression became serious. Finally, the scion broke the silence and said, "The truth is I don't know anything, not even the item obtained by the emperor. I didn't see him when I visited Golden Gate either." Having said that, he stared at Tingrong. She chuckled and shook her head. "I'm afraid that I will disappoint everyone because I don't know either. I haven't seen the ancestor." "You haven't seen the ancestor yet?" Jianming was surprised to hear this. Didn't he come out of Worldbreaker already? Everyone saw him escaping from the dynasty that day. He should have returned to the sect already, but this didn't seem to be the case. She remained straightforward with the group. "He has yet to return, that's why I have no idea what he obtained from Worldbreaker." The others exchanged glances. Jianming and the Daoist knew that what he got was a peerless gemstone, something far more precious than any Dao Lord weapon. Where did he go then? He's on the run, not wanting to bring the peerless item back and dragging his sect down. Xiao Xian didn't hold back. That's plausible. The Daoist nodded in agreement. All the other experts and sects desire this item and will come to Golden Gate for it. That's why he ran away in order to protect the sect. Jianming agreed. I see. The scion felt the same way. Wealth will arouse the greed of others. Tingrong sighed after hearing this. Although Golden Gate was strong due to their emperor, he alone couldn't fight against the entire world. He had no choice but to run given the circumstances. It's useless. Li Qie shook his head. A monk can run but the temple can't, unless he doesn't give a damn about his descendants' lives. Chapter 4603, Solution. Yitingrong looked dejected after hearing this. The scion also sighed sentimentally. The latter was honest but far from a fool. His intelligence matched his cultivation talent. In reality, he already thought of the possibilities and knew about Li Qie's suggested scenario. Tingrong had also thought about this, but she remained hopeful regarding her ancestor's situation. After all, he was one of the strongest masters in the contemporary and should be able to handle most situations even if the behemoths were involved. Now, evidence pointed against this since he was gone and incommunicative. This made it rather ominous, but at least the situation hasn't deteriorated to the worst possible outcome since the great powers were still giving them face. Nonetheless, she felt worse after listening to him because it could drop to this level at any moment. All of these sects only wanted the peerless item, not a marriage alliance. They would not easily give up regardless of her ancestors' whereabouts, so now, her entire sect became hostages. One way for her sect to get through this was to accept an alliance from one of the behemoths, hoping to gain its protection to push others back. Otherwise, they might start threatening her ancestor using the lives of his descendants. All in all, these marriage proposals were nothing but shams. They only coveted the peerless item but didn't want to rob Golden Gate in a blatant manner. Unfortunately, she was powerless to do anything. How could she stop 3,000 Dao or true immortal? What is your sect going to do if Golden Fist Emperor doesn't show up? Are you going to attack? Jianming didn't hold back. That is not my intention at all. The scion's expression soured as he responded, remember, I am just a pawn as well. If I can make my own choice, would not be here right now. He then turned towards Yitingrong and sincerely said, Miss Yi, even if I run away, it doesn't change anything. Just know that I bear no malice toward your sect. It's not your fault. She understood. Though he was the successor of Paramount Gate, his influence was not enough to change the direction of the sect. Above him were ancestors, so even if he didn't wish to scheme against Golden Gate, he must still follow their plan. A marriage alliance is inevitable. What will be your sect's choice? Jianming asked curiously. Tingrong opened her mouth but swallowed her words instead of answering. It's either 3,000 Dao or true immortal unless the other behemoths come too. The Daoist said, maybe Divine Dragon Valley isn't enough to force those two to back off, it has to be Lion's Roar. True. Paramount Scion agreed with this assessment. Divine Dragon Valley was the weakest of the four. There existed a certain gap between it and the others. Only Lion's Roar had a chance due to the prestige of the Supreme Monarch. Aren't you on 3,000 Dao's side? Jian Ming teased. I'm just saying. The Scion chuckled awkwardly. Of course, due to their relationship, Paramount Gate had a high possibility of joining 3,000 Dao when it came down to it. Is your sect ready for the worst-case scenario if your emperor is nowhere to be found? The Daoist asked Yi Tingrong. Tingrong pondered for a bit before letting out a sigh. The worst-case scenario didn't look good for them at all. Even if she were to marry into another sect, her fate would be rather pitiful. Well, it's not looking that bad yet. Miss Yi, you should run far away. The Scion suggested with a soft tone. This wasn't a bad idea because, at the very least, she would be able to survive. I am a member of Golden Gate and a descendant of Golden Fist Emperor. I can't run away when the sect is facing a crisis. Tingrong refused strongly. I'm sorry. The Scion apologized. Despite his suggestion, he didn't think that he would be able to run away either if his sect was in trouble. He would choose to die alongside it as well. It's not like there isn't a solution to this. Li Qie smiled. Oh. What is it? Jian Ming blurted out. Go ask Golden City for help. Of course, success is not guaranteed. Li Qie said. Tingrong's eyes lit up after hearing this. This was indeed an option. Golden City was a forgotten behemoth. It was strong enough to fight against true immortal. Moreover, both Golden Divine Fist and Golden Fist Emperor came from there. They were influential characters as well. If Golden City cared about past ties, perhaps it would lend its support. Well, our Golden Gate has no ties with Golden City since the ancestor left long ago. She wasn't confident about this potential ally. Chapter 4604, Engagement bestowed. Golden Divine Fist was once the Lord of Golden. However, he joined Worldbreaker and turned into a Fist slave, eventually starting one of the great sects there. Later on, Golden Fist Emperor also came to Worldbreaker in order to learn the Fist Dao. He came up with his own and also started another sect. The moment they started their sect, they essentially left Golden City as members. They also didn't use any merit law or technique from Golden, so the connection was no longer there. It seemed that these great geniuses from Golden City were drawn to Worldbreaker for some reason. Therefore, Golden City was not obligated to help Golden Gate. First, it has been reclusive for so long. Its members rarely showed up in the outside world. The chance of success for this option was not high. Nonetheless, there was still a sliver of hope. On one hand, Golden Divine Fist was the city lord, truly a prestigious status, while his descendant was a top genius. Most importantly, both never betrayed Golden City and merely chose to branch out. There was no conflict of interest, and if the current leaders of Golden cared enough about past sentiments, they might actually help. I think if Golden Fist Emperor personally asks for help, the city might come. Jian Ming suggested. Yi Tingrong nodded in agreement. She didn't have enough clout to ask Golden City since she was only a junior. On the other hand, if her ancestor were to go himself, he could meet the old ancestors there whom he had great ties with in the past. The chance of success here was up to 80 or 9%, or so Jian Ming thought. A while ago, Tingrong was at a loss, but due to Li Qie's advice, there was still a fighting chance. Well, there is an even more direct and simple method, getting it done in the blink of an eye. Li Qie smiled. May I ask what it is? She asked. Accept this brat as your companion and everything will be resolved with your wedding. Li Qie pointed at Jian Ming. Wedding? She stared at Jian Ming, confused. She didn't know why this would be a solution. No, young noble, this doesn't sound right. Jian Ming panicked and waved his hand repeatedly. That's a good idea. Xiao Xian became excited. Her eyes flashed brightly as she said, Brat, do it. If anyone is blind enough to interfere, I'll beat them up for you. She started warming up after saying this, seemingly wanting nothing more than to fight the ancestors from True Immortal and 3000 Dao. Lady, please, love just doesn't appear out of thin air. Jianming turned red like a persimmon. You're not satisfied with my arrangement? Why? Do you feel Miss Yi is unworthy, or is there another reason? Speak. Li Qie said. The blushing Jianming immediately explained himself. Miss Yi, I don't think you are unworthy at all, please don't misunderstand. Look at you now, it doesn't feel wrong. Don't try to understand fate, it can be wonderful and abrupt. Li Qie smiled. Young noble, the youth put on a pained expression and asked for mercy. Tingrong, on the other hand, seemed far calmer. She nodded and said, this is all happening too quickly, I am not offended at all, fellow Daoist. She then asked for elaboration. I don't see why this is a solution though. Our young noble will be your protector then. No one can stop a marriage bestowed by him. Jianming had no choice but to explain. Having said that, he also added, but please, don't get us wrong, we're not trying to take advantage of the situation. I see, she stared at Li Qie again, not spotting anything given her current vision. Would he really be able to protect them from the behemoths? In her opinion, this was not possible. He alone couldn't protect Golden Gate from True Immortal and 3000 Dao. So what if we're taking advantage of the situation? Xiao Xian unhappily said, if you don't do it, there's no hope for this girl. She will either be killed or at best, marry some random from a great power while her sect goes up in flames. If you fancy her, marry her, and at least she won't be a tool since there are feelings involved. Plus, there is nothing to worry about with the young noble and me taking action. All you two need to do are try your best and make some healthy babies. Tingrong was surprised. This little girl spoke as if she was a supreme existence while others were only juniors or worms before her. Lady, can you spare me just once? Jianming smiled wryly. What's better for her? Marrying you or marrying someone from True Immortal and 3000 Dao? Xiao Xian didn't relent. Well, Jianming couldn't answer. The Daoist elbowed him and smiled. I can calculate for you and pick an auspicious date for the wedding. Of course, I can also choose an auspicious name for your baby later on. Go away. Jianming angrily shouted. It's not a bad idea. The scion had finished thinking about it and quietly added. This would be the best outcome for Tingrong if she didn't hate Jianming. In the other scenario, she wouldn't know who her future husband would be. Plus, the person might mistreat her given the circumstances since she was just a tool to be used. The worst outcome would be the behemoths blatantly robbing and massacring all of Golden Gate, Tingrong included. The question for him was, would Li Qie be able to stop the behemoths? Tingrong wondered the same thing. Chapter 4605, Five Sun King, come on, now is the best time, don't wait and miss the opportunity. In fact, have the wedding today. Xiao Xian stared at the two. She was even more direct and dropped the engagement ceremony altogether. Yi Tingrong didn't expect her to be so direct, removing some of the formalities. Even if she wanted to marry Jianming, there was still a process to follow through since it involved her sect as well, the proposal, the engagement, and then the wedding ceremony. This was not a joke or a matter to be taken lightly. No, lady, please don't scare her, we're not forcing anyone to do anything. Jianming waved his hands. So what, this is a marriage bestowed by the young noble. Miss this chance and there will be nothing like it happening to you again. Xiao Xian said. Haha, Jianming glanced awkwardly over at Li Qie. Even if the young noble wanted to pair them together, Jianming wasn't ready for it. This was his first time experiencing something like this. He had only just met her, so to decide right now was illogical. It was an issue affecting his entire life. Of course, Xiao Xian didn't care about their feelings. She was only hoping for a fun development, wanting to find opponents. There was no doubt that the ancestors from the behemoths were the best candidates. Yi Tingrong didn't say anything since she had the same qualms as Jian Ming. She knew nothing about him and his clan. Moreover, her marriage wasn't something she could decide either. Silence took over the room, but it didn't last long. A bit later, loud noises came from outside and attracted everyone's attention. It resembled the matching of a great legion, neighs and bestial roars. There seemed to be a big shot arriving near the shop. A majestic power poured down like an endless ocean of the olden days. This power has been washed and polished by time. This is. The improper four exchanged glances, realizing who was coming. Who is it? What a show-off. Jian Ming and the Daoist did the same. They could tell that this power was both powerful and ancient, a sign of an impressive bloodline. Yi Tingrong was moved by the presence of this newcomer. Li Qie didn't care at all as he sat there, completely unaffected by the aura. Which junior is this? Xiao Xian only glanced outside once. Her attention was on pairing Jian Ming and Yi Tingrong together. Someone finally walked into the store. His presence illuminated the entire room by adding a layer of golden light to everything. A great man visiting a humble abode was the right phrase to describe this entrance. The oceanic aura became increasingly palpable. Everything else seemed like a grain of salt in comparison. He appeared to be the lord of the myriad Tao, demanding submission. A divinity existed within him, a testament of his ancient and noble bloodline. The beasts and birds would prostrate in his presence. Five-Sun King. Jian Ming became startled. Five-Sun King? Tingrong felt the same way after hearing this title. After all, virtually everyone has heard of him before, a potential candidate for the Tao Lord position. She shuddered because this was obviously not a coincidence. She started thinking about the possibilities. He didn't come alone. Behind him were two gorgeous women. One wore a blue dress, looking pure and unreachable like a lily in the valley. The other was alluring like an enchantress with a sexy figure. Others couldn't avert their gaze from her curves. This was a ripe fruit inviting others to take a bite. They were opposite yet still desirable all the same. The contrast only accentuated their attractiveness. Both walked behind the king like two maids, inciting envy and jealousy. Snow Realm Princess and Silk Valley Lord. How lucky is he? Jian Ming recognized both women. He started fantasizing about their relationship and became jealous. Nonetheless, this was normal due to his status and talent. Only a true dragon among men was deserving of these beauties. Five-Sun King looked around the room. His gaze made others tense up due to his power and reputation. It didn't matter that he was restraining his aura after entering. However, he was visibly stirred after seeing the improper four, clearly recognizing them. Chapter 4606, Five-Sun King's Friendship. The members merely nodded to greet him, not bothering to do anything special. These four must be from the ancient clans in the east. Jian Ming murmured to himself. Five-Sun King then noticed Xiao Xian. His eyes narrowed and became profound as he attempted to learn her identity. However, she waved her hand and stopped his gaze instantly, sealing him from noticing anything. He immediately stopped and didn't pry any further. Gentlemen, Miss Yi. He hid his aura and cupped his fist toward everyone. Nonetheless, his dominating charisma remained. As a top genius of the young generation, it was impossible for him to lay low and not stand out. Only a few were qualified to be his rivals. Paramount Scion and Yi Tingrong stood up and returned the gesture toward the famous genius. May I ask if what you would like to order? Pure Sword came over, looking like a waiter. He didn't seem to be in awe of Five-Sun King. Anything will do. The king said politely before heading for Li Qie. We got a show. The Daoist tapped Jian Ming's chest. Paramount Scion and Tingrong also paid full attention to this development. Will he risk it all? Jian Ming whispered. Due to his information network, he had heard about the death of the king's father. Therefore, there was an irreconcilable feud between the two. Perhaps the king was here for revenge. Fellow Daoist. Five Sun King slightly bowed toward Li Chia. Sit. Li Chia didn't stand up. The king sat down and stared intensely at Li Chia, hoping to find what he was searching for. Li Chia allowed him and sipped another cup of tea. Where are you from, fellow Daoist? The king asked. From where I should be. Li Chia nonchalantly commented as if he was just talking to a random passerby on the street. Even farther than sky border? The king asked again. Farther. Li Chia smiled. Then you are a guest, I should carry out my responsibility as the host and offer you the utmost hospitality. The king smiled back. Yi Tingrong found this astonishing. Five Sun King was both mighty and had limitless potential. Everyone wanted to befriend him but couldn't due to the disparity in status. Normally, they would never have a chance to talk to him. In fact, just speaking to him was the greatest honor, let alone being offered this much respect. Not even last-gen experts and ancestors could enjoy this privilege. In this case, Li Chia showed no sign of happiness from the preferential treatment. Outsiders would view his attitude as being arrogant and ignorant. What kind of hospitality? Li Chia asked. When you have time, fellow Daoist, come visit my five-son school? The king said. I see, seems like there is some sincerity here. Li Chia stroked his chin. At this point, any outside listeners might yell at Li Chia for his impudence. Being invited by the king would be the story of a lifetime. The person would brag it to everyone repeatedly, but Li Chia didn't seem to care. We will show you magnificent hospitality. The king said. In what manner? Li Chia smiled. We will do everything possible to satisfy your needs, fellow Daoist. The king went on. The whole thing was strange since the king was being so cordial to his father's killer. No one else would do the same given the circumstances. They would have rushed and risked everything to kill Li Chia while gritting their teeth. Something is off about this. Jian Ming murmured. In his opinion, this invitation wasn't that simple. This was obviously a treacherous scheme. Not necessarily. Maybe his extraordinary patience and toleration are the reasons why many ancient clans in the East support him. The Daoist whispered back. True. Jian Ming said. In terms of background, Five Sun King was far inferior to true immortal young emperor and Shinjun Tian. He was inferior to Tian Feng as well. After all, Five Sun School stood no chance against 3,000 Dao or true immortal. Nonetheless, he relied on his own power and methods to gain the support of the East. Even a few reclusive clans came out to help him. Thus, this genius became the de facto leader of the East. His experiences before reaching this point must have been rich and exceptional. It required immense self-control to not try and kill his father's killer right in front of him. Perhaps this had nothing to do with having a tolerant and forgiving personality. It was just that he had a goal, and this was more important than anything else. I have many needs and wants. Li Chia smiled and said. Just say the word and I'll do everything possible to help you out. The king spoke generously. Chapter 4607, Sworn Brothers. I wonder how much you can offer. Li Chia smiled. Wondrous delicacies, supreme treasures, authority, any treasures and beauties, I will do everything to satisfy your demand. Five Sun King spoke with conviction. Each word harmonized with the Tao to show sincerity. This was not an empty promise, something that didn't make sense since Li Chia was his father's killer. Some might think that he has become insane, promising the best for his enemy. He wants to recruit the young noble. Jian Ming understood what the king wanted to do, either entice Li Chia to join him or vice versa. The other four can't match him in this regard. Paramount Scion joined the conversation. It required both wisdom and incredible self-control. No one else could do the same. No wonder why he got the ancient clan's support at such a young age. The Taoist added. Five Sun King's success in the East wasn't only due to his power, talent, and noble bloodline. After all, the ancient clans there had seen plenty of supreme geniuses and masters before. These cultivators were merely transitory and inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Therefore, the king showed that he had a way of winning people over with his charisma and charm. So that's Five Sun King. Pure Sword told his group. They have heard about the king's tales previously but not anything regarding his personality. Today, they thought that he was different from others. This allowed him to be successful. The other conquerors also had ample support, but this was more due to their own sect. Others had no choice but to follow them. The same couldn't be said about Five Sun King. This sounds like a recruitment. Li Qie smiled. Fellow Taoist, I wish to team up with you and build an eternal glory. The king put on a serious expression. You are a dragon among men. The two of us shall be unstoppable. He directly stated his goal and revealed his high evaluation of Li Qie. Should I feel overwhelmed and blessed for being so loved? Li Qie joked. Fellow Taoist, the truth is that you are special and will have supreme achievements in the future. Nonetheless, you are alone on your path. Why not team up with me? It is not easy to find a true friend in this life. The king said. The listeners exchanged glances. It seemed that the king was ready to let go of everything for the sake of success. As long as you agree, everything that is mine shall be yours. He continued. Listeners took a deep breath. This was indeed a tempting offer. Five Sun School was currently a monstrous power in the East. Of course, its foundation couldn't compare to the behemoths. Nonetheless, due to the king's effort, it has been on a meteoric rise. Plenty of kingdoms and sects served as tributaries. New novel chapters are published on O. Moreover, he had absolute authority in Five Sun as well. His words would become the truth. Therefore, Li Qie would indeed have all the treasures, authority, and beauties if he so desired. It would be difficult to find a more tempting proposal. Anyone would feel their heart beating faster. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Li Qie shook his head. I will not work for anyone since none is qualified. The king froze for a split second before replying. If you do not wish to be beneath anyone, then join me as an equal. I wish to be your sworn brother. This was no longer a recruitment. Five Sun King has shown the highest sincerity. Becoming a sworn brother with him was beyond someone's wildest dream. This was akin to sharing the world together. Remember, he had a chance of becoming the future Dao Lord. In the case of success, Li Qie would stand at the peak as well. Who would be able to refuse? The ones in the room stared at Li Qie with bated breath. Yi Tingrong became emotional after witnessing this shocking development. Who was this man? Why was he worthy of Five Sun King's offer to rule the world together? As for the improper four, they finally understood why Five Sun King was able to garner support from so many ancient clans in such a short time. His method was direct and effective, but most importantly, his vision and insight were also exemplary. Chapter 4608. Not interested. Being a sworn brother of a Dao Lord meant limitless potential, perhaps even sharing the world together. At that point, authority, beauties, merit laws, treasures, all were within reach. Moreover, he would also be under the protection of a Dao Lord. Li Qie continued to sip his tea slowly, not showing any sign of excitement. Take a look at yourself in the mirror before asking our young noble to be your sworn brother. You are not worthy. Xiao Xian answered instead while staring at the king with disdain. Those who didn't know who she was couldn't believe what they were hearing. Five Sun King had everything going for him right now. Only a few were qualified to become his sworn brother. Now, he took the initiative to ask Li Qie. In the eyes of others, he was the superior performing a favor. They would view it as a blessing bestowed by their ancestors. Alas, Xiao Xian claimed that he was not qualified to do so. They would find this utterly ridiculous and ignorant. For example, Yi Tingrong lacked information on Li Qia, hence her astonishment. Five Sun King should be the one making this claim, no one else. Some might actually burst out in laughter after hearing Xiao Xian and point their finger at her, jeering. Five Sun King's expression changed as well. This contempt was new to him, and worst of all, it came from a little girl. Nonetheless, he came with sincerity and didn't become angry. He took a deep breath and asked Li Qia, "What is your thought on this matter, fellow Taoist?" "I'm not interested." Li Qia smiled in response, "I do appreciate the kind intent, but please leave." The improper four exchanged glances, thinking that Li Qia had a strong will to resist the tempting offer. Or maybe, this offer meant nothing to him. Could the little girl be right? The king needed a moment to regain his composure. "Fellow Taoist, please think about it. We have plenty of time and can come back to it later." "No need for that." Li Qia waved his hand dismissively. His contemptuous tone could be construed as rude, but Five Sun King didn't mind. "No rush, I'll await good news from you." He remained cordial and cupped his fist. "I'll be taking my leave then." He also added before leaving, "You must be tired from extensive traveling. The two ladies here can stay behind to serve you." He gestured to the two girls and they bowed toward Li Qia. "Greetings, young noble." One of them had an elegant and pleasant voice, the other was enchanting. Five Sun King's generosity surprised everyone again, delivering two supreme beauties to Li Qia. Moreover, they came from prestigious backgrounds as well. The key point was that they were willing to follow Li Qia. How did he convince them to do so? Snow Realm Princess and Silk Valley Lord, Jian Ming murmured. It was one thing for them to serve the charismatic Five Sun King, a potential Dao Lord in the future. After all, Dao Lords always had plenty of admirers. SSO. Yi Tingrong was astounded after seeing Five Sun King go so far. Moreover, why would these two beauties listen to this ridiculous command without a hint of dissatisfaction? They were the perfect duo to have as companions as well, one sexy and the other elegant. "Not interested, return from whence you came, don't bother me." Li Qia smiled and waved his hand again. The two beauties stared at Five Sun King, awaiting his command. He cupped his fist and said, "I apologize for bothering you today, let's meet again later." As he was walking out, he stopped and asked Yi Tingrong, "Miss Yi, how is Senior Fist Emperor doing?" "He's doing well." She became tense and responded right away. She couldn't say that she didn't know where he was because that would be inauspicious. "I'll visit the senior another day to pay respect," the king said. "It would be an honor to have you as a guest." Tingrong bowed slightly. Five Sun King left the store and his legion left with loud fanfare. Everyone had their own thoughts after this meeting. It was surprising that the king didn't try to avenge his fallen father. "Young noble, why didn't you keep those two beauties around? It would be so much more pleasant." Xiao Xian winked. "If I need a maid, would have plenty of fairies lining up." Li Qia smiled and took another sip. New novel chapters are published on O. Yi Tingrong had a lot to digest after listening to the conversations today. This broadened her horizon. "What would happen if you had agreed, young noble?" Jian Ming asked. Of course he knew that Five Sun King was not qualified, but others would have agreed instantly. "What is his purpose?" Li Qia answered with a question. "To conquer the world." Jian Ming responded. "What would you do if you were to meet your father's killer?" Li Qia asked again. "I would die trying to kill him, this is an irreconcilable feud." Jian Ming said. "A man willing to drop this feud for his own ambition, what do you think about such a person?" Li Qia smiled. Jian Ming couldn't answer right away. "Vicious and greedy." The Taoist jumped in. "His talents are good, the same with his methods. Unfortunately, he does not have the qualities of a Dao Lord and will not become one." Li Qie concluded. Well, that's the end of him. Jian Ming murmured after hearing this. Chapter 4609. Pure Sword. The improper four listened and understood why Five Sun King wasn't recognized by Li Qie. One must avenge their father's death. Moreover, Five Sun King's father did everything he could for the sake of his son's future. Now, the son actually tried to team up with his father's killer for the same of his ambition, going as far as wanting to become sworn brothers. How inhuman was this? Vicious and greedy was putting it lightly. His followers only focused on his good qualities and ignored the other implications, whether purposely or otherwise. In this case, they would praise him as being forgiven and magnanimous instead of being a sociopath. This brat is something else though, actually going as far as sacrificing his own women and not avenging his father. He's merciless to himself and will be merciless to others. That's why he's so successful at being a hegemon. Jian Ming commented. But not a Dao Lord. The Taoist said, the Dao Lords are always clear on their stance, whether it be love or hatred. They will pay back a favor owed and dish out revenge when it is deserved. Regardless of that, this brat is capable indeed to become the voice of the East in such a short time. Though Jian Ming didn't like Five Sun King, he had to admit that the guy was absolutely charismatic. Becoming a hegemon and becoming a Dao Lord are two different matters. Li Qie smiled and said, the former is fleeting and meaningless in the grand scheme of things while a Dao Lord is recorded in the historical annals. The duo couldn't disagree with this. There had been plenty of hegemons in the past, being praised as the lords of 8 desolaces. However, most have been forgotten. As for Dao Lords, it didn't matter what they did. They could be alone or start a sect. They could lay low or exert their authority. Either way, in the long future, their brilliance and tales still wouldn't be forgotten. This was one of the reasons why so many wanted to become a Dao Lord. Young noble, among the 5 conquerors, who do you think is most likely to become a Dao Lord? Pure Sword couldn't contain his curiosity. Oh. Sounds like you want to give it a shot too. Jian Ming stared at him and said, why not join the competition? Henceforth, it will be the 6 conquerors of Sky Border, not just 5. Though Jian Ming liked teasing Pure Sword and the improper 4, he could tell that Pure Sword was immensely strong. Though he only saw Pure Sword in action once and this might not be his real limit, this was rather apparent. The other members were mighty as well. Please don't joke like that. Pure Sword smilingly shook his head, I am only an idle youth with no ambition. How can I become a Dao Lord? The best I can do is selling wine to get through the days. Your clan has not produced a Dao Lord for a long time. Li Qie smirked. Pure Sword shuddered because this once confirmed Li Qie's knowledge of his background. I do not dare to comment on the senior's matter. Pure Sword calmed down and responded. That doesn't matter, this is you we are talking about. You can think about becoming a Dao Lord. Li Qie said. Well, Pure Sword hesitated. Ahan, Xiao Yan, and Woodman stared at him. Among the 4, he was certainly the most talented with the most potential. Furthermore, his origin was also the best. My cultivation is shallow and my comprehension is slow, I am not qualified. Pure Sword shook his head. Your diamond evil subduing fist is only a front to trick others. Your sword art is rather usable. Li Qie smiled and said, shocking Pure Sword. He only used this first technique against others and rarely met a worthy opponent. Only a selected few knew that his sword mastery was even superior. Despite him never using it before in public, Li Qie still knew about it. The other 3 were shocked as well since they knew the secret. They only saw it a few times and didn't have a good grasp of its true power. It's just child's play. Pure Sword bowed slightly, not daring to be complacent. Li Qie smiled and didn't dwell on the issue. Young noble, may I ask if our brother has a chance of becoming the next Dao Lord? Ahan became curious as well. I don't want to since I will not be competitive on this path. Pure Sword smiled wryly and shook his head. Li Qie stared at him and said, "Go all out and compete, your chance of success is greater than 5 Sun Kings." Damn! Jian Ming's eyes lit up. Yi Tingrong and Paramount Scion were astonished as well. They knew nothing about Pure Sword and his origin. However, they saw the king's attitude and knew that the improper 4 came from prestigious backgrounds. Currently, everyone knew that the 5 conquerors had the best chance. This wasn't to say that others were doomed to failure. New novel chapters are published on Frieden, Vel CM. When talking about 5 Sun King alone, he had a prestigious bloodline and amazing talents. However, Li Qie said that Pure Sword had a higher probability of success. This was truly shocking because Pure Sword was completely unknown. Nonetheless, they didn't doubt Li Qie's assessment. It seemed that this youth was indeed qualified to compete for the Dao Lord position. "You're too kind, young noble." Pure Sword smiled wryly and said, "A nobody such as myself can't compete with a master like 5 Sun King." "Is that so?" Li Qie smirked. "Go back home and ask your ancestors, see how many supporters you can pull if you intend on competing for the Dao Lord position. Let's test your clan's influence." Pure Sword didn't respond. The others took a deep breath afterward. Li Qie implied that Pure Sword could also garner numerous supporters. He must be from a clan with peerless might and foundation. Paramount Scion thought about the various ancient clans, hoping to find an answer. "If you wish to compete, we will support you." Ahan smiled. The 4 of them came from different lineages. Nonetheless, these lineages have been close friends for eras now. Chapter 46:10, Broken Cliff. "Go for it then, Pure Sword." Jian Ming urged, "We shall help you take down 5 Sun King, stomp on true immortal young emperor, capture Shinjun Tian, and beat up Tian Feng." The brat wanted to cause more chaos than anything. Pure Sword smiled and shook his head. "How can a firefly compete with the moons?" "I do appreciate the sentiment." "Fuck, you overly humble idiot, if you're a firefly, then what the hell are we?" Jian Ming gave him the side eye. Pure Sword only smiled. It looked like he had no ambition to take over the world. "It's time to leave." Li Qie didn't bother persuading him and stood up to leave, still seeming to be in a good mood. Jian Ming and the Daoist gave chase. Paramount Scion and Yi Tingrong also wanted to leave. The latter bowed slightly to the improper 4 despite not knowing their background. Nonetheless, it became obvious that they came from prestigious and ancient lineages. After leaving the store, they followed Li Qie's group. "Why are you following us? Got some ulterior motives?" Jian Ming laughed while staring at Paramount Scion. "Of course not, I just want to broaden my horizon by following the young noble." Paramount Scion shook his head and said sincerely, "Brat, you are very smart, got thick skin too." Jian Ming said, "I can't compare to you, fellow Daoist." The Scion bowed slightly. Jian Ming enjoyed the praise and laughed, "Haha, you're too kind." The Daoist came closer and whispered, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you see that the miss is here too? You need to take advantage of this and get closer to her." "Shut up with this nonsense." Jian Ming glared at him. Despite the remark, his eyes still shifted toward Yi Tingrong. "We're heading this way." Xiao Xian frowned and sensed something, pointing to the other side of the town. Li Qie then talked to the other 2, "You 2 have this much free time?" "I wish to follow you and learn more, young noble." The Scion said, aware that Li Qie was here for something, and shamelessly asked to tag along. Yi Tingrong's face wasn't as thick. She turned red and said, "I've grown up in Sky's demise and know the streets like the palm of my hand. I don't have anything to do right now and wouldn't mind being a host if it is okay with you." "Of course it's fine." Jian Ming nodded in agreement. "With Miss Ye's help, we'll be saving a lot of time." The Daoist laughed after hearing Jian Ming's assistance, prompting the latter to glare at him. The source of this content is Frieden, Vel Cm, Shao Xian took them to the other side of town. This place was abandoned and taken over with weed. At the initial location, it wasn't prosperous, but there were still people living there. In this case, not a single soul could be seen. It had tall trees and thickets amidst the broken walls and tiles. Judging by these remnant pieces, there used to be many large buildings here. Not far from here were mountain ranges that had been devastated by an unknown power, either pierced or severed. It became difficult to imagine the place's initial appearance, only its grand scale was obvious. Should be this place, Shao Xian said without complete confidence. Li Qie scanned the area and didn't notice anything. Of course, this was only temporary. Broken cliff. Yi Tingrong said. Do you know this place well, Missy? Jian Ming became curious. She shook her head, not a lot, just a thing or two. This is one of the ancient ruins outside of World Breaker known as Broken Cliff. People rarely come here. Is there anything special about it? Jian Ming asked. She tilted her head and carefully pondered for a bit before answering. Rumor has it that back in the ancient era, there used to be a great capital here with pavilions floating among the clouds. It was the center of an entire continent, the place of central authority. So a kingdom? I haven't heard of this before. Jian Ming said. One that is far older than your clan. The Taoist said, it is a kingdom existing in the legends, its origin is shrouded in mysteries. New novel chapters are published on Frieden, Vel Cm, go on. Jian Ming became curious. The Taoist didn't tease him this time and answered earnestly, from what I know, the kingdom was started by a colony of a strange race. They were independent from 8 desolaces and lived on their own continent, reaching a majestic level of prosperity. It might also have had an ancient lineage that regular people referred to as an immortal sect. Wait, this place is next to Worldbreaker. What is this continent you're talking about? Paramount Scion looked around. This place was definitely still near Worldbreaker. The records are unclear. We do know that the world back then was different from the one we see now. During the Great Calamity, sects might have had their own dimension. However, the destruction changed everything, even oceans evaporated and divine mountains crumbled. Where we are standing might be an ocean in the past. True. The Scion agreed with this logic. The landscape of the world changed entirely after the Great Calamity. Current generation might not know the exact details of the calamity, only the result. How did such a powerful race disappear? Jian Ming asked. It's impossible to know now. The Taoist shook his head. Speculation has it that both the kingdom and the sect couldn't avoid the calamity, resulting in destruction. He paused for a bit before glancing over at Worldbreaker. A different one mentions the terrifying punch. Waves of fist energies broke through everything as if they were dried branches. A radius of 1 million miles was obliterated, all living beings were instantly killed. That I am familiar with. Tingrong said, there are several ancient ruins in Sky's demise. The power of that punch was terrifying and crushed numerous sections. I see, an ancient race became extinct just like that. Jian Ming rubbed his chin. Hard to say. The Taoist replied, I heard that Sword Ocean Tao Lord might be related to this race. Therefore, extinction might not be their fate. Chapter 46:11, Ancient Race. What does the Tao Lord have to do with this race? Jian Ming had to ask. Rumor has it his ancestors are from the depths of the ocean and possess an ancient bloodline. The records are unclear and the Tao Lord had never commented on this before. The Taoist responded. I see. Jian Ming looked around and said, well, so was this place an independent continent surrounded by the ocean at one point? There are some ominous rumors about this place too. Yi Tingrong joined in. What kind of rumors? Jian Ming's curiosity was piqued. Ghosts and such. She titled her head, pondered, and then answered. Impossible, they don't exist. Jian Ming felt creeped out and looked around again. They're just rumors, no one has seen these so-called ghosts before, but there have been strange activities. She said. What do you mean by that? Jian Ming's fear intensified. Occasionally, there will be ominous flashes and ghastly sounds. Then people also saw a few visual phenomena of numerous ships setting sails among the waves. The first-hand accounts aren't numerous enough to be completely trustworthy. She elaborated. Jian Ming pondered. Our sect investigated this place several times but didn't find anything. She added. Doesn't have to be ghosts, it can just be the presence of a treasure. The Taoist shook his head. True. Jian Ming clapped once in agreement. It can be an emerging treasure or some unauspicious things were buried here. They can be the source of the visual phenomena and flashes. It's definitely plausible. Paramount Scion continued, similar rumors are there for the other ruins as well. Countless cultivators have come seeking these treasures but none found anything. This included ancestors from my sect. He didn't hide the sect's matters from the group. Well, if there are still hidden treasures here somehow, we'll be rich after excavating them. Jian Ming became excited and glanced over at Li Qia and Xiao Xian. The others did the same. Li Qia and Xiao Xian had something to do here. It was unlikely for them to be here for an adventure, meaning that it might be a treasure they were after. I don't know if there are treasures or not. Li Qia smiled and shrugged, however, there are certainly remnant marks depicting an unknown history to the current world. An unknown history, Paramount Scion murmured and gazed at the ruins, becoming rather sentimental. The highest level of prosperity reduced to mere rubble. Li Qia spoke emotionlessly, forgotten, as well. Perhaps not all of them should be. A sentimental air took over the group. Just the mere size of the ruins alone painted a magnificent scene of the lineage during its golden age. Perhaps this was the center of the continent, a place for the rulers of 8 Desolaces. Unfortunately, its dynasties and invincible masters have been forgotten by the mass. In this split second, the group suddenly felt something flashing in their mind. Everlasting life and immortality. The Taoist was the oldest among them, so he was the first to speak up. No wonder why all the top masters in history sought immortality. This is the only way to be eternal, everything else is merely ephemeral like the passing clouds and dispersing smokes. The others exchanged glances and ruminated. Just think about it, even an era was nothing compared to the river of time. Whether it be a person or a lineage, even the most riveting tales, all would be forgotten in due time. The ruins in front of them were a perfect example. With this in mind, one would understand the obsessive search for everlasting life and immortality, a state comparable to the river of time. Of course, this was far beyond their station right now, not something they could grasp. Jian Ming glanced over at Xiao Xian since she had some attainments with regard to this topic. She was an ancient being who managed to return to the present time. Is she searching for a lineage? Jian Ming murmured to himself, this can't be a coincidence. He believed that her hibernation and rebirth were all part of a plan. A single master or a mighty sect couldn't have done so. It required an eternal kingdom with endless resources. Over here. Xiao Xian suddenly felt something else and led the group in another direction. They traveled to the other side of the ruins. It had no semblance of its original appearance and was overwhelmed by nature. It is here, I'm sure of it, she said before falling into a state of zen, seemingly recalling the past. Clean it up, Li Qia ordered, and the group immediately obeyed. Both Paramount Scion and Yi Tingrong didn't care about their noble status and carried out the heavy labor. Chapter 46:12 Ancient Ruins. Once the overgrowths were cleaned up, an ancient Tao platform appeared before everyone. It was flat on the ground and expanded outward, looking like the base of a gigantic palace. It was initially made with paved stones, but many have been lost or damaged at this point. Click. 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 Li Qia sat down and gently tapped on one of the stones. The sound seemed to be coming from the past. The others also carefully observed the Dao platform. They noticed that the stones varied in size. When they tried to pick one up, the stone was as heavy as a block of gold. Runes were noticeable. They weren't carved but already existed at the very start. They were surprised because they have never seen these runes before, let alone ones formed by nature. It had a Terra affinity, one that should exist deep underground. How strange, I've never seen anything like it. The Taoist concluded. It came from the depth of the ocean and never saw the sun before. Extremely rare but unfortunately, not very useful for most. Li Qie said. So only useful for that special race. Paramount Scion understood the implication. Li Qie didn't answer and stared at the Dao platform to say, this is indeed a historical record of their race. Alas, there might be myriad of Dao but none can last forever. The group has gotten a better perspective on the ephemerality of life after this encounter. It's right here. Xiao Xian regained her wits and said. The thing is buried here? Are we digging it out now? Jian Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Everyone became excited since it pertained an ancient race. Few had the privilege of experiencing a forgotten part of history. Moreover, something left behind by this ancient race should be unfathomable. Jian Ming knew that due to the circumstances of Xiao Xian's return, any memory making it through the process must be extremely significant. The treasure should have a proportional value. Xiao Xian didn't waste time and walked to the center of the Dao platform. She tilted her head and rested her chin on her hand, seemingly a bit confused. Her fingers and hands started moving instinctively, slowly and deliberately as well while forming mudras and controlling runes. She started chanting an ancient language not from the present time. She herself didn't know that she was doing this. It seemed to be automatic the moment she set foot on the Dao platform. There was no need for her to think. Buzz. A time-worn radiance pulsed around her. Its source seemed to be a forgotten part from the river of time. Virtually imperceptible rays shined the ground and started taking up roots, starting a resonation. The ground lit up as well and released its own rays to illuminate the stones. This made it possible for the runes to leave the surface of the stones. They floated up in the air and received Xiao Xian's light. Her light and the runes combined together and became one. A seeding process started in the air. The group felt as if massive trees were about to manifest into reality. Pop! A force suddenly overwhelmed them and created violent quakes. Something from the ground wanted to come out. It's coming! The Taoist shouted. The soil and dirt beneath the Dao platform loosened while the group watched with bated breath. Boom! Finally, the thing finally drilled upward and showed itself. They saw that it was a large rectangular boulder almost resembling a house with a single room. The entire thing was black like onyx, clearly hard and unbreakable. There were also strange runes but this time around, they were carved and not naturally formed. In the center was a particularly large rune in the form of a maelstrom. It seemed capable of sucking everything in the world inside. Xiao Xian waved her hand and her floating runes immediately flew toward the boulder. Instead of injuring the boulder, they were instantly absorbed. A supreme chapter was opened as a result and those nearby heard the hymns. It wasn't long but had a comforting effect, similar to listening to an old and happy fairy tale. The carved runes also resonated and lit up, especially the maelstrom-shaped one. Are we supposed to lift this boulder up and study it? Jian Ming asked, unable to notice anything. This is it. Xiao Xian told Li Qie. I don't think we can carry it, it seems to have taken roots underground. Jian Ming said. Of course we aren't carrying it back. Go take a look. Li Qie smiled and nodded at Xiao Xian. She took a deep breath and felt rather tense. After all, she didn't know what awaited her in this place. Buzz. The moment she got closer, her body suddenly turned into countless particles. While the group felt astounded by this development, the maelstrom came back to life and rotated with great speed. It sucked into the particles that used to be Xiao Xian. Buzz. Once all the particles were taken in, the boulder became less bright than before, albeit still glowing slightly. Chapter 46:13, Jian Ming's thoughts. Can we enter as well? Jian Ming couldn't help but ask. Feel free to try. Li Qie smiled. Jian Ming came over to her spot earlier and copied her actions, forming a mudra while chanting before finishing with a shout, open. No reaction came from the boulder, the runes didn't light up all the way. We'll see about that. Jian Ming repeated the same thing and shouted louder this time, open. He eventually gave up and it was the Daoist's turn. He came and knocked on it several times, then paid particular attention to the embedded runes. Eventually, he shook his head and concluded, don't waste your time, you can't solve these ancient runes. They work together to form an extremely complicated Dao chapter. It is unique indeed. Paramount Scion sighed and said. Since he came from a great power, he had seen plenty of strange treasures before. This particular boulder was particularly intriguing. It made people want to carry it back home for further research. Even if you can understand the runes, you still won't be able to enter. Li Qie elaborated, this is a Dao door specifically created for a single person. You need to be from this race and have the right bloodline. Otherwise, it is impossible to forcefully enter. So it was created for the lady? Jian Ming murmured and gave up. Follow current novels on Freeweb, OVL. Pretty much. Li Qie said, it is to leave behind a legacy for future descendants. It is an obsession of wanting to leave a mark. Where does it lead to? Jian Ming asked. Xiao Xian obviously didn't enter the boulder. It must have been a teleportation device. Only Xiao Xian knows. Li Qie said, perhaps a large-scale domain or dimension. The legacy of a mighty race won't be so simple. Sigh, why didn't she take me along? I could have carried some trunks for her, she can't carry all of them by herself. Jian Ming lamented. Your dirty hands won't be able to help themselves. The Daoist laughed with disdain. Swindler, don't think everyone is as wretched as yourself. Jian Ming retorted, I am a member of an orthodox clan and would never do something that lowly. I have more sense than that. The Daoist answered with a doubtful sneer. Let's go take a look around. Li Qie smiled and suggested. We're not waiting for the lady? Jian Ming became surprised. I'm afraid she won't be coming out anytime soon. It's fine. Li Qie said. How about we visit my sect? Yitingrong took this opportunity to invite Li Qie. He glanced at her and the Daoist immediately whispered, young noble, should we go? We might as well try to propose for the brat while we're there. Not this crap again. Jian Ming's ears were sharp enough to hear. Li Qie stared at him and rubbed his chin, not a bad idea, I can help you two get together. Jian Ming turned red again, the same with Yitingrong. Nonetheless, the latter remained relatively composed. It'll be successful for sure with you involved, young noble. Paramount Scion said. Didn't your sect propose too? Jian Ming glared at him. That's the will of the ancestors, not mine, and as you already know, we're not the only ones either. Paramount Scion said. So you're just a side actor? Jian Ming said. Of course, 3000 Dao has plenty of geniuses, the same for True Immortal and its vassals. The Scion smiled naturally. Those geniuses aren't worth mentioning. The Daoist smiled, they will have to stand aside before the young noble. The real question is whether Miss Yi is interested in our brat. Swindler, didn't I already make myself clear? We're being very insensitive toward Miss Yi right now. Jian Ming shouted. I do not mind a proposal from the young noble on your behalf. After all, I won't be the one deciding. She calmly said. Miss Yi, you know what I meant, I don't want you to feel offended. Jian Ming smiled awkwardly. Very well, we're going to Diamond Gate. Li Qie had nothing else to do. As they were on their way, the Taoist whispered to Jian Ming, "Brat, if this goes well, then your trip will be something else. Your ancestors will laugh happily after seeing you bringing a beauty back and will forgive you for your past transgressions." My ass, the two families haven't even exchanged the introductory letters yet. Jian Ming glared at him. We're talking about introductory letters now? Looks like you are really interested in her then. The Taoist whispered back. You've been spewing a lot of shit. Watch it or I'll knock your dog head off. Jian Ming knocked on the Taoist's head. The Taoist laughed and started running away. This left Jian Ming standing there in embarrassment and explained himself. The swindler doesn't know when to shut up. I just taught him a lesson, that's all. Dao brother, as I've said, I do not mind a proposal from you at all. Tingrong smiled. Jian Ming stammered, unable to say anything. This was a stark contrast to his usual self, having no qualms spitting out venomous words. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this. Memories of the past returned regarding the young geniuses. They grew up to be mighty characters and desired by everyone. Unfortunately, no one remembered their romantic tales anymore. Li Chia might be one of the few exceptions. He sighed sentimentally about his own matters. Alas, this gorgeous world and its magnificent women couldn't keep him from walking forward. Chapter 46:14 Golden Gate possessed its own mountain range in Sky's demise and a fair bit of land. Despite its relatively recent founding, it was still quite strong and stood out among the sects here. It didn't only specialize in the Fist Dao and had other top merit laws as well. This was because he derived other laws from those found in Golden City. Since he was a genius there, he had access to many of them. He chose the path of derivation instead of passing down the original merit laws out of respect. Keep in mind that the original ones included arts from ancient emperors, Dao lords, and even those from older periods. They served as the basic foundation for the first emperor to start his sect. Moreover, his Fist Dao was dominating enough. Flourishing scenes were common sights across the mountain range. The main peak was particularly bright due to the presence of a radiant palace. This peak was also known as Golden Peak or Fist Peak. It resembled a fist sticking out of the ground, a contrast to the fist swinging downward in World Breaker. The Golden Palace was made from gold, hence its dazzling reflection to all directions. It made it obvious for visitors to know that they were in the right place. Rumor has it that when the construction was finished, members from Golden City came to offer their congratulations. Of course, this couldn't be verified. Nonetheless, Golden Gate truly displayed the word golden. It was the most common theme in the architecture seen here. Follow current novels on Freeweb, OVL. Some criticized them for using gold this often, saying that it was ostentatious and inelegant. The sect itself believed that they were simply connected to this character due to their history. Therefore, gold was used as decorations in building bricks. Not all members of Golden Gate were in love with gold. On top of the arched gate was a plaque with the characters Golden Gate. The calligraphy was both expertly and powerful. Each stroke made people imagine a punch. Quite grand. Jian Ming couldn't help but comment. I heard that Golden God Fist made this plaque. Paramount Scion said. Though he didn't let the emperor join his sect, he still gave his descendant a present during the latter's sect foundation. At the very least, they seemed to still have a relationship. The gate was naturally packed. This wasn't due to a celebration or anything but due to the influx of suitors from the mighty sects and ancient clans. The majority was here to find more information about the emperor or the treasure. All in all, Golden Gate would appear to be flourishing due to all the guests. In reality, the members of the sect, especially the experts and ancestors, were awfully nervous. They knew that malice existed beneath the friendly guise. Once this thin veil was lifted and for the sake of the treasure, these great powers could go as far as massacring all of them and excavating every inch of their home. This meant that all of these suitors were potential enemies who could unsheath their blade at any moment. Danger existed everywhere for Golden Gate right now, hence the permeating fear. Whispers and conversations ignited the moment people saw Yitingrong and Li Qia's group. Remember, Yitingrong was the chosen bride this time. Golden Gate and its members haven't revealed their stance yet on this issue. Therefore, it seemed strange for her to be in public with another group. Who are they? A member of a big sect asked. It's Li Qia, he's a big shot. Another whispered. A big shot? What is his background? Many youths didn't know who he was. A very famous genius who is on the rise. Someone from Southern Desolate said, I believe he is deeply related to Lion's Roar and even killed Five Sun King's father at Dragon Sect. He killed Five Sun King's father? The crowd couldn't believe it. One of them gasped and said, is he tired of living? There is no way Five Sun King would ever let this go. He has Lion's Roar as the backer. Even the priestess of Ancestral Divine Temple publicly supported him. Someone who was present at Yin Yang Crossing said. Damn, everyone was shocked to hear this. Lion's Roar was a behemoth while Ancestral Divine Temple was a feared existence as well. Having them as backers meant that he could threaten all of 8 Desolaces. Seems like he can challenge the geniuses of True Immortal and 3,000 Dao then. Another brought this up. You're right. The one from the Yin Yang event nodded, this is indeed the case. He killed Six-Winged Emissary who is the disciple of True Immortal Sect Master several days ago at Yin Yang Crossing. Since the priestess from Ancestral Divine Temple had his back, True Immortal Sect Master couldn't do anything about it. That's unbelievable. One youth took a deep breath. Is he here for the marriage proposal too? A clan member asked. Maybe Golden Gate agreed already. A spectator who saw Li Qia together with Yitingrong suggested. It was understandable for those nearby to guess Li Qia's goal, considering that Yitingrong was with him. They went as far as thinking that they had agreed to it. Is this really happening? This possibility became the main topic near the entrance. There will be strong opposition. A young expert snorted. Right, what about the other powers? Especially True Immortal and 3,000 Dao. They won't accept a refusal so easily. Another from an old sect nodded in agreement. Everyone understood that Golden Gate was riding a tiger and getting down was difficult. Accepting one meant humiliating the others. True, they won't let it end so easily. They were also aware of the behemoth's true intention, the treasure. Don't forget, Li Qia has Dragon's Roar and Ancestral Divine Temple. He's close with Dragon too. A big shot said. Chapter 46:15 Chicken Gossips started with Yitingrong's return with Li Qia. They speculated that she might want an engagement with him. He alone wouldn't be a big deal. The power of one couldn't match the behemoths, but they heard about his involvement with Lion's Roar and Ancestral Divine Temple. This would give him enough power to contend against his enemies. Miss Yi, you're finally back. A happy voice came as a man walked quickly over. He was radiant and shrouded in divine flames. Void-Burn Godchild. Many recognized him right away. Looks like His Highness is here for the engagement as well. Another stated. Void-Burn Pavilion is not competitive. Not to mention the behemoths, it can't compare to the Sima or 800 Li Court. An expert shook his head. His backer is Divine Dragon Valley, maybe he's their representative. A clan member murmured. We meet again, Godchild. Yitingrong politely nodded. Golden Gate didn't wish to offend anyone right now due to its precarious situation. Void-Burn was glad to see her. His sect wanted this engagement and he himself fancied her. In this case, he represented Divine Dragon Valley. First, she was beautiful and elegant. He fell in love at first sight. In the case of success with the marriage, he might be able to gain good things from the Fist Emperor. The absolute best-case scenario would be to obtain the peerless treasure. That would grant their sect an alliance with Divine Dragon Valley for eras to come. Therefore, he came with ambition and aspiration. Although he knew his chance was rather low, he still desired a favorable outcome and hoped for a miracle. What if she were to like and wish to marry him? Our elder is drinking tea with Senior Mad Fist. Voidburn stared intensely at her, seemingly wanting to engrave her face into his heart. Mad Fist was the current clan master of Golden Gate and Yitingrong's grandfather. Thank you for letting me know. Enjoy your time here at our sect, and if you need anything, just let our members know, she said. Her polite yet distant response made it difficult. As a godchild, he was always pampered back in his sect. The female disciples there loved him, so he didn't know how to flirt. He glanced at Li Chia's group and said, who might they be? He had met them back in Yin Yang Crossing but didn't know who they were. Young noble Li and his friends. Yitingrong introduced them. He slightly frowned and said, I see, a bunch of nobodies like you wants to propose too? He wanted to show off his cool side and power in front of her, hence his antagonizing comment. This time around, his sect had powerful masters here. Plus, Li Chia wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Do I hear a chicken running its mouth? Looks like it doesn't know what the hell it's saying since its butt is on fire. Jian Ming answered instead of Li Chia. Who are you calling a chicken? Voidburn's expression soured. Some in the crowd started laughing. One of them said, sounds about right, he is a fire chicken. Voidburn Godchild was a demon, his true form was a fire cloud fowl. Who is laughing? He glared at the crowd, but some didn't stop laughing. Though he was relatively famous and strong, everyone here came from great powers. They weren't afraid of him. Only the behemoths could make them back off. Voidchild's embarrassment turned into anger. He glared at Jian Ming and threatened, Brat, you must be tired of living. The brat is annoying indeed, but he has a higher chance of winning the engagement than you. Stand aside, little chicken. The Taoist added. Stop it. Jian Ming glared at the Taoist. Voidburn focused his enmity toward Jian Ming after learning that he was a suitor as well. The members from the behemoths were one thing, but he had no problem dealing with Jian Ming. Who the hell do you think you are? Voidburn said with disdain, just a member of a declining clan. Take a look in the mirror first and know your place. Jian Ming had thick skin regarding himself but didn't appreciate anyone talking down on his clan. Little chicken, I hope you can back your words up. He turned red and shouted back. Huh, he's angry now. The Taoist laughed. Jian Ming seemed to be more tempestuous and easily flustered, and it came to Yitingrong. You will fight me? Bring it. Voidburn sneered. Very well. Jian Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He's getting serious now. The Taoist could tell. Gentlemen, why don't we all take one step back? Yitingrong said, not wanting trouble near her sect. Miss Yi, please don't stop me. I will teach this ignorant loser a lesson. Voidburn declared. That's my line, little chicken. Jian Ming stepped forward. A lesson is too lenient, kill him. Li Chia ordered. Everyone exchanged glances. Paramount Scion smiled while Yitingrong let out a sigh. The death sentence is given. The Taoist said. Our young noble has called for your death. Jian Ming confidently pointed at Voidchild and said, your time to be arrogant is over. Chapter 46:16, Puppets, loser, this will not end until I kill you. Voidchild's eyes released intimidating eyes, seemingly capable of turning Jian Ming into a sieve. Poof. His flames intensified. This was a type of Dao flame capable of melting any metals with a single touch. Strangely enough, it gave off an impression of being unbearably cold. This was due to his murderous intent, making those standing nearby feel as if they were stuck in an ice pit. His hatred for Jian Ming was as obvious as can be. We got ourselves a show. Both members of Golden Gate and visitors were ready to watch this exciting development. They wanted more chaos to potentially take advantage of the situation. After all, they were here for several days now and nothing happened. Maybe this could serve as a catalyst. It didn't take long before the place was packed with cultivators. The atmosphere became heated since the two combatants had nothing but vitriol for each other. Who'll win? People started speculating. Probably Voidburn Godchild. An old man said, Voidburn can't compare to the behemoths, but its progenitor was still the first disciple of eight-step dragon Tao Lord. He had access to top arts on top of creating the fire dragon mantra, something comparable to Tao Lord merit laws. True, they have considerable resources and history, albeit not on the same level as Divine Dragon Valley. Someone from the west nodded in agreement. This godchild has abilities from his race on top of cultivating the fire dragon mantra. We'll see about that. This kid from the Jian is not bad at all. He hangs out with some ruffians but also top masters. The latter must be indicative of his ability. Someone who recognized Jian Ming said. That's not all. Another with more knowledge of Jian Ming's clan said, his clan is ancient and has earned the favor of a supreme existence. They cannot be underestimated. Just watch, I still believe Voidburn Godchild has the upper hand. One more said, a fire cloud fowl is extremely fierce, not to mention his top arts and numerous treasures. We'll find out soon enough. The others said. Loser, come meet your maker. Voidburn Godchild roared. I'm waiting, chicken. Jian Ming didn't relent, his eyes pulsed brightly. He seemed to be turning into a different person, not leisurely and carefree like before. After all, he was from a great clan. His true aura and brilliance finally revealed themselves once he became serious. Oh, not too bad. The Taoist got a new perspective on Jian Ming and praised, how manly, not a hoodlum anymore. Seems like I'm just a frog under the well. Paramount Scion said after seeing Jian Ming's heaven-devouring momentum. Most remembered him as a foul-mouthed bastard. Now, he showed everyone a different side. Yitingrong was surprised and stared at him in amazement. A pillar of the Jian won't be a useless idiot. Li Chia wasn't surprised at all. Boom! Voidburn Godchild's vitality erupted along with Chaos True Energy. Tao halos also appeared amidst his flames. 7 Tao Heavenly Sovereign. His cultivation level became apparent to the crowd. Rumble. His flames soared to the sky, eager to incinerate the stars. Such powerful cloud flames. A fire affinity expert was surprised. Poof. Jian Ming summoned 4 spheres. They fell to the ground and created a dust storm. Once the dust settled, 4 gigantic puppets appeared before the crowd. Each had long and big runes intertwining everywhere. Their materials were also strange, looking like both stone and wood yet were neither. Die. Cloud flame incineration. Voidburn Godchild grabbed some flames and formed a madra. The flames turned into a firebird. It spread its wings and released a torrent of power toward Jian Ming. Everything standing in its way was reduced to ashes. Cultivators nearby immediately retreated in order to not be burnt to a crisp. Go. Jian Ming was undeterred and ordered his 4 puppets to attack. One of them leaped upward, leaving a massive pair of prints on the ground. Rah! It roared like a primal beast and released boundless purple lights. They came together to form a shield. Boom! The sky started shaking violently. Deafening blasts assaulted the listeners. Both the firebird and the puppet didn't relent for a single moment, continuing to release their power. However, the other 3 puppets joined the fight and surrounded the firebird. The latter screeched and flapped its wings, taking its offense to the next level. Alas, this wasn't enough to stop the puppets. Bam! 2 of them grabbed the bird's wings while the third pulled its tail. Chapter 46:17, Fire Dragon Mantra Ra. The 3 puppets then tore the firebird apart to the astonishment of the crowd. They didn't expect the puppets to be so strong. What the hell are they? A spectator became startled. These puppets weren't afraid of fire at all, on top of being physically capable. Must be something from the ancient age. An ancestor saw the clues and said, runes are embedded in the puppet via an inscrutable method. Whoever created them must have been insanely strong. Boom. 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 Voidburn Godchild staggered backward after his Firebird was destroyed. He thought that Jian Ming was only a nobody, not competitive at all. It shouldn't be difficult for a godchild of Voidburn like him to take the brat down. He would be able to show his abilities in front of Yitingrong. Perhaps she would have a more favorable opinion of him as a result. Unfortunately, the battle didn't go as planned since he lost the first exchange in a humiliating manner. Good. The Taoist wasn't stingy with his praises. Brat, beat him up. I'll do more than beat him up, he's dead. Jian Ming declared in an imperious manner. After all, he was a member of a truly prominent clan and possessed a noble bloodline. His talent and comprehension weren't inferior to any young successor. Alas, his attitude and unsavory conduct made people think of him as a shady merchant. Chicken, is this all you got? He laughed and said, weren't you awfully confident earlier? Looks like you're all bark and no bite, haha. Jian Ming's foul mouth went back to work once more. Voidburn's face turned red as he trembled with rage. Geniuses like him weren't used to this treatment. He deserves it. A listener whispered after seeing his enraged appearance. Ignorant fool, I shall cut you to pieces even if it's the last thing I do. Voidburn gritted his teeth. Wow, I'm so scared. Jian Ming sarcastically said while patting his chest, unfortunately, the last thing you'll do is die in this battle. Die. Voidburn Godchild's 7 halos slowly floated upward and spewed out runic flames. Fire Dragon Mantra. Voidburn's roar echoed across Golden Gate. Boom. Heat waves the size of a tsunami manifested into reality. Time and space turned into ashes as a result. Ra. A draconic and primal aura engulfed the battlefield even before the appearance of the beast. In the next second, a large fire dragon appeared with its claws at the ready. Everyone felt their mouth being parched from the high temperature. It coiled in the air and painted everything with a red shade. The sky vault was on the verge of melting. Fire Dragon Mantra, a technique comparable to Tao Lord Merit Law. People were impressed to see this technique created by Skyfire True Dragon, the first disciple of 8-step Dragon Tao Lord. Dragon Trample. Voidburn controlled the Grand Tao and channeled his Chaos True energy to control the dragon. The sky turned dark as the dragon leaped downward with enough momentum to rend the earth. Worst of all, the claws also wielded all-melting flames. The 4 puppets couldn't stop the technique known as Dragon Temple and were sent flying. When the claws reached the ground, they left behind deep prints with lava oozing out. Puppet Formation. Jian Ming released his vitality and his runes entered the 4 puppets. Boom. The puppets exploded and all of their runes drilled into the ground. In the next second, an overgrowth of runes rushed out of the ground and intertwined together with incredible speed to form Tao strings. Countless strings wrapped tightly around the fire dragon, making it look like a preserved corpse. Burn. Voidburn Godchild roared. The dragon's flame intensified and became hotter, but this wasn't enough to burn the runic Tao strings. The eruption of runes never stopped. Boom. Eventually, the runes formed a puppet even larger than the fire dragon. Boom. It then pulled the dragon down from the sky before astonished eyes. The dragon smashed into the ground, leaving a deep pit. Ugh, Voidburn Godchild became seriously injured and vomited a mouthful of blood. It's so strong. A spectator shouted. Well done. The Taoist praised. This puppet is incredible. Paramount Scion added. So it turns out that fellow Taoist Jian has always been hiding his power. Yitingrong gained a new perspective on Jian Ming. This brat has more ace cards up his sleeves, but he's never serious. The Taoist laughed. She heard this and stared carefully at Jian Ming. It seemed that he was just as strong as any successor around his age. Alas, he chose to do unsavory stuff such as mingling with ruffians and being a merchant instead. Chapter 46:18, Stone Dragon Whip Boom. The fire dragon flew out from the pit, still looking full of vim and vigor. The smash didn't do significant damage. Raw. It looked furious and spat out flames, clearly feeling humiliated after being pulled to the ground. Clank. Voidburn Godchild's 7 halos became blindingly bright and their runes became activated. They looked like 7 suns floating upward. The runes connected together to form divine chains as large as mountain ranges that circle around the 7 halos. The runic chains exuded scorching flames and let out dragon roars. It seemed as if each halo now had one fire dragon protecting it. The draconic aura made it seem as if thousands of dragons were about to fly out. This astounded the spectators since it could reduce weaker cultivators to ashes. He lives up to his fame. One genius from another sect praised. Though the guy was arrogant and unreasonable, he did have the strength to back it up. Draconic Sky Watchers. Voidburn's hands formed a mudra. He resembled a fire god at this point, pulsing with flames from top to bottom. A supreme formation appeared above the fire dragons and released an unstoppable inferno onto the world. This move is rather strong. The majority of the spectators didn't expect this. Boom! The main fire dragon grew larger at an incredible rate. Activate. Jian Ming reacted by channeling his own power. More runes came out of the ground and entered the puppet. It started growing larger and larger. This is a size competition. Spectators exchanged glances since the 2 entities were crowding up the sky. You're finished. Voidburn roared and commanded the fire dragon. The creature's front claws slashed at the puppet's head. It was as if 5 sharp mountain ranges were crashing down. This made people worry for Golden Gate. The claw pushed the puppet's head downward and caused a violent quake. Its lower half was pushed into the ground. People then heard a creaking noise as if its head was about to be crushed by the claws. Go! Jian Ming channeled more power and increased the puppet's growth. It became as large as the dragon and grabbed the claws, pushing down on its head. Rumble. The fight became even and the 2 creatures didn't hold back. Large chasms appeared on the ground. A while ago, many believed that Jian Ming was clearly inferior. Now, it appeared that they have misjudged his ability. This is a top technique from the fire dragon mantra, yet it is still being stopped. The brat is quite capable. An elder concluded. Voidburn thought that this move would be enough to eradicate the puppet. Alas, this didn't work, so he took out a long whip. The appearance of the whip boiled the heaven and earth. It was abnormally large and crimson, made by tendons twisted together. Stone Dragon Whip. A high elder recognized the weapon. A weapon left behind by Skyfire True Dragon. Many big shots recognized its origin. Rumor has it that this progenitor entered an area ravaged by volcanoes and killed an adult stone dragon. He used its tendons and the flames at the heart of a volcano to create this draconic whip. He whipped it forward and struck the fire dragon. The 2 suddenly became one. The dragon made of fire seemed to gain a physical body afterward. This was no longer a dragon created by merit law, but rather, an entity with a draconic bloodline, a divine beast. Ra. Its power erupted, capable of flipping mountains over and filling up oceans. The sudden boost of power was too much for the puppet. Its head was immediately crushed and the rest of the body was reduced to pieces. This made Jian Ming stagger backward and vomit blood. Brat! The Taoist shouted. Are you all right? Yitingrong worried and asked. I'm fine, still alive. He wiped the blood off his lips. Fire Dragon Mantra and that whip are a perfect combination. Few youths can stop it. An ancestor concluded. Chapter 46:19, Dragon Diagram of Destruction. The whip combined with the Fire Dragon Mantra impressed the crowd with its power. Voidburn couldn't compare to the 5 conquerors, but the attack just now nearly justified his arrogance and pride. Geniuses from the great powers are always capable. Someone who disliked him commented and recognized his ability. Can the brat do anything about it? Another thought that Jian Ming was going to die for sure. Voidburn didn't go all out from the start. The battle seems over now. One clan member added. The sentiment shifted from an even fight to Jian Ming being dead for sure after just one technique. Voidburn became complacent and opened his ears wide to listen to the praises. He thought that he was finally able to show Yi Tingrong his power. It was time for him to finish Jian Ming. Brat, I shall desecrate your corpse, this is what you get for running your mouth. He loudly threatened. Godchild, make him unable to ever speak again. One clan member who hated Jian Ming shouted. Right, off with his tongue. Another had a cruel smile. By this point, Jian Ming has stabilized his inner energy and glared at Voidburn Godchild, looking like a true descendant of a prestigious clan. You think too highly of yourself, I will show you my true ability now. Jian Ming declared. Boom. He released enough vitality and energy to create a floating expanse. This brat is this strong? A big shot became startled. He was hiding his power. A master from an old sect found this surprising. Rah! A rather quiet draconic cry could be heard. Despite its humble volume, it made listeners go weak and want to submit. Even the gigantic fire dragon trembled after hearing it. This is, not to mention the young cultivators, even veterans were caught unaware by this special cry. At first, the empowered fire dragon felt so real and made them think that an actual dragon was here. Now, it paled in comparison to whatever made this recent sound. If, say, the fire dragon's roar was authentic, then the sound just now was the roar of the king of dragons. All other draconic creatures would have to become subservient and afraid. Is this a true dragon bloodline? Paramount Scion took a deep breath, shocked. It is exceedingly noble. Yi Tingrong's expression changed. This was certainly not a draconic bloodline. Nonetheless, the dragon's cry and his vitality implied the nobility in his bloodline. Clank. The cry was still audible while a divine sword slowly floated up above his head. It had an ancient style with many scars, clearly from the olden days. The atmosphere turned cold, no longer affected by the fire dragon. Murderous energy permeated from the sword's deathly aura and made people shudder. Jian Ming turned into a god of death, looking emotionless and prone to massacring. This tangible energy of death gathered into the form of a true dragon. The faint image of the dragon represented a cataclysm, the end of all things. What the hell is this? Crowd members became confused. This murderous aura didn't seem to be made from energy or divinity. It felt natural as part of the cultivation process, meaning that the merit law was meant for murder. This brat hides stuff so well. The Taoist said, it's a good thing I didn't drive him crazy recently. This resembles the sword art from an ancient sacred ground, murderous and emotionless. Paramount Scion analyzed the aura. Many were doing the same thing, hoping to realize the origin of the technique. Dragon Diagram of Destruction. Each word he shouted stabbed the heart. Clank. The true dragon roared again and the expanse of energy turned into an ocean of blood. Fire Dragon Bulwark. Voidburn Godchild no longer held back after seeing this. His vitality turned into flames. The gigantic dragon breathed in the affinities around it and created a boundless wall, seemingly impregnable. Everyone looked up and saw the wall splitting the region in half. This is the strongest defense of that mantra. An ancestor said. Boom. The first technique of the murderous move came slashing down and rendered the wall ineffective. The front half instantly crumbled in a magnificent spectacle akin to the end of a heavenly kingdom. Voidburn gritted his teeth while blood gushed out of his mouth. His full focus on defense wasn't enough to stop the slash. He's going to die. An ancestor understood that Voidburn had nothing left. Don't be afraid, godchild. A shout came from Golden Peak during this crucial moment. An old man sent out true flames from his forehead despite being immensely far away. Skyburn Divine Flame. Its target was Voidburn, not the slash. Chapter 46:20, Mighty Slash, Boom. The flame empowered Voidburn instead of hurting him. The fiery aura around him became entirely different since it had a golden glow now. It seemed to be melted gold. How could a flame seem so tangible and heavy? The damaged wall became tougher and gained a golden layer. Each brick seemingly weighed millions of pounds. His defense became numerous times tougher as a result and managed to stop the slash. He did it. A spectator shouted. The slash was terrifying and could only be stopped by a few youths from this generation. Nonetheless, Voidburn was able to do so after receiving help. Now, the tides have turned once more. What is this? The kid can't win and now the adults want to play too? Li Qie smiled and raised one hand. Buzz. Tiny spirit-like runes appeared on his fingertip. He waved his hand, commanding them to enter Jian Ming's body. Boom! Jian Ming's draconic aura intensified during this awakening process. His ancient bloodline woke up and turned him into a dragon. His blood turned into draconic blood, causing the spectators to feel a suffocating pressure. Bam! The slash suddenly exerted its strongest potential and became unstoppable. The golden wall could no longer stop it despite the previous empowerment. The entire thing crumbled as a result. You dare? The ancestor who wanted to save Voidburn was still one step late. No. Voidburn turned to flee as fast as possible, but it was too late. Blood splashed from his decapitated corpse. His eyes were wide open in disbelief as it fell down next to the body. He never expected to die to a nobody before. He had such a bright future ahead. The atmosphere became somber as everyone gazed at the falling corpse. He won. Yi Tingrong couldn't regain her wits. Due to her previous impression of Jian Ming, she didn't think that he would be so strong. If she had to pick someone to be the winner, it would have been Voidburn. Jian Ming's slash was simply shocking. Moreover, his personality completely changed from a swindler to a god of death. The inviolable and merciless nature of the latter left a deep impression on her. I don't think he's weaker than any successor of the great powers. Someone calmed down and said. The majority looked down on him a while ago, but he has proven himself to them with that ultimate slash. It seemed comparable to any Tao Lord technique. In fact, even the Fire Dragon mantra was easily defeated. You're dead, Junior. The ancestor who helped Voidburn Godchild earlier finally arrived on the scene. He was furious after seeing the corpse. The first elder of Voidburn. Many recognized him and whispered. He was obviously furious. They came for a marriage proposal, yet the potential groom was now dead. Can't even accept defeat gracefully? Jian Ming instantly retreated behind Li Qie and laughed. It was a fair fight. He lost because he lacked skill. If this is how your sect is going to act after losing, crawl back to your nest like good turtles lest you want to humiliate yourself again. He reverted back to his regular style right after the battle, no longer the god of death. A life for a life. The first elder coldly uttered. He couldn't come back to the sect right now without extracting retribution first. If a member of the behemoths were to say this, the crowd would be silent. This wasn't the case right now. Just accept defeat, it was a fair duel. One expert shouted. Others could see that before outside interference, Jian Ming would have won. Later on, 2 different seniors empowered them, so this turned out to be fair as well. Elder, they're right. No need to dwell over an honorable death in battle. Someone else spoke up. Everyone looked over and saw a youth in white. His robe fluttered to the wind, a scene from an elegant painting. Jade Dragon, Monarch of Divine Dragon. A spectator bellowed. Jade Dragon Monarch, the junior brother of Tian Feng. Everyone knew about the marriage alliance between Voidburn and Divine Dragon Valley. Normally, these 2 sects were always in the same boat. Now, Jade Dragon Monarch should help the first elder avenge Voidburn Godchild by taking down Jian Ming's group. The actual development was rather unexpected. The monarch knows right from wrong. A few crowd members gave him a thumbs up for being so reasonable. Chapter 46-21. Who else but me? That's the qualities of someone from a prestigious sect. Such wisdom at an early age, he will become someone great. A high elder praised. True. A sect master nodded in agreement. Even if he won't succeed the valley, he'll still be a commendable lord of a region. Divine Dragon Valley reigned over hundreds of sects and kingdoms. The most likely successor was none other than Tian Feng, a potential Dao Lord. Given his current talent and power, the majority of his ancestors supported him to be the next leader of Divine Dragon. In reality, the official succession wasn't far away. Jade Dragon Monarch should be proud of his own abilities and achievements. He was only slightly inferior to the 5 conquerors. For example, Voidburn Godchild was a famous cultivator but still couldn't compete with Jade Dragon Monarch. Alas, the conquerors were just on another level. When people talked about Divine Dragon Valley, they couldn't help talking about Tian Feng. This didn't mean that Jade Dragon Monarch was incapable. Since the crowd has spoken, this left the first elder of Voidburn in a tough situation. He wanted to avenge their godchild in order to answer to his sect. Alas, doing so would invoke the scorn of everyone here, damaging both his and the sect's reputation. I would have no grievance if it was an even fight. However, you have cheated to kill our godchild. This is an unforgivable offense. The first elder threatened. We cheated? Who was the first to use the Skyburn flame to empower your godchild? How shameless! Jian Ming retorted. You! The first elder turned red with no response. He's right, you were the first to interfere. An expert in the crowd said, then they get to do it too. You broke the rule first. At least lose gracefully, you're ruining Voidburn Court's reputation. Others chimed in since they weren't afraid of this sect. First elder, the fight was indeed fair earlier. Jade Dragon Monarch nodded. To dwell on this disparages Voidburn and Divine Dragon Valley's reputation. The crowd was silenced after hearing this. They stared at the first elder, awaiting a decision. It was better not to comment now that Divine Dragon Valley was dragged into the mess. The first elder's expression soured. He wasn't in a position to go against the monarch. Moreover, due to their alliance, Divine Dragon Valley's reputation could be hurt as well. Fine. He swallowed this anger and went with the flow. He then utterly coldly at Jian Ming, I will remember what happened here today. Come to Voidburn if you dare in the future, this isn't over yet. He needed to have the cool last words before leaving or it would be too pathetic. I'm so scared. Jian Ming said this, but his appearance was anything but. The first elder scowled once and then left the battlefield. Young noble Jian, your sword technique earlier was enlightening. Yitingrong sincerely praised. It's no big deal, it's no big deal. He smiled awkwardly instead of bragging about his skills. Brat, where is this sword art from? Also, what is this bloodline? The Taoist became curious. Don't you know everything? Jian Ming said proudly, I dare you to read my fortune. His attitude toward the Taoist was a stark contrast to how he responded to Yitingrong. You're not worth it. The Taoist didn't give him any face. These two have always quarreled and Jian Ming never gave a damn regardless of what the Taoist said. However, it was different in Yitingrong's presence. Let's go inside. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Times are different now, just about any random can come and propose a marriage alliance. Even if they want the treasure, they need to take a look in the mirror first before embarrassing themselves. This casual yet loud comment offended everyone, but Jian Ming clapped and added, "You're completely right, young noble. Randoms don't know their place anymore." He fanned the fire and infuriated everyone. The latter was about to leave since the battle was over, but now, they had a new enemy. "Brat, what did you say?" One genius glared at them. "Was I not being clear enough? You all are not worthy of the treasure." Li Qie calmly responded. The crowd was furious, wanting to stomp him down. "Trouble comes from the mouth, watch it." Someone else uttered menacingly. "Join the long line of those who want to kill me, I don't mind." Li Qie smiled. "Ha, you speak as if you're the only one worthy of the treasure." A saint child sneered. "Yes, who else but me?" Li Qie replied. "Ignorant fool, true immortal and 3,000 Dao are here too. They can obliterate you." A genius angrily said. "I would like to see them try." Li Qie nonchalantly said. The atmosphere became silent again after this declaration. Chapter 46-22, True Immortal Spirit. The conversation stopped since they didn't wish to gossip about the behemoths. These sects were unbeatable and could destroy just about anyone. It was best not to antagonize them, let alone oppose them. No one wanted death or even worse, clan or sect extermination. Some cultivators might be fearless enough to take the risk personally. Alas, they had to think about their families and fellow sect members. Therefore, they exchanged glances after hearing Li Qie's overbearing comment. Why would he offend two behemoths together? One expert calmed down and whispered. Just one alone was problematic enough. "Friend, you have quite an attitude." A dignified voice echoed in waves and suffocated listeners. Just the words alone showed how powerful the speaker was. It seemed that he could roar and take down a city wall. Radiance pulsed in and out, and eventually, a youth walked out from the center. He wore silver armor with flowing runes on the surface. The shoulder plates resembled wings. He had a seal between his eyebrows, one belonging to the charming spirit race. The seal was rather obvious, as if it has been carved into the bones and the soul. This was proof of his power, enough to contend against anyone in the young generation. True immortal spirit. The mass recognized him. One of the 6 stars of True Immortal. One youth blurted out. "Wow, look at him." A female disciple couldn't hide her admiration. There was no doubt that True Immortal Spirit's fame, power, and likability far exceeded Voidberg Godsiled. So he's the candidate for marriage from True Immortal. Everyone understood right away. That shows that they're rather sincere with the proposal. Old experts admitted this. Other suitors saw him and became dejected. One of them said, "Looks like it's decided already, Golden Gate can't refuse." The current True Immortal had plenty of geniuses. The most brilliant were referred to as the 6 stars, and True Immortal Spirit was one of them. He's a direct disciple of Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor, a higher-ranking member among the 6 too. His master adores him, so he is a prominent member of the sect. The fact that he is here in person speaks plenty. Another said. Among the 6 stars, True Immortal Young Emperor was naturally at the top. The master's disciple, 6-winged emissary, didn't even make the list. From this, one could see how exceptional their young generation was. True Immortal Spirit wasn't an ordinary disciple either. He was a direct disciple of Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor. Just this alone indicated greatness. He didn't let his master down either and eventually surpassed his peers. I have to admit that True Immortal Spirit is more than enough to be a good candidate, Miss Yi. The Taoist told Yitingrong. Right. She admitted because this was objectively true. True Immortal is serious about this. Paramount Scion said. She only sighed and smiled wryly. In terms of power, her sect would be climbing up True Immortal in a potential marriage alliance. Nonetheless, they sent one of their 6 prodigies, not a regular member. In fact, numerous female disciples would love to have a similar marriage situation. Alas, Yitingrong felt rather conflicted. She didn't hate True Immortal Spirit since they had only met a few times. She only hated being used as a tool and not having control of her own fate. Most importantly, True Immortal was scheming for her ancestors' treasure, so the matter was more complicated and sinister. If they were to refuse to hand the treasure over, their in-laws might no longer be friendly and would choose to speak using the blades. On the other hand, Jian Ming didn't like the comment. He laughed and said, "What makes him so special? He's just another tool in this marriage proposal. If Golden Gate doesn't have a better option, they'll most likely pick True Immortal. He is a good candidate for a son-in-law. No matter how you look at it, he is in the lead." The Taoist instigated. Not necessarily. Miss Yi won't necessarily pick him. Jian Ming snorted. Yitingrong opened her mouth but eventually refrained from speaking. She didn't want to tell others how inconsequential her opinion was in this decision. In one sense, the decision was up to Golden Gate, but given the current circumstances, it was even beyond their control. Meanwhile, True Immortal Spirit approached. His aura still pulsed like the relentless waves of an ocean hitting the face, making it hard for others to endure. Chapter 46-23. Contemptuous True Immortal Spirit stopped and perused the scene before focusing on Wuxia. Everyone scanned by his gaze felt their scalp tingling. His vision alone seemed to have cut off a layer of skin from their head, not the most pleasant sensation to have. His sharp gaze nearly had physical reactions. This was even before the activation of his power, or most would be immobilized right now. His eyes became intense as they latched onto Wuxia. Many trembled in fear after sensing his wrath. Alas, the heart-piercing gaze didn't affect Wuxia in the slightest. The latter patted his chest as if wanting to wipe off some dust. This act seemed disrespectful, as if implicating the True Immortal Spirit's gaze was somehow dirtying him. "You insulted True Immortal earlier?" True Immortal Spirit's calm voice was commanding and oppressive. "And?" Wuxia smiled. True Immortal Spirit narrowed his eyes, only increasing the pressure. Some of the weaker cultivators nearly dropped down on their knees. It was solely focused on Wuxia. Otherwise, it might have made others vomit blood. Insulting True Immortal is a serious offense. There was something menacing about the genius voice, reminding listeners of how death could happen at any moment. "Doesn't seem like a big deal," Wuxia casually responded. Listeners took a deep breath and talked among themselves. Insulting True Immortal and then doubling down on it in public, that's suicidal. A youth whispered. Wuxia's arrogance was truly unfathomable. No, at this point, it had to be described as contempt for the behemoths. Everyone here chose their words carefully when talking to members of True Immortal, not wanting to offend them. Now, Wuxia chose a more cavalier approach. "Does he not care about his clan?" A clan member said. "This is nothing for him. Do you not know that he killed 6-winged emissary in front of True Immortal Sect Master?" Someone who visited Yin Yang Crossing said. Those nearby heard this and became astounded. True Immortal would never let this go. Who could endure the humiliation and the direct challenge to one's authority? He'll die a graveless death. Someone speculated, they'll massacre his clan too. It's not that simple. Wuxia has Lion's Roar and ancestral divine temple behind him. A big shot whispered. This was worthy of ponderance. It seemed that the two sides were rather competitive. No wonder why he's so bold. An expert realized. True Immortal Spirit's expression was as cold as can be. Even a mud Buddha could become angry once pushed enough, let alone a member of True Immortal having been subjected to this level of contempt. It was commendable enough for him to hold back. Someone else in the sect might have screamed and tried to obliterate Li Chia. "I will give you one last chance, apologize to True Immortal," he uttered coldly. All eyes were on Li Chia. This wasn't an unreasonable request, just a mere apology. True Immortal was showing mercy by allowing Li Chia to do so. However, Li Chia waved his hand as if swatting a fly and said, "You think too highly of your sect. Leave before I send you to hell." Gasps could be heard among the crowd afterward. This is more than just offending them now. One cultivator was shocked. How arrogant for Li Chia to make this claim. True Immortal Spirit is one of the 6 prodigies. An expert said. He can do it, I'm sure. He killed 6-winged emissary without exerting that much effort. Someone else said. He might be strong, but True Immortal has ancestors and most importantly, monarchs. Why would one be impetuous enough to go against them for no reason? A last-gen member added. Virtually everyone agreed with this. True Immortal had plenty of geniuses and no lack of experts. Their monarchs were unstoppable as well. I see. True Immortal Spirit's eyes became cold enough to freeze people. Spectators couldn't bear this chilling aura, their teeth started chattering. Weaker cultivators dropped down on their butt. "Let's see what you can do then," he said menacingly. Buzz. Rays appeared behind him, each seemed capable of starting and illuminating a new world. World Razor Scripture. An ancestor recognized the merit law right away. He actually mastered a Tao Lord merit law. A high elder found this surprising. This scripture was left behind by the second Tao Lord of True Immortal, World Razor. Chapter 46-24, World Razor Tao Lord. World Razor had numerous tales, one being blessed Tao Lord's disciple. However, one would be mistaken to think that the Tao Lord had supreme talents. In fact, this couldn't be farther from the truth. Blessed Tao Lord had plenty of disciples and World Razor was completely average. Worst of all, he couldn't cultivate blessed Tao Lord's merit laws. This was unheard of during that generation. This was rather strange because such a great being wouldn't recruit disciples without careful consideration. His other disciples either had supreme talents, prestigious bloodlines, or something unique. They were geniuses among geniuses. At the peak, his 10 disciples were virtually invincible regardless of the time and place. They could compare to anyone in history. World Razor was the exception. If he were in a crowd of pedestrians, he wouldn't stand out in the slightest. His being recruited as a disciple was one thing, but he was even appointed as the successor of True Immortal. This naturally shocked the world back then. Other disciples of Blessed Tao Lord and the masters of True Immortal couldn't believe it. He could have picked any of them and they would be 10,000 times stronger than World Razor. Of course, when World Razor was chosen as the successor, he was yet a Tao Lord. Some of the losing candidates became angry, thinking that this person had no right to inherit the most coveted position in 8 Desolaces. Nonetheless, Blessed Tao Lord's words couldn't be challenged. None dared to disobey. After his departure, there were a few who thought about taking over the position and or even killing World Razor. However, these treacherous plots ended with failure because ultimately, the majority of True Immortal still maintained solidarity. Since World Razor was chosen, they fully supported and helped him rule over the sect. As time passed, the brilliant disciples of Blessed Tao Lord couldn't obtain a Tao fruit to prove themselves. The next Tao Lord took everyone in that period by surprise, World Razor in his old age. He finally surpassed his peers and seniors then. Future generations praised Blessed for having such wonderful insight, to be able to recognize World Razor's ability to become a Tao Lord. No one else could have made the same choice. Another lesson to be learned was perseverance. World Razor was an underdog his whole life but managed to succeed in the end. This gave cultivators hope for the future. After all, geniuses were rather rare and always overshadowed common cultivators. The tale of World Razor sparked hope, that as long as one tried hard enough, they could become successful in due time. This was the right choice instead of giving up early on. True Immortal really has too many Tao Lord Merit laws. One spectator became envious and whispered while staring at the genius radiance, all talented disciples have a chance to learn one. Even a third-gen disciple like him has access to this ultimate scripture. Their envy was understandable. Back in their own sect, a Tao Lord Merit law was the prized treasure and a top secret. Putting the upper echelon aside, only those with peerless talents or official successors were qualified to learn them. Moreover, they would only learn a particular technique, not an entire scripture. This wasn't the case for True Immortal, hence everyone becoming emotional. They fantasized about joining True Immortal. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. True Immortal's spirit uttered. I hope you've bought yourself a coffin already since you seem to be suicidal. Li Chia waved his hand again. He speaks as if he has full confidence in victory. A young listener whispered. Well, he took down one of their geniuses so far. It's not an empty threat. A big shot answered. The crowd recalled Six-Winged Emissary. He was a direct disciple of their sect master and shouldn't be that much weaker than True Immortal Spirit. We'll see about that. True Immortal Spirit's expression became austere. Chapter 46-25, World Razor Scripture, Be Ready. True Immortal Spirit's chilling aura became unbearable as if he was a continental glacier. He came from a great sect, so despite his rage, he still acted in an acceptable manner. Killing Li Chia still required a process, a fair duel. He raised his right hand and made a half fist. Buzz. He became radiant with ancient rays from an older period. They gave the impression that he was a god from the primordial times, capable of constructing worlds out of nothingness. The power of creation was also destructive, enough to murder anyone here. What an aura. A last-gen cultivator shuddered, thinking that she wouldn't be able to beat the genius. Clank. Suddenly, everyone felt as if his hand has turned into a hatchet capable of killing gods and devils. World Razor hack. An ancestor recognized the move after seeing the initial variation. Die. The genius roared and swung his hand downward. Though there was no actual weapon, the crowd was still horrified by the impressive attack. It left behind a deep scar on its path and even affected others outside of Li Chia. They felt their grand Tao being split into two halves. Some fell to the ground and twitched with pain despite suffering zero external injuries. Be careful. Yitingrong herself shouted, not knowing whether Li Chia would be able to stop it. Once it struck the ground, dust flew everywhere and a chasm was left behind. It nearly severed the entrance area into two pieces. This was just a casual swing from the genius. He certainly didn't go all out. Once the debris settled, they couldn't find Li Chia anywhere. Where is Li Chia? Someone shouted. Did he die? One youth murmured, thinking that not even a bone was left. I didn't see it clearly, but that shouldn't be the case. An ancestor shook his head. If he's actually dead after one move, that would be rather amusing, the proper end for his arrogance. A younger cultivator sneered. True Immortal Spirit scanned the chasm after the first move. However, unlike the rest of the crowd, he had a bad feeling about this. Too slow. He heard a voice right behind him. The mightier ancestors also noted this right away. They saw Li Chia standing behind True Immortal Spirit in the same pose. It was as if he was there in the beginning and didn't move an inch. This wasn't an issue of speed. The top masters got a strange sense that space and everything else shifted around Li Chia. This would be a frightening thought because it showed immaculate spatial manipulation. The alarmed genius reacted quickly by shifting away from his original position. His speed was commendable indeed for someone his age. However, it didn't matter how fast he was. Li Qie always kept up as if he was his shadow. Li Qie then raised his hand for a gentle tap. It didn't release any light or divinity, more like a tap on a good friend's shoulder. Nonetheless, the genius became aghast since he felt a tsunami of power coming for him. World Razor Sphere. He intertwined his fingers with incredible speed and created a Dao barrier. Alas, this wasn't enough to stop Li Qie's hand. The barrier collapsed and he fell down like a meteor. Boom! He smashed into the ground and started a dust storm. As for the spectators, they had no idea what was going on. They only saw Li Qie pressing his hand forward without using any merit law. How did this break the genius Dao defense? Impossible. Some wiped their eyes in disbelief due to how illogical it was. True immortal spirit was strong enough to beat some ancestors now, yet he lost to a single move, looking as feeble as a speck of dust. The outcome was the opposite of their expectation. Chapter 46-26, Easy. The most frightening thing about this exchange was how easy Li Qie made it. He didn't resort to using a Dao Lord merit law or another top technique. This felt like a gentle push at best. It would be difficult to describe this event to anyone who wasn't here. A brilliant genius from True Immortal got sent flying after the first exchange? No one else in the crowd could have done the same thing. There is no way that push was strong enough to do so. One expert said. An ancient ancestor could have made it look effortlessly like that. However, Li Qie didn't have the appearance of one, lacking divinity and an oppressive aura. Boom! Debris went flying and a figure leaped back into the air. It was none other than True Immortal Spirit, who still looked rather imposing and radiant. Of course, there were injuries and blood too. The attack left its mark, just nothing fatal. You cheated. The genius glared at Li Qie. He shared the same sentiment as the rest of the crowd, disbelief. How could he be pushed down like a mortal? Only their monarchs could do something like that to him, even his master wasn't strong enough. He had met the monarchs before, but Li Qie didn't have the bearings and aura of one. Therefore, it must have been trickery. Just accept defeat gracefully. Li Qie smiled and said. The genius turned red and embarrassment seemed to be turning into anger. He uttered coldly, "You have a hidden treasure that nullified my cultivation." He thought that this was rather likely, Li Qie winning with the help of a hidden treasure. What kind of treasure is this? The crowd agreed with the genius and began speculating about the treasure. Some fantasized about its wondrous ability. It might make them unbeatable. Insufficient strength yet a vivid imagination. Li Qie said, "Leave already, don't embarrass yourself any further." The genius' patience was growing thin after being insulted several times. He glared at Li Qie and said, "So be it, get ready. Let's see if you're strong or just relying on a treasure." He slowly raised both hands and it felt as if the earth was being lifted up. His hands pulsed with starry lights during the process. Rumble. Loud quakes could be heard. Everyone felt tense since his hands became all-encompassing. Ugh, they felt suffocated as if his hands were gripping their neck. This naturally horrified them. What is this technique? A pale spectator screamed. Weaker cultivators felt helpless before the channeling even though the target was only Li Qie. They found themselves to be fish on a chopping board. Raise the worlds, grasp the heavens. The genius roared and then reached for Li Qie. Crack. Buildings nearby shattered with haste along with a mountain from the shockwaves alone. Everything between the genius and Li Qie suffered a terrible compression force, spatial fabrics included. Incredible. One expert roared. The sky suddenly turned dark. It seemed that even the sun was a victim to this grasping technique. Spectators thought that it would be near impossible to escape from this move intact. Once becoming the target, being crushed was the most likely outcome. The move was domineering indeed, worthy of being from the World-Razor scripture. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the darkened battlefield. It was a golden fist that could break the 9 firmaments. It wielded a tyrannical and overbearing presence. Golden Fist Dao. A spectator recognized its origin. Chapter 46-27, Golden Mad Fist. This fist Dao focused on absolute power. One punch could break heaven and earth along with the 4 oceans. Its energy rampaged like wild waves, instantly sending anything along the path on its way. Crowd members were shocked after sensing it. They believed that it wouldn't be inferior to any fist merit law of the Dao Lord level. Bam! The punch smashed into true immortal spirit's grasp technique. The emanating shockwaves were violent and ferocious. Trees and buildings nearby crumbled in the blink of an eye. This exchange ended with true immortal spirit staggering several steps backward, clearly losing the exchange. Please stop here, gentlemen. An old man appeared in the air, speaking with a dignified voice. He had gray hair and wore a golden cloak, looking fierce. His arms, in particular, brimmed with martial strength. Golden Mad Fist. An ancestor said. The majority recognized the old man since he was the current leader of Golden Gate and Yitingrong's grandfather. He was relatively famous among last-gen cultivators. He didn't dominate as much as Golden Fist Emperor, but his prestige was comparable to sect leaders and rulers. Senior Mad Fist. Others came over and cupped their fist. This applied to some ancestors as well since they were guests. Senior. True immortal spirit slightly bowed. He had an unhappy expression as he spoke. Your punch was incredible. He didn't appreciate being stopped by Golden Mad Fist. Nonetheless, due to his upbringing, he exercised enough restraint to not act out. Nonetheless, his tone indicated dissatisfaction. You're too kind. Mad Fist cupped his fist back and said, your attack was gasp-worthy. My art compared to yours is akin to a firefly trying to outshine the moon. Being praised by a contemporary master made the genius happy. His dissatisfaction disappeared with haste. Thank you, Senior. Though his expression remained normal, he was actually elated inside. Mad Fist then spoke to everyone else, heroes from the various regions, you are guests here at Golden Gate. If there is something lacking in our hospitality, please let me know so I can rectify the problem. As for personal feuds and conflicts, please settle them elsewhere. Our disciples are weak and can't handle your might. He spoke properly and with sincerity, prompting the crowd to exchange glances. It was hard for anyone to speak out against Golden Gate right now since he had won the crowd over. Senior, we will act with propriety. Many experts stated their stance. The seniors and the big shots also nodded in agreement. What do you think, virtuous nephew? Mad Fist then asked the genius. The latter looked around and read the crowd. Refusing wasn't an option currently since it would offend everyone. Moreover, the current pretense was that he came as a guest, seeking a marriage engagement. I do not dare to disobey. He bowed slightly before glaring at Li Chia and snorting. He didn't add any fierce words and left right away. From beginning to end, he acted in a manner befitting of his status and background. With his departure, it seemed that causing trouble here was not possible. Golden Mad Fist might interfere and subdue any problem. We appreciate everyone for being considerate. Golden Mad Fist spoke again, please enjoy your stay. Everyone cupped their fist before leaving. Though they wanted to see a fight to the death between Li Chia and Paramount Scion, the situation didn't allow it right now. Nonetheless, some left while having many things to think about. The most popular question was Li Chia's push. How the hell did he do it? Was it really a peerless treasure? Please follow me, young noble. Yitingrong led the way for Li Chia's group. They came to Golden Peak. She clearly had high regard for them since only a few were eligible to come to the main peak. Do you want to meet your father-in-law? The Daoist elbowed Jianming and whispered. Not this nonsense again. Jianming turned red and glared at him. I wasn't joking around. You may propose under my protection. Li Qie said flatly. Young noble, Jianming awkwardly stole glances at Yitingrong. This is a great opportunity if you fancy this arrangement. There will be no other, so don't regret it later. Li Qie said. Brat, the young noble is right. The Daoist said, she'll have to marry someone else if you keep on wasting time. I don't think it is possible to delay a marriage arrangement this time. Yitingrong didn't refute this comment since it was true. The circumstances forced her to marry someone regardless of her wish. Brother Jian, go for it. Paramount Scion voiced his support. Though he was a suitor, he was only here to fulfill a mission and didn't actually want to marry Yitingrong. Jianming stammered, unable to speak. Chapter 46-28. Fancy Jianming looked to be in a tough position while he occasionally stole glances at Yitingrong. He was no longer his normal self, losing his shameless and fearless nature. Are you still a man? Can't even speak properly now, how shameful. The Daoist said with disdain, prompting Jianming to glare angrily at him. Be manly and propose since the time is right. The Daoist went on. This is the best chance indeed, that's why all the other sects are doing it. Paramount Scion agreed. When if not now? Do you want to watch Miss Yi marry someone else? The Daoist continued. That's not my intention, Jianming felt bashful. Then what is it? The Daoist pressed on. Jianming couldn't come up with a response again. As for Yitingrong, she didn't mind and arranged a place meant for important guests before leaving. Once she was gone, Li Qie smiled and told Jianming, there's nothing embarrassing about liking someone. No need to hide it. Young noble, Jianming turned red. Why the hell are you still hesitating? Even a blind man can tell that you like her. The Daoist laughed. She can tell too. Paramount Scion smiled. Jianming's embarrassment only increased once the others exposed him. Don't tell me this is the first time you've liked a girl, no one else before? Are you a virgin? The Daoist teased. You're the virgin. Jianming barked back and gritted his teeth. His strong reaction only served to further amuse the crowd. It's fine to be embarrassed and awkward, just realize that if you actually want to win the beauty's hand, take advantage of this opportunity. Li Qie said with a serious tone. Right, don't be so indecisive. The Daoist said, if you like her, show her. Just a marriage proposal isn't a big deal, be your normal self. Even if I like her, she might not like me back. Jianming eventually said. How do you know she doesn't like you? Remember, she doesn't mind if you propose. The Daoist said. Everyone can propose right now though. And only one will get picked. Jianming replied. Give it a shot at least. Paramount Scion said, if you don't do it, you will never know her feelings toward you. What if she really doesn't like me? Jianming hesitated. Then that's the end of that, no big deal. The Daoist became impatient. This is your chance to turn a crush into something fruitful, don't keep it one-sided. Li Qie chuckled, the alternative is to quietly watch her being in someone else's embrace while telling yourself that it is okay as long as she is happy. Is that what you want? There must be something wrong with him. The Daoist laughed. What should I do then? Jianming smiled wryly. What else but to compete for her heart? Show her your sincerity through your action. If she doesn't like you now, work hard until she does, you'll be rewarded and so would she with happiness. Jianming didn't respond. Do you still have doubts? The young noble is right. The Daoist said. I don't want to take advantage of her. Jianming said awkwardly. It is no longer up to her, her feelings do not matter since her fate is not under her control. Li Qie said, she won't be able to marry the person she likes, it'll be true immortal spirit or maybe our young scion over here. Even if she happens to like her fiancé, the whole thing is just a scheme. Paramount Scion said, it is no secret that everyone is here for the peerless treasures. The sex will pressure the two lovers greatly and use all potential methods for their ultimate goal. Their relationship will crack afterward because of this fundamental conflict. Therefore, your goal is purer than anyone else. You simply like her and have no ulterior motives. There is no sect pressuring you either. Li Qie said. I see, Jian Ming murmured. That's why you shouldn't worry so much. There is no one else she can marry who will make her happy under these circumstances. She will be treated as a tool. There is no happiness there, for there is a lack of sincerity in the first place. The Taoist said, let's put it this way, do you like her enough to want and make her happy? Yes. Jian Ming nodded. Then don't you think that you're the best option versus all the other suitors? The Taoist asked. Jian Ming was moved after hearing this. Put in the effort in order to avoid regrets. Fear no one and be confident in what you can bring to the table. Otherwise, you will do nothing but make excuses for passivity. Li Qie smiled. Jian Ming's blood started becoming hotter. He said, well, how should we propose to Golden Gate? What if they do not pick me? He had enough self-awareness to realize the lack of advantages. Putting Yi Tingrong's feelings aside, his background, talent, and cultivation couldn't compare to those from the behemoths. We'll just have to kidnap her then. Li Qie smirked. Chapter 46-29, Golden Gate's Decision, Kidnap her? Jian Ming hasn't thought about this before despite being a villain in the past. Don't pretend to be a nice guy, you've done plenty of stealing and swindling before. The Taoist said. But in this case, Jian Ming still hesitated. In reality, honest and moralistic cultivators were rare in this dog-eat-dog world. Nonetheless, Jian Ming had qualms about doing it to Yi Tingrong. Do you have a better idea? Li Qie asked. Well, Jian Ming knew that the odds were against him since so many great powers were involved. Do you want to wait until she loves you before doing something? Her kids would be learning how to walk by then. Li Qie joked. Given the precarious situation, Golden Gate had no chance of delaying this. The only question was who they would pick. Therefore, this was absolutely the last chance. You need to win first before caring about feelings. If she has to marry someone anyway, why not you? She has no say in this matter either way. Li Qie continued. Jian Ming took a deep breath after hearing this. Unfortunately, her feelings aren't taken into account here. Paramount Scion reminded. Jian Ming obviously understood this. It's just that he was an involved party and couldn't see things objectively. Moreover, he cared too much about her feelings. The others, such as true immortal spirit, won't treat a tool like her well. The only way for you to help her is to marry and protect her, giving her all the love possible. Li Qie said. Just listen to the young noble. The Taoist said, win her first, then talk about love later. All of this is predicated on a successful engagement. Otherwise, your feelings will forever be one-sided. Li Qie concluded. As the conversation went on, Jian Ming gradually recognized his feelings for Yi Tingrong. Moreover, he also realized the only possible path. He clenched his fists and made up his mind. Will Golden Gate pick me even if we propose? He asked sincerely. It is not up to them once I say the words. No one else can interfere. Li Qie chuckled. Hear that? The Taoist became excited. What the hell are you waiting for? It's just a matter of time before you marry and have kids. Don't worry, I'll be there for your wedding regardless of the date. You will need to show your appreciation for your matchmakers then. Jianming glared exasperatingly since this Daoist was claiming contribution already. However, before they could go propose, Yitingrong came on the same night with new information. My grandfather has decided, she said. Already? What's the result? Jianming became anxious since he has yet to propose officially. Which sect, true immortal? Paramount Scion asked. Among the candidates, true immortal spirit was certainly the top dog. No. She shook her head and said, grandfather chose to have a martial tournament. I see, a tournament to decide the groom. Jianming murmured. He exchanged glances with the Daoist. The latter said, brat, don't think about it. You won't be able to last until the very end. Plus, we don't know who'll show up later. The victor will gain more than just the marriage. Not a bad plan from that mad fist. Li Qie smiled. The great powers would certainly go all out for the sake of winning. When one disciple loses, another can try instead. There is still a chance for everyone, but the advantages remain for the behemoths. Paramount Scion said. Initially, all the great powers only selected one candidate for the marriage proposal. Now, for this tournament, they could have many more. For example, if true immortal spirit were to lose, this sect could send out the other geniuses. Maybe even true immortal young emperor could show up. This was the better plan for Golden Gate since it didn't have to offend anyone. The losers could only blame themselves, and this would buy more time for Golden Gate. Moreover, it created animosity between the combatants, so it also served as a distraction, preventing a coalition from being formed against them. True immortal probably has the best odds. Jianming said. I'm afraid you have no chance of winning this battlefield. Even if you beat true immortal spirit, they still have 5 more. The Daoist laughed. You don't need to remind me. Jianming glared at him. Brat, you have a chance too. The scholar then stared at Paramount Scion. I probably won't go up because I'm not that strong, and true immortal might even send out true immortal young emperor eventually. Paramount Scion shook his head. 3,000 Dao has people as well. The scholar added. The Scion nodded. 3,000 Dao had more than just Paramount Gate as vassals. Other geniuses were certainly around to take his spot. What is your opinion on this, Missy? Jianming mustered the courage to ask. She took a deep breath and then said, I naturally don't appreciate being used as a trophy. This gave her a sense of helplessness, being unable to affect her own outcome. Jianming wanted to say something else, but he was also powerless in this case. There was no hero saving the beauty here. Chapter 46:30. I'll marry you. He wouldn't be able to defeat everyone regardless of his effort. This was just reality, not a lack of confidence. The great powers had virtually unlimited challengers, especially the behemoths. Just the young generation of true immortal, 3,000 Dao, and divine Dragon Valley could sweep through the crowd. Most importantly, even the conquerors might show up. Therefore, Jianming couldn't keep his spot on the battle stage forever. He knew the gap between him and Shinjuntian, or true immortal young emperor. His heart wanted to fight for Yitingrong, but the lack of ability meant that failure was imminent. Young noble, would you be able to protect my sect? Yitingrong made up her mind and asked with a serious tone. Doubts overwhelmed her because they were up against the behemoths. Li Qie was certainly not the favorite, but her perspective had changed. She thought that he could be reliable in this scenario. It's a simple request. Li Qie said nonchalantly. In that case, please grant us your protection, young noble. She bowed her head deeply and beseeched. She chose a third path, not the marriage alliance or the battle competition. Young noble. Jianming stared at Li Qie, hoping for him to accept. He knew more than anyone that with Li Qie's involvement, Golden Gate would be saved. The behemoths and the other great powers coveting the treasure would be repelled. There is no free lunch, for exchanges always exist. Of course, some couldn't be seen by others. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. As long as you are willing to repel the enemies and protect Golden Gate, I will offer you my service. She bowed again, not wanting to miss this chance. The priestess had said the same thing, but I have no lack of followers. Li Qie said. This shook the listeners to the core, especially Yi Tingrong. Currently, the title, priestess, usually referred to one being, the successor of ancestral divine temple and the brightest jewel of the world. This priestess had as much prestige as the 5 conquerors, yet she still wanted to follow Li Qie. Yi Tingrong thought that she was nothing in comparison. In terms of background, Golden Gate was not a match for ancestral divine temple. In fact, she couldn't compare to a regular disciple from the temple, let alone its priestess. If Li Qie refused the priestess, why would he accept her? This left her in a difficult position. You don't necessarily need to follow me, there is another compromise. Li Qie smiled. Would I ask what it is? She calmed down and asked. The Taoist and paramount scion naturally understood the implication. Meanwhile, Li Qie glanced over at Jianming, who was standing there in a daze. Yi Tingrong was quick enough to catch on. Brother Jian, would you be willing to marry me? She said with determination in her eyes. Marriage was often a sensitive topic for ladies, yet she didn't mind. This was her way of deciding her own fate. She understood that Li Qie didn't want her, but Jianming did. Since Jianming was Li Qie's follower, this became the compromise. This caught Jianming off guard. He liked her enough to put her wish above his own. However, he hasn't had time to tell her his feelings or propose to Golden Gate yet. Now, she became the one to take the initiative and rendered him speechless. Why are you so slow? Say yes already. The Taoist elbowed him. He regained his wits and stammered, No, it shouldn't be like this, I see, you don't want to. She sighed in response. What I meant is, Jianming had a hard time expressing himself. Go on, Brother Jian. She asked for elaboration. The quick-witted Jianming seemed clumsy right now as he spoke. Miss Yi, it's because you don't love me, this isn't fair for you. I understand and appreciate you being so considerate of my feelings, this is why a marriage between us will be fine. It is better than the alternative, being forced to marry the winner of the battle stage, whether it be true immortal spirit or someone else. That is not what I want. She said. Ultimately, marrying Jianming was the best choice for her given the tough circumstances. This matter affects the rest of your life, Miss Yi. He still hesitated. Indeed, but I have lost control over my own life. Marrying you is the only decision I can call my own. She stared intensely at him. Chapter 46-31, Witnessing a Marriage. Ultimately, she picked Li Qie and chose to marry Jianming, something resembling an autonomous decision. Though both sides weren't overly willing and it didn't come from love, she was still the one making the decision. The same couldn't be said about the marriage proposal and the battle stage. Smart and independent, creating your own path when there is none. Li Qie smiled. The alternatives required her to accept the result. Resistance was futile regardless of the person. This included those whom she might dislike or even hate. Brother Jian, will you marry me? She asked earnestly again. Jianming had never thought that a girl would be proposing to him one day. He liked Yi Tingrong and wanted to court her. Alas, happiness was coming too fast in this case, so he wasn't mentally prepared. I can't take this anymore. Answer her already. The Taoist elbowed him again. What are you waiting for, Brother Jian? Seize the moment. Paramount Scion urged. Jianming was overwhelmed with emotions. It's alright if you don't want to, I won't force. Yi Tingrong said. No, I accept, it's just that, Jianming blurted out and couldn't finish, blushing. Then it is decided. The Taoist interrupted him and clapped happily. this is as good as it gets, talented groom and beautiful bride, a match made in heaven. Jian Ming's face only grew redder after hearing this. A joyous occasion indeed, congratulations, Brother Jian, Miss Yi. Paramount Scion happily wished them well. If there is no objection from either of you, it is finished. Li Qiya stared at the two and smiled. A marriage bestowed by me is final, no one will be able to change it. Let me ask one last time, are you willing to accept these fateful ties? Yi Tingrong took a deep breath and stared at Jian Ming. She solemnly nodded, I accept. All eyes turned toward Jian Ming next, seemingly telling him to accept already. Jian Ming's hands trembled from excitement and nervousness. At first, he didn't reveal his crush on Yi Tingrong and hesitated about proposing to Golden Gate. Now, a marriage was happening already. I accept as well. He made up his mind and met her gaze. He then spoke with confidence, I, Jian Ming, will marry Yi Tingrong, protecting and loving her for a lifetime. The free-spirited Tingrong turned slightly red, showing off a rare feminine moment. She lowered her head, her eyebrows trembled just a bit. After a while, she looked up and held his hands to say, I, Yi Tingrong, will be your wife for the rest of my life. Jian Ming stared intensely at her face, seemingly wanting to remember this moment forever. This caused her to feel hot and lower her head again. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. Paramount Scion and the Daoists started shouting. Meanwhile, other visitors had no idea about this marriage. They focused on the battle stage after hearing the news. Some were unhappy while others thought that it was a fair method. Aren't people here to propose? Why is it a fighting competition now? A member of a great power who traveled 100 miles to be here became dissatisfied. It's no problem. Golden Gate didn't state its intention of finding a groom, everyone else came to propose out of their own volition. They can choose a battle stage instead. An expert said. Isn't it better this way? A clan ancestor said, most had no chance of being chosen versus the behemoths for a marriage proposal. One out of true immortal, 3,000 Dao, or divine Dragon Valley would have been chosen. True, everyone has a fair chance on the battlefield. Another agreed. While it is true that everyone can participate, the probability is still as low as before. Who has better disciples than the three behemoths? If one of their geniuses loses, another can join instead. A last-gen cultivator remained pessimistic. Many agreed with this assessment because their own young cultivators weren't actually competitive. This is our chance to shine and become famous. One genius was eager to try, so what if we won't be the last man standing? We still get to challenge other capable cultivators. No need to win the beauty in the end. Many ambitious youths agreed with this. Another said, true, how often do this many heroes gather in the same place for a fighting competition? Chapter 46-32, Martial Competition. The news of the martial competition stirred up the crowd and excited the geniuses. Even those with no interest in the marriage alliance wanted to join. For most great powers, only their successor was chosen to be a candidate, meaning Saint Childs or princes. Therefore, regular disciples weren't involved at all. Sending an inadequate candidate would only risk derision and jeers. This was no longer the case with the martial competition. Confident youths were allowed to fight without any limitation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many of them. They might not be the last ones standing, but nonetheless, they were still eager to prove themselves. It was simple, they just needed to display their brilliance and strength to make a name for themselves. It was rare to have a competition involving so many of their peers. Because of this, more and more youths traveled to Golden Gate for the sake of fighting. A few were eager to fight members of the behemoth. If they could have the privilege of fighting true immortal young Emperor Tian Feng, they just needed to last 3 to 5 moves. In the future, one of them might become a Dao Lord. Thus, they would then be considered survivors who have successfully challenged this great being. It would be a topic for them to brag about forever. Meanwhile, a battle stage was erected on top of the main peak in Golden Gate. Mad Fist himself presided over the matter. It didn't take long before it was filled with eager combatants. As for the ancestors, they were disappointed to see Mad Fist instead of the Emperor. The youths didn't care for this and looked around to assess the competitors. The Saint Child of Eight Direction is here too, someone said after seeing a radiant youth. That's to be expected. Look over there, even an old prince from Fierce Sun Ravine is here. Another saw a white-haired youth. Isn't he from the last generation? Is he still eligible to fight? A listener asked. It depends. A genius responded, he's qualified given his age because he was sealed at a young age. He's about the same age as us but not from this generation. Where are the ones from True Immortal and 3000 Dao? Someone curiously looked around. True Immortal Spirit is here right now, he's strong enough to sweep through the crowd. As for 3000 Dao? I heard its current representative is Paramount Scion, I'm unsure of anyone else. A knowledgeable cultivator responded. Paramount Scion is strong, Jade Dragon Monarch can't be weaker. Nonetheless, True Immortal Spirit seems to have the advantage if no one else is here. A last-gen cultivator analyzed. It should be interesting if those three don't hold back. Another agreed. Jade Dragon Monarch, Paramount Scion, and True Immortal Spirit were top geniuses only second to the 5 Conquerors. True Immortal might not win if they don't mobilize more geniuses. A youth said. Well, if the ones here aren't enough, maybe even the 5 Conquerors will show up eventually. A listener boldly speculated. This made the crowd exchange glances and become emotional. Just the 3 mentioned prior were intimidating enough. What about the 5 Conquerors? No one would be able to compete against them on the battle stage. It doesn't have to be the 5 Conquerors. True Immortal has the 6 prodigies, not just True Immortal Young Emperor. One expert mused. It's about the same for 3000 Dao. Their current first brother can dominate this competition. An elder from a great power said. I hope the 5 Conquerors will show up. They never get to fight each other, so maybe we will see them in action. Watching a fight between them will benefit us for a lifetime. One genius said with anticipation. This was indeed the case. The 5 Conquerors were rarely in the same place since they were busy with cultivation. Fighting here might be great practice before the actual Dao Lord competition. When Mad Fist showed up along with the other big shots from Golden Gate, mighty fist energies engulfed the area. Despite being in the presence of numerous great powers, he had enough prestige to be shown respect by the ancestors. I appreciate everyone for coming despite the long journey. Today, we hope to find a suitable groom for our jewel through a martial competition. The winner will be happily married on top of gaining another prize. Another prize? An ancestor asked right away. The big shots immediately thought about the treasure obtained by the Fist Emperor, their true goal for being here. It will be known to the victor. Mad Fist said mysteriously. Some big shots didn't like the non-answer, but they didn't protest because the veil of pretension was still there. The rules are simple, any young cultivator can participate regardless of their background and sect. The final winner will become our beloved Jewel's groom. Mad Fist announced. The big shots exchanged glances. These rules were just as expected. It meant that the stronger sects had a bigger advantage. For example, they could send several geniuses to fatigue a stronger combatant. Chapter 4633, Women Can Fight Too, Grand Gate is ready to fight. A genius in the crowd became excited and shouted. Our 18 brothers from Sky Call will take you on. A great power stated its number advantage. Since Golden Gate didn't state any restrictions, it meant that a sect could have unlimited participants. Taking advantage of this was the right call, especially against certain geniuses. Number doesn't matter. A genius from a sacred ground snorted, all 18 of you can come together. I, Water Dragon Saint Child, alone am enough. If you're as amazing as you claim to be, challenge true immortal spirit instead of us. The opponent immediately retorted. This shut the genius up right away. Although he was strong, he was certainly not a match for true immortal spirit. He's not invincible beneath the 5 conquerors at all. Someone else will take him down. Another sneered. That's right, there are still Jade Dragon Monarch and Paramount Scion. True immortal spirit isn't the clear favorite here. One more nodded in agreement. If that's the case, show me what you all can do. A flood of power suddenly erupted in all directions. True immortal spirit. Everyone followed the voice and saw true immortal spirit jumping up onto the battle stage. His eyes pulsed brightly, intimidating everyone nearby. His haters didn't dare to say more, aware that they couldn't beat him in a one-on-one fight. Wait a minute, there's something different about his aura. There is a hint of a Tao Lord aura. An ancestor became emotional after noticing something peculiar. A Tao Lord aura? Those nearby shuddered after hearing this. You're right. A high elder confirmed while feeling surprised. The crowd exchanged glances in confusion, but the big shots knew what was going on. Ancestors, you are correct. True immortal spirit noticed the gazes and revealed, since I am incapable, I am here with a Tao Lord weapon, ready to fight the heroes of the world. This made the crowd take a deep breath. Just his cultivation alone was virtually unbeatable, but he had a Tao Lord weapon too. This meant that even Jade Dragon Monarch and Paramount Scion might not be able to win. With the help of a Tao Lord weapon, his claim about taking on everyone became increasingly legitimate. Who will fight me? He looked around and asked. None of the geniuses here wanted to be the first to test the Tao Lord weapon. Sending one after another to fatigue him wouldn't work either. Being struck once by the weapon meant death. Though some wanted to become famous, they still feared the weapon. Death meant the end of everything, and the risk was considerably high. Bam! Suddenly, a person landed and made the whole stage tremble. The newcomer was none other than a girl in armor, looking as fierce as can be. Godwhip Princess. Many recognized her and found this astonishing. Of course, this wasn't due to her reputation being overwhelming, but the fact that she was a woman. The battle stage was a way for Golden Gate to find a groom for its golden daughter. Therefore, her involvement was rather perplexing. I'm here to fight. Her voice was both powerful and pleasing. Is this okay? A young cultivator murmured. True immortal spirit himself was surprised. He responded, Your Highness, this is a martial competition to find a groom. There's no rule forbidding women from fighting. She proudly said. With that, everyone turned toward Golden Mad Fist, true immortal spirit included. Mad Fist was surprised as well. The rules didn't specifically state the sex, but this should have been obvious. Ahem. He said, there are no rules about it indeed. Feel free to deliberate and state your opinion. If women can fight too, it'll be a bit chaotic. One youth said. I don't think there's a problem since there is a hole in the rules. An expert added. Yes, why can't we fight too? One female cultivator sided with Godwhip Princess. Your Highness, we support you, see how long you'll be able to stand on stage. The others shouted. You can do it. She garnered the support of the fairer sex. Senior Mad Fist, if a woman were to win, would Missy have to marry her? Someone boldly asked. Golden Gate will keep our promises. Mad Fist had to respond. Then there is no problem with my fighting. Godwhip Princess said. True immortal spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Princess, do you wish to marry Missy? The crowd started loudly talking about this possibility. This development amused the crowd since it was rather rare. It's fine if Her Highness wins. If anything, it's pure love. Even some of the male youths supported. That's right, this might become a tale to be sung for a long time to come. Others loudly chimed in. I hope she wins. A furor broke out. Some forgot their original goal, seemingly only wanting to see the princess winning and marrying the beauty. This would become quite a topic for Sky Border. Moreover, it became far more interesting than a simple competition. They would prefer her winning over supreme geniuses such as True Immortal Spirit. That would be too boring compared to the alternative. However, a third cultivator jumped onto the stage. He wore an embroidered robe with golden stitchings. He seemed to be from riches, but his cultivation didn't seem exceptional. He smiled and told the two combatants, fellow Taoists, since you're hesitating, how about fighting me instead? Fine. True Immortal Spirit wanted to get out of this difficult situation and accepted the challenge, thinking that he would only need a move or two to deal with this random. Brat, state your name first before fighting. A crowd member shouted. I come from the distant clan of the clouds, others call me Xiao San. The youth smiled. Listeners frowned because they haven't heard of this clan and person before. Just a nobody. Someone said. Make your move. True Immortal Spirit said. Very well, I'll be starting. The youth formed a madra and roared, True Dragon Call. Ra. A golden radiance erupted along with draconic energy. This powerful technique froze the crowd. They didn't expect this nobody to be so fierce and mighty. The energy in the form of a dragon looked primed to fight anyone. Go. True Immortal Spirit didn't dare to underestimate his opponent after seeing this. He raised his hand and swung down horizontally as if it was a hatchet. The slash was accompanied by thunderous explosions. Boom! The shockwave sent weaker cultivators flying. Both of them staggered several steps backward after the first exchange. What the hell? The crowd couldn't believe it. That was even. One of them said. The big shots became interested in this fight since it was rare for another youth to match up to True Immortal Spirit. Where is he from? Someone murmured. I've never heard of him or his clan before. Another shook his head. True Immortal Spirit hasn't gone all out yet, not using a weapon either. I don't think this Xiao San can handle it then. Nonetheless, he is quite powerful and should be famous. One commenter stated. This person's power far exceeded most of the young generation. Who might you be? True Immortal Spirit became surprised. Just a nobody from the clan of the clouds. Xiao San didn't reveal his true origin. Fine, let's see what else you can do. I doubt you'll be able to hide your identity for long. True Immortal Spirit said. He learned enough to know the various famous techniques. Eventually, he would be able to force some clues from this youth. Era Razor. He channeled his energies and released his cultivation halos. The next swing could split the heaven and earth to create a new world. Boom! Chaos energy poured down like waterfalls. This slash was exceedingly destructive and suffocated the spectators. This is his true power. One of them shouted. Heavenly Dragon. Xiao San was undeterred and retaliated with a golden dragon. It coiled in the sky and was too much for this dimension to bear. Others found themselves to be as insignificant as insects compared to this dragon. It became a contest between chaos and draconic energy. Once they collided, an explosion crushed the area and disrupted the spatiotemporal affinities. That's a bit familiar, a big shot thought that she had seen this dragon technique before. Indeed. Her peer felt the same way but couldn't come up with specifics. The explosion from the two moves caused weaker spectators to vomit blood. The two sides staggered several steps backward again. This was another even exchange. Incredible. People finally realized that this Xiao San could fight evenly against True Immortal Spirit. Who are you? True Immortal Spirit became startled again. 1. The you here is polite. 2. The you is no longer polite. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.